The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Welcome to Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. It is July the 9th, 2024, and here is what happened on this day in history. In 1401, Turco-Mongol ruler Tamerlane destroys Baghdad, killing 20,000. In 1790, Russo-Swedish War, Second Battle of Sevenskund in the Baltic Sea. The Swedish Navy captures one-third of the Russian fleet. In 1868, Louisiana and South Carolina are the last states to ratify the 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution, guaranteeing civil rights. In 1893, Daniel Hale Williams repairs the torn pericardium of a knife wound patient, James Cornish, without penicillin or blood transfusion. In 1917, battleship HMS Vanguard explodes at Scapa Flow, the result of an internal explosion of faulty cordite, killing 804. In 1971, Henry Kissinger visits the People's Republic of China to negotiate a détente between the U.S. and China. In 2002, the African Union is established in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. The first chairman is Thabo Mbeki, President of South Africa. In 2017, Iraqi Prime Minister Haider al-Abadi proclaims victory over Islamic State forces in Mosul. In 2001, The Office mockumentary created by Ricky Gervais and Stephen Merchant, starring Ricky Gervais and Martin Freeman, premieres on BBC Two in the UK. In 1955, Bill Haley and his Comets' Rock Around the Clock tops the Billboard chart, one of the best-selling singles ever. In 1877, first ever Wimbledon Tennis Championship begins, the first official lawn tennis tournament, men's singles only. And that was this day in history. Now let's get on with the shows. Hey, Maya, who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello who are up next.
C-A-M-E-L-S. That's right, folks. C for comedy, A for Abbott, M for Maxwell, E for Ennis, L for Lou Costello. Put them all together and they spell Camel. Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before. And draw up a chair for tonight's Camel Show, starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Look at yourself.
Well, I'm sick and tired of looking at me. You look at me.
Oh, stop that. Your appearance is disgraceful. Wait a minute. Why are you wearing that faded shirt?
I've just been made a vice president of NBC.
Lou, I phoned you last night. Where were you?
Where was I?
Yeah.
I was over at Earl Carroll's helping the bubble dancer blow up her bubble. Abbott, she was so grateful she gave me the best seat in the house.
In the first row?
No, inside the bubble.
What were you doing at Earl Carroll's?
What was I doing at Earl Carroll's?
What were you doing at Earl
Looking
Carroll's?
for a place to invest our money.
What do you mean?
So I went over there to buy it. All night, the manager and I scribbled figures on the tablecloth. And you know, if you and I put all our money together, we could buy it.
Earl Carroll's?
No, the tablecloth.
Shame on you hanging around with bubble dancers at nightclubs. Bubble dancers, nightclubs. You ought to be ashamed of
Abbott,
yourself.
me and that bubble dancer are engaged. I think I'll have to call it off.
Why?
For 2 reasons. Her parents object to our engagement, and so does she.
I thought so. No girl would marry you and live in that broken-down shack you're living in.
Broken down shack?
Yes.
Abbott, I'm proud of my home. It's the only house in California with Venetian blinds over the mouse holes.
Why, you idiot, that place you live in has grass growing through the middle of the floor.
What do you expect for $15? Brussels sprouts?
Now listen. Costello, why don't you build yourself a little house out in the suburbs? Of course, you know what the suburbs are.
Sure, that's French for a long bus ride.
No. Why, you could have a lovely little place with a garden. On the front lawn, you could have flowers spelling out your name.
The flowers could spell out my name?
Certainly.
How do you like that? The flowers are smarter than I am.
Costello, don't you want to own your own home? Don't you want to own your own home, Lou, so that you can entertain and have people over for dinner?
Abbott, I had a mob over to my house for dinner last night. I served pheasant, turkey, chicken, and caramels.
Wait a minute. You serve caramels with pheasant, turkey, and chicken?
Sure, before the guests can get their teeth unstuck, I eat all the white meat. But it's no good, Abbott. I'm too poor to build a new house.
Oh, now, wait a minute. You don't have to have money to build a new house. It's easy to finance.
It's easy to what?
Finance for your home.
Why should I finance for my house? My house is loaded with ants right now. And furthermore, the ants find my house by themselves.
No.
I saw one ant giving directions to another ant
right, now wait a minute.
how to get to my joint.
I understand. I'm not talking. Listen, I'm talking about finance. Don't you know how to finance?
Certainly I know how to finance. I just look in a sugar bowl and there they are.
No. Costello, you don't understand. You're talking about ants. I'm talking about finance. Like you finance in business.
Oh, how do you like that? Now the ants are going into business.
What do you mean?
They must be making chovies.
Chovies?
Sure, ain't you ever heard of anchovies?
Oh, forget about finance. Listen to me, Lou. Just forget about it. You'll need money to build a house, so I'll ask my wife to get you a loan.
Get me a loan? Who wants to be alone with your wife? I don't even want to be alone with you.
No. I mean, my wife will get you a loan in the bank.
Get me a loan in the bank?
Yeah.
What does she want to do? Waltz through the vaults?
No. Doc, listen, you dummy. My wife will take you to the bank. She'll fill out the papers and take a lien against your new house.
Your wife is going to lean against my new house?
Certainly.
That ton of stuff is going to lean against my joint?
No.
Your wife ain't leaning against my house,
Take
Abbott.
it easy now.
She's tired. Tell her to go home and go to bed.
No, yes. My wife is in the mortgage business. A mortgage is a lien or chattel. Now, down at the bank where my wife, she has an old box full of chattels.
Abbott, your wife is an old chatterbox.
Now, listen. You nincompoop. You listen to me. I'm talking about chattels. Haven't you ever heard of a chattel?
Chattel? Sure, my uncle's got a herd of chattel. He's got a herd of chattel, chows, and chads. He's also got chickens. He keeps his chattel in a chow pasture and the chickens in a chicken coop.
No. Listen to me, I'm not talking about cattle. You understand that? I'm talking about...
Wait for the laugh!
Never mind that. I said chattel. Chattel is a loan. And to get a new house, you'll have to get a loan. And then you'll have to go through escrow.
Why can't I go through Glendale?
Escrow has nothing to do with Glendale.
Then Glendale will have nothing to do with escrow.
Look, you nitwit. When you get a new house, you go through escrow to get a guaranteed title deed.
Could you drag that last part past me again?
Guaranteed title deed. Guaranteed title deed.
Guaranteed title deed.
Guaranteed title deed.
Guaranteed title deed. Guaranteed title deed. Guaranteed title deed. Nope, Abbott, it's no good.
What's the matter?
It'll never take the place of Glockamora.
Experience is the best teacher.
The time, not so long ago. The characters, two sisters.
Hi, Ginny. You can be glad it wasn't your turn to stand in line for cigarettes. Oh, my poor feet.
What did you get? Oh, these. Well, can't be choosers these days.
We've certainly tried all the brands by this time, I guess.
Well, it's taught me something. I like Camels better than any of them.
Me too.
Yes, experience is the best teacher.
The experience of smoking whatever brands they could get during the wartime cigarette shortage taught millions the differences in cigarette quality. Their T-zones, that's T for taste and T for throat, tested cigarette after cigarette. And of all those cigarettes, it was Camel's rich, full flavor and cool mildness that registered most enjoyably again and again with millions of smokers. Today, when it's again possible to choose your brand,
More people smoke Camels than ever before.
experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. And while you light up a Camel, here's Skinny Ennis with...
Ivy. Why the sudden change? Why so cold and why so strange? Be sentimental. Don't hang your fate on jealousy and hate. 'Cause I was never born for the touch of a witch's thorn. So please be gentle to my heart. Why do you take my arms tonight? Then wander far from sight. Can't understand your ivy. But remember this, if you really want my kiss, be sweet and gentle, lest we part. Remember, Ivy, if you love me, then you must be gentle to my heart. Ivy. Can't understand your ivy. But remember this, if you really want my kiss, be sweet and gentle, lest we part. Remember, ivy. If you love me, then you must be gentle to my heart, Ivy.
Well, Costello, have you decided what kind of a house you're going to build?
Abbott, I'm thinking it over. I think I'm going to build an igloo.
Igloo?
Yep.
Where can you get snow in California?
I'll tell you if you'll tell me where I can get lumber in California.
You talk sense. How are you going to furnish the house?
Well, I think I'm going to put a pinball machine in the living room, a card table, slot machine, pool table in the other room.
Oh, you idiot. What about chairs, stoves, and beds?
Abbott, all I can afford is the necessities. The luxuries will have to come later.
Well, Costello, now that my wife has okayed you at the bank for a loan, the first thing to do is go out and buy a lot.
Buy a lot? Buy a lot of what?
A lot of nothing, just a lot.
If I'm going to buy a lot, it's got to be a lot of something. I ain't spending my money for nothing.
Listen, you don't get nothing, you get a lot. You take your money and buy a lot.
Buy a lot of what?
Look, you idiot, when I say you buy a lot, I'm talking about a lot you buy when you buy a lot.
Oh, when you say you buy a lot, you're talking about a lot you buy when you buy a lot.
Now you've got it.
Now I've got it. I don't even know what I'm talking about.
You can get a lot for a lot, or you can get a lot for a little.
Make up your mind. Do I get a lot or a little?
Now, well, I think you ought to start off with a little lot. Then later on, you can get a lot more lot for quite a lot more. Or you can get another little lot for quite a lot less.
Oh, you think I ought to start with a little lot, and later on I could get a lot more lot for quite a lot more, and a little lot for quite a lot less?
Now you've got the picture.
Now I've got the picture. Excuse me for just one moment.
Where are you going?
I'm going in a dark room and try and develop it.
Now, wait a minute. Oh, there's a new subdivision out in the valley. And we can take a look at lots and lots of lots. Come on, let's go.
Okay, let's go.
Well, Costello, here's a new subdivision, and here comes the real estate salesman.
Good
Now, be
afternoon,
careful.
gentlemen. I'm a very busy man. Busy. Just sign your name on the dotted line. The place is yours.
What place?
Well, honeymoon must be over. The customers are asking questions again. Now, look, young fella, I'm a busy man. I only spend 30 seconds on my 60-second workout. I get 5 o'clock shadow at 3:30. On my 3rd birthday, I was 6 years old. My favorite songs are Rainy Night in Cucamonga.
That's a rainy night in Rio.
I know, but I haven't got time to take the trip. I'm a very busy man. Now, there's a beautiful lot on the hillside. It's kind of slopey, but I'll let you have it for $3,000.
Well, now, wait a minute. Don't you think that's a pretty steep price?
Yes, but it's a pretty steep lot. Yes, sir. I'm a very busy man. Now, some of these lots are a lot more than other lots. I can give you a little lot for a lot or a big lot for a little.
A little lot for a lot or a big lot for a little?
Make up your mind. I'm a busy man. Do you want to start with a little lot and get a lot more lot for a lot less later? Come on, I'm a busy man.
This guy ain't too busy to steal our routine.
All right. Look, Costello. Hey, look. This lot has a pretty good view.
Yes, from here I can watch for the day, the 7th of May.
Yes, it has a wonderful view of all the movie studios. On your right is Paramount, hidden by the Santa Monica Mountains. On your left is Republic, hidden by the San Fernando Mountains. And straight ahead is Warner Brothers.
Hidden by Sidney Greenstreet.
Mister, my friend Costello needs a small lot in which to build a house. Now, how much will it cost?
Well, being it's Costello, I'll let him have it for a song.
Oh, you'll let me have it for a song?
Yeah.
You got a deal. My wife.
No, quiet. He doesn't mean that kind of a song. He does not mean that kind of a song. Will you keep quiet?
I'm a busy
Well, he don't mean
man.
that. Mister, what's the price of that?
$2,900.
$2,900 for this crummy piece of ground? This guy must think I'm a veteran.
Hey, look, I'll handle it. Just let me take over from here. Keep quiet. Look here, you tin horn swindler. Don't try to rob my pal Costello. $2,900 for this gopher's playground.
Mr. Abbott, there's 10% in it for you if I can unload this on Costello.
Well, why didn't you say so? 10%, huh? Costello, this lot isn't worth $2,900.
No?
It's worth $3,900.
You see, mister? My pal over there. Wait a minute. Just a minute. A minute ago, Abbott, you said this was a gopher's playground. Them gophers must be wearing mink coats. How much ground do I get for the $3,900?
Come, I'll show you. We'll walk all around your lot.
Yes, sir.
Well, there you are. How do you like it, Costello?
Fine, but when we walk back, can we take a shortcut?
All right, give me your check, and I'll give you the deed. There, that's fine, and I want to thank you. Goodbye.
Hey, just a minute. How do we get into town from here?
Well, your property's just a stone's throw from the railroad station.
Where's the railroad station?
As soon as you throw enough stones, we're going to build one.
Come on, Costello. We're going into town to see a contractor so that you can start building right away. Costello, there's the contractor's office across the street.
Hiya, fellas.
Hi, Skinny. Hey, Costello just bought a lot near the river, and he's going to build a house on it.
Well, I had a lot once on a river overlooking the bank,
How did
but I
you-
lost it.
How did you lose it?
For overlooking the bank.
So long, Skinny. We get rid of him fast,
Yeah.
don't we?
Well, come on, Costello. We've got to get over to the contractor's office.
Well, if it isn't Mr. Abbott and Mr. Costello. What little monument.
Hello. What are you doing around here?
Oh, I'm on my way to the contractor's. He's drawing some plans for my new bungalow.
Bungalow? Oh, Abbott, you know what a bungalow is? That's a cottage with a patio and a barbecue.
Don't you just love little bungalows?
Oh, I'd rather have a large mansion with a punt house and a 2-car garage.
Oh, housing is very bad in Hollywood. My aunt is living in a trailer camp in Santa Monica.
That's nothing. My cousin puts the tunt at Malibu Booch, and he's got a halibut for a room moot.
Well, I must be dashing off. As we say in French, La Boquette, Kem de Tom, and la qu'est-ce que c'est to you?
And a bucket of Kemptone and a kisser to you, too.
Well, I do hope you build a house like my old home in Virginia. Oh, I miss that graceful patio, those smooth white pillars, that broad veranda.
I know just what you mean. I used to feel the same way about a blonde in Patterson, New Jersey.
Camel presents lovely Marilyn Maxwell from Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of The Sea of Grass. For Camel fans everywhere, Marilyn puts this question to music.
When am I gonna kiss you good morning? Just like I kissed you good night. How can it be a beautiful morning if you are not in my sight? I'm not the kind who goes for all those hit-and-run kisses. I won't be satisfied until we're Mr. and Mrs. When am I gonna kiss you good morning? Just like I kissed you good night. It's awful nice to spend the night romancing. It's thrilling every minute I'm with you. But when I leave you now, I'll be so lonely. And the dawning will break cold and blue. When you gonna kiss me good morning? Just like I kissed you good night. Buy a little ring for my finger, then we will do it up right. We hide away in some cafe, the candlelight's bewitching. I'd rather have those ham and eggs in our little kitchen. When am I gonna kiss you good morning? I won't be satisfied till you're the groom and I'm the bride. Then I can kiss you all I
If you're looking for the rich, full flavor of superbly blended tobaccos, if you want cool mildness, too, try a Camel on your T-zone. That's T for taste and T for throat. See if Camel's rich flavor of choice tobaccos and Camel's cool mildness don't suit your T-zone to a T. Then you'll understand why so many doctors smoke Camels. 3 leading independent research organizations recently asked this question of 113,597 doctors. What cigarette do you smoke, doctor? The brand named most was Camel.
According to a recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Hey, look, Costello. This is the contractor's office.
Oh, how do you do, gentlemen? As Louis XIV said to Louis XV, you're next. Oh, pardon me a second while I answer the phone. Hello? Yes, this is Brown, the contractor. You just built a house in Brooklyn and you want to move it to California? I'll have to check our rates and call you back, Mr. DeRoche.
Mr. Brown, my friend Costello would like to talk over some plans with you.
Oh, everybody's got plans. They bother me all day. One fella came in, wanted a 3-room house. I threw him bodily out the window. Another fella came in, wanted a 2-room house. I kicked him down the elevator shaft. Now, what can I do for you?
Give me a package of Beeman Caps and chewing gum, please.
Stop that, Costello, and tell the man what you want.
Well, if it isn't too much trouble, I'd like to have you build me a house.
Build you a house?
Yes, sir.
You've got a lot of nerve to stand there and ask me to build you a house when this city is suffering from a shortage of bowling alleys?
Mr. Brown, I wish you could see your way clear to build Costello a home. Living conditions are pretty crowded in Hollywood.
Crowded?
Yes, it's so crowded in Hollywood that John's other wife is living with one man's family.
Well, as one bullfrog said to the other bullfrog, let's hop to it. There's no lumber, but I have a glass blower who blows 3-room bungalows.
Oh, that wouldn't be bad. Where is the glass blower?
Oh, I had to fire him. He was blowing some bungalows, and he got the hiccups. Before I could stop him, he made 300 Quonset huts.
Are you building any houses for GIs?
Oh, yes. GIs are in here every day. They run around saying, gee, I wish I had a bungalow. Gee, I wish I had a house. Gee, I wish I had some place to live.
Mr. Brown, what will it cost to build a house for Costello?
Well, let me see now. Lumber, $6,000. Cement, $3,000. Nails, $2,000. And, $15,000 for the master plumber.
Do I really need that master plumber?
Well, certainly. Who else but a master plumber could put the cold water knob on the hot water faucet? Well, that'll make $26,000. Here, just sign the contract. I'll get you a pen.
Thanks. I have my own pen. It's the latest thing. It's an Italian pen.
Italian pen?
Yes, it has a meatball point and writes under spaghetti.
Well, now that I have your signature, have you got a co-signer that will guarantee the payment?
Co-signer? I haven't got any co-signer.
No co-signer? Mm-hmm. Without a co-signer, I wouldn't build a house for the King of Siam.
Mr. Costello, I've got to get a house. Please be my co-signer. You've got to be my co-signer.
I can't do it. And quit following me around on that white elephant.
Who was that?
Huh?
Who was that?
The King of Siam.
Talk sense now, Costello. Come on. We've got to get a co-signer.
Oh, hello, Mr. Abbott. Hello, Louis, honey.
Hello, Marilyn.
Hello, Marilyn. Costello's thinking of building a new home.
Yes, Marilyn. After the house is built, maybe we could get married and keep house together.
Well, would you be a thoughtful husband? Would you wipe the dishes with me?
Marilyn, I wouldn't wipe the dishes with you. I'd buy a dish rag. Marilyn, if I marry you, will you let me be the boss and run things?
Oh, I'd let you run everything. The washing machine, the vacuum, and all the errands. Goodbye.
Gee, Abbott, she's a lovely girl. She's the kind of girl I'd like to take home to my mother. If I could only trust my father.
Come on. We're going in here to Mrs. Whitwash's house and see if she will be a co-signer for your new house.
Why, hello, Mr. Abbott. Oh, my goodness, I wonder who left that empty beer barrel on my front porch. Oh, pardon me, it's Costello.
I wish you hadn't have said that, Mrs. Whitwash. I was just telling Abbott how you have that 1947 look.
Oh, thank you. Oh, do you really think I have that 1947 look?
Yes. You act like 19 and you're really 47.
Why, how dare you, you pudgy, pin-headed pipsqueak. Why, just look at this picture of me in my bathing suit. It was taken just after I came out of the water.
How many days have you been in the water?
Quiet, Costello. Mrs. Whitwash, Costello wants to build a new house and he hasn't enough money. Would you be a co-signer?
Why should I go signer? If he wants somebody to go signer, why doesn't he go signer himself?
Mrs. Whitwash, when Abbott says co-signer, he doesn't mean go signer like you go to sign a thing when you go to sign it. He means co-signer like when you've got a lot of money, you're a co-signer.
Oh, you mean co-signer like when you have a lot of money, you're a co-signer.
Now you've got it.
Now I've got it. I don't even know what I'm talking about.
Well, never mind, Costello. I've got an idea. There's some old lumber in my backyard, and you can build a little shack to live in until your house is built. Come on. Costello! Why are you hammering on those boards so hard?
No nails.
You're building this shack all wrong. Will you listen to me, please? It's all wrong. Look, you see that board on the roof?
Yes.
The one that's sticking out?
Yes.
Well, get the saw and see if you can saw the board you see.
Okay. What did you say?
All I said was look for the saw and see if you can saw that board, see?
See if I can saw the board.
Yes. Can't you saw the board?
Certainly I can saw the board.
Well, then go up on the roof and saw it.
Why should I go up on the roof and saw it when I can saw it from down here?
You can't saw it from down here.
Wait a minute, Abbott. Can you see the board from down here?
Certainly.
Well, I can see it from down here, too.
I know you can see it. I want you to go up on the roof and saw it.
Look, Abbott, I saw the board when I put it up there. I saw it before you did, and I don't want to see it again.
I didn't ask you to see it. I asked you to saw it.
Do you want me to see it or saw it?
Well, now, look. You've got to see it to saw it.
Get me off this seesaw. I'm getting seasick. Abbott, never mind all this. I'm going to go out and buy me a prefabricated house.
Hey, now, that's a good idea.
You come on over tomorrow afternoon and we'll have a housewarming.
Okay, Costello. I'll see you tomorrow.
Not if I saw you first.
Oh.
Come, Costello. Yes. Look, Abbott. What? Oh, here I am, Abbott. Come on in and take a look at my new prefabricated house. I just finished putting it up. Look, Abbott, I've even got a beautiful fire going in a fireplace.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty, isn't it?
Hey, this is a funny-looking house. Only one room, bare walls. Where did you get all that wood you're burning in the fireplace?
The company was very, very nice to me. They sent it along with the house.
Wait a minute. Let me see those plans.
Yes?
Mm-hmm. I thought so.
What?
You idiot. You burned the house and you're living in the packing case.
Oh, I'm a bad carpenter.
Abbott and Costello will be back in just a moment for Camel cigarettes. During the war, the makers of Camel cigarettes sent a total of more than 150 million free Camels to our fighting men overseas. Now free Camels are sent to servicemen's hospitals instead. This week, the Camels go to Veterans Hospital, Coatesville, Pennsylvania, U.S. Army McCornack General Hospital, Pasadena, California, U.S. Naval Hospital, Pensacola, Florida, U.S. Marine Hospital, Kirkwood, Missouri, and Veterans Hospital, Newington, Connecticut. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 3 times a week, are rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where our men are still stationed, and to our good neighbors in Central and South America. And now back to Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Well, Costello, you've done it again. Now you have no house. Where are you going to live?
Well, I could go and live with my Uncle Artie Stebbins, but I don't want to.
Where does your Uncle Artie live?
In a big 500-room house overlooking a bay.
Why, I'd call that a castle.
Everybody else calls it Alcatraz.
Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody.
Be sure to tune in next Thursday night to Abbott and Costello when they celebrate the first day of May. There'll be a big festival at Mrs. Wetwash's home, and Costello has his fortune told. Costello is a sucker for Sears. Tune in next week and listen to this Sears sucker.
A man who smokes a pipe has pipe appeal, so the ladies say, and the tobacco that has pipe appeal is Prince Albert, as millions of pipe smokers know. Prince Albert's choice tobacco with its rich, full flavor and cool mildness has made it America's favorite pipe tobacco. Prince Albert is specially treated to ensure against tongue bite, crimp cut to smoke slow and cool. For real smoking comfort, try Prince Albert. Another American favorite, Prince Albert's Grand Ole Opry, Saturday night on NBC. Red Foley sings the American folk songs you know and love. And if you don't already know and love Minnie Pearl and the other laugh makers on Grand Ole Opry, you will after you hear Grand Ole Opry on NBC Saturday night.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
This is Michael Roy in Hollywood wishing you all a pleasant good night for Camels. If your community remains on Standard Time, listen to Abbott and Costello 1 hour earlier starting next Thursday. Stay tuned now for the Eddie Cantor Show.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Let me explain. You see, the clothes that I had before,
When you're talking to a lady, you should take your hat off.
The rollicking romance of a gambling hoofer who loses his heart to a beautiful dance teacher in a merry mad chase of melody and mirth to the lilting tunes of 6 hit songs. by Jerome Kern and Dorothy Fields. The hilarious comedy of Victor Moore, Helen Broderick, and Eric Blore. Spectacular production numbers, stunning beauties, and the toe-tapping magic of the king and queen of captivating rhythm, Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers.
You're not going to run out with all our dough. I got to get married.
I wouldn't let you marry her for $10,000.
How about 20?
Not for $20,000.
25.
Love never, never change. Keep that breathless charm. Won't you please arrange it, 'cause I love you just the way you look tonight. Just the way you look tonight.
And Bing Crosby is up next.
Greetings, Gary and Durwood, and thanks for relinquishing the facilities of the network to us.
These boys do things in a big way, don't they?
Don't they swing, these kids?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you say that calls for a big song, Rosie?
Coming right up.
Stand the world on its ear, set it spinning, that'll be just the beginning. Curtain up, light the lights, we got nothing to hit but the heights. We'll be swell, we'll be great, I can tell, just you wait. That lucky star I talk about is due. Honey, everything's coming up roses for me and for you.
A brief moment here now, and a moment which should prove highly profitable to you, I really feel.
We're going to round up Del Monte Roundup.
Time to keep an eye out for values at your grocery store.
'Cause Roundup time is value time. Del Monte Roundup time.
Your grocer's featuring Del Monte fruits and vegetables, especially for you. Fresh tasting juices, too.
Roundup time is value time. Del Monte Roundup time. You'll discover canned food values that you don't often see. So it's time to fill your pantry shelf with Del Monte quality.
Come on to a Roundup, Del Monte Roundup.
'Cause Roundup time is value time. Del Monte Roundup time. Right now at your grocers. Right now at your grocers. Roundup time is value time. Del Monte Roundup time.
Well, Bing, I presume you're going to sing something for us.
Well, I didn't come here to discuss nuclear physics. As a matter of fact, I'd like to sing Breezing Along with the Breeze, if I'm not too presumptuous.
Oh, go right ahead. Breeze in with that tune anytime you want to.
You know, I'd like to do sometime. I'd like to sing this on TV in a glider.
In a glider?
Yeah.
Oh, terrific idea. How'd you ever think of that?
Oh, I don't know. I guess the wind just stimulates my imagination. I'm just breezing along with the breeze, trailing the rails, roaming the seas. Like the bird is it sing in the trees, I'm pleasing to live, and I'm living to please. The sky is the only roof I have over my head, and when I'm weary, Mother Nature makes me a bed. I'm just going along as I please, breezing along with the breeze. Mother Nature makes me a bed. I'm just going along as I please. Oh, yes, breezing along with the breeze.
We all know somebody who takes life easy.
But lots of you good people work too hard. You worry too much. Maybe you're on a special diet for a nervous stomach, possibly an ulcer. A diet that can pile on pounds because you have to eat frequently and drink milk between meals.
Here's where low-calorie Deserta puddings can help. Deserta, a delicious way to get the milk benefits you need without the extra calories you get in regular puddings. Because Deserta is one delicious pudding that's made without sugar. It won't load you up with extra calories.
You can dip into a dish of Deserta anytime, mealtime, bedtime, in between. You get all the goodness of a soothing milk dessert, delicious and digestible.
Try Deserta gelatin desserts, too, only 12 calories a serving. Look for Deserta, D-Zerta, in the low-calorie section of your grocery store.
Deserta, made without sugar, helps make your diet more interesting and less fattening.
Just you, just me. Let's find a cozy spot to cuddle and coo. Just us, just we. I've missed an awful lot. My trouble is you. Oh, gee, what are your charms for? What are your arms for? Use your imagination. Just you, just me. I'll tie a lover's knot round wonderful you. Oh, gee, what are your charms for? What are my arms for? Use your imagination. Just you, just me. I'll tie a lover's knot round wonderful, lovable you.
Mr. Buddy Cole commands our attention now. What's the word, Buddy?
Well, Rosie, I thought we'd do one of the songs from our Sleepy Time Gal album. Lover Come Back to Me, to be exact.
That features you on the piano, doesn't it?
On it, under it, and all over it.
I see. Some monkey shines, huh?
Crazy.
There are lots of annoying things you can ignore.
Like my singing.
Oh, don't butt in. And after a while, you do forget them. But you can't ignore miserable cold distress. You want to relieve it fast. To do that, listen.
Imagine a famous singer trying to make a hit recording when he feels miserable from cold and sinus trouble. He needs relief in a hurry, right, Frankie Lane?
Cold, sinus, and singing sure don't mix. To feel better fast, I take the newest medicine for those miseries, new improved 4-way cold tablets. New 4-way contains a decongestant to drain sinus congestion while it relieves cold distress.
Clinical tests prove 4-way acts faster than any other leading cold or sinus tablet. In minutes, 4-way speeds pain-relieving medicine all through your body. In the same time, there was no trace with other brands. Only 4-way starts so fast to relieve muscular pains, reduce fever, relieve headache without upsetting stomach. And 4-way drains sinus congestion to restore free breathing.
You're so right. 4-way's really great and really fast.
To relieve cold miseries while you drain sinus congestion, get new 4-way, fastest acting of all the leading cold and sinus tablets. New improved formula, same familiar package, only 39 cents.
My baby, I almost lost my mind. When I lost my baby, I almost lost my mind. My head is in a spin since she left me behind. Downtown, dug me a gypsy, and I had my fortune read. went downtown, caught up a gypsy, and I had my fortune read. And I hung my head in sorrow when she said what she said. I can tell you people that the news, it was ungood. Yes, the information which this gypsy had to impart to me was decidedly on the ominous trend. Yes, a bring down. She said, your baby's done quit you. This time she's gone for good.
Oh, it's spooky in here, Bing. What happened to the lights?
Well, the fuse must have blown, I guess. You better hold my hand. Oh, ouch, doggone. Who left that closet door open?
I don't know. Oh, thank goodness. There, the lights are back on.
Oh, yeah. Boy, did that ever hurt.
No wonder you bumped into the door. There's no room to squeeze by. Tell you what to do about it, Bing.
About this barking shin of mine?
No, about that open closet door. Replace it with an Easterner folding door. It's ideal where a regular door cramps your space.
You know, I might just take that advice. Tell me more.
Well, the Easterner, offered in fashionable colors, is made of flexible, full-length steel panels, laminated between two layers of washable vinyl. It's a snap to install and costs only $9.95 at department and drapery stores everywhere. And Bing...
Yes, Rosie?
You won't get any of this with an Easterner folding door. Its heavy-duty track and nylon slides operate smoothly, luxuriously, quietly for years. Made by Eastern Products Corporation of Baltimore, who also make the famous Eastern Weave Lifetime Woven Aluminum Folding Door. It's excellent as a room divider, a backdrop, or other smart home decorating effects. If you want the name of your nearest dealer, just call this station.
And now, if someone named Rosie Clooney would care to do a song with someone, I hope that someone will be me.
I will, and I suggest that we do Good Night, My Someone, written by Meredith Wilson.
That's with two L's.
With two L's?
Yeah, the two L's in Wilson.
Oh.
Yeah.
Good night, my someone. Good night, my love.
Sleep tight, my someone. Sleep tight, my love. Our star is shining, its brightest light. For tonight, my love, for tonight.
Sweet dreams be yours, dear, if dreams there be.
Sweet dreams to carry you close to me.
I wish they may, and I wish they might.
Now good night, my someone, good night.
I wish they may, and I wish they might.
Now good night, my someone, good So, we'll be back again, folks, with Buddy and the boys and Ken. Some music, some idle prattle.
Meantime, you take good care of yourselves, you hear?
Yeah, now take it real easy, and we'll see you all tomorrow.
Our nation's colleges are now in full swing, and they're also full up. This year's high school seniors will have a harder struggle than ever to get the higher education they need and deserve. In order to make room for the ever-increasing wave of new students, our colleges and universities need to expand facilities, hire new, highly qualified professors. Help ensure your child's higher education by giving now to the college of your choice.
Streamlined world today, adventure takes wing. Planes scuttle across country at a blazing speed. Man has raced around the earth in less than 4 days. Planes roar at 400 miles an hour. Airships, streamlined trains and buses speed thousands to new frontiers. Yet well within the span of our memory, the streamliner of its day, the American stagecoach, crossed the uncharted rugged West, bringing new people to a new country. What fascinating stories there were in the life of the stagecoach, and in the lives of its courageous passengers who found romance in danger and understanding in strange companionships. From the adventures of these American frontier characters, John Ford has created a truly great motion picture, Stagecoach, a drama as forceful and as true as The Informer, and as gripping as The Hurricane.
You all hear what the lieutenant said?
What are you trying to do, scare somebody?
If you'll take my advice, ma'am, you won't take this trip.
My husband is with his troops in Dry Fork. If he's in danger, I want to be with him.
All right, folks.
Hey, Curly, why don't you take the cuffs off the kid? He's mighty handy with a gun.
You drive them horses. I'll take care of the kid.
The man works all his life to get a hold of some money so that he can enjoy life, and has to run into a trap like this.
Trap, brother? You mean the Apaches? There's been no sign of them.
You don't see any signs of them. They strike like rattlesnakes.
You talk too much, Gatewood.
Don't, Fritz, don't please.
Take it easy, Gatewood. We may need that fighting before we get to the ferry.
You wouldn't be much good in a fight, you jailbird.
Oh, leave the kid alone. He's handcuffed.
Ringo asked me to marry him. Is that wrong for a girl like me? If a man and woman love each other, it's all right, ain't it, Doc?
Don't you know that boy's headed back for prison? Besides, if you two go into Lordsburg together, he's got to know all about you.
You didn't answer what I asked you last night.
Look, kid, why don't you try to escape?
I gotta go to Lordsburg. Why don't you go to my ranch and wait for me?
Wait for a dead man.
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
For you,
Proof of mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste.
Chesterfield always takes first place. That milder, mild tobacco never leaves an aftertaste.
So open a pack, give 'em a smell.
Then you'll smoke 'em.
Chesterfields presents The Bob Hope Show. Transcribed direct from Muroc Air Force Base, California. With Les Brown and his band of renown. For Chesterfields, yours truly, High Aberback. Our special guests, Connie Haynes and Ava Gardner. And here he is, the jet comic, a perfect blowhard, Bob Hope.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, here we are at Edwards Air Force Base at Muroc, the paradise of the West. Where never is heard a discouraging word and everybody has applied for a transfer. This place is really in the desert. I was introduced to a colonel today, and instead of eagles, he was wearing a gopher on each shoulder. Yes, sir, this is really in the desert. You know, when a platoon of infantrymen go on a 15-mile hike, it usually means they're going on a maneuver. When they march that far here, it just means they're going to the washroom. This is a very interesting base geographically. The sandstorms here are really something. In fact, at the Pentagon in Washington, there's a map representing all the Air Force bases. Muroc isn't a pin, it's a question mark. Last week, a pilot was trying to come in during a sandstorm. He asked the tower where to land, and the tower said, "Call you back as soon as we make our own landing." Up here... Thank you, drifters. Up here... This is an experimental base for the Air Force, and they're very strict about identification here. When I arrived, I told them I was Bob Hope and I tell jokes. They didn't believe me. Now I need a letter from somebody proving it. Don't just sit there. Start writing. There's so much secrecy here, some of the airmen don't know what they're doing. I talked to a pilot who thinks he's driving a Greyhound bus to Salt Lake City. Really? Everything's top secret here. This is the only place in the world where the jackrabbits have to take a loyalty oath. And they have some weird planes here at Muroc. Some of the aircraft are so advanced they may have to invent a man to fly them. But they're doing a great job. Last week they flew a plane almost 800 miles an hour. Next week they're going to try it with a motor. Imagine traveling faster than the speed of sound. That means I can put a Crosby record on my phonograph and be out of town before he starts singing. And I don't care what anybody says. I was the first man to crash through the sound wall. It happened when I was 3 months old. My nurse was changing my diaper, and I happened to touch a light socket. But I'm serious. They fly everything here at Muroc, and I mean everything. Yesterday, a pilot climbed into a cockpit and got up to 4,000 feet before he realized he was flying a Coke machine. He ran out of nickels and had to make a forced landing.
Proof of mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste. That's what Chesterfield has for you.
And here's the authority that proves Chesterfields are milder.
Over 1,000 prominent tobacco growers have signed this statement. To judge tobacco for its mild smoking qualities, I smell it. If it smells milder, I know it'll smoke milder. If that tobacco is made into cigarettes, those cigarettes will smell milder and smoke milder. That's why I smoke Chesterfield.
Yeah, there's the proof of mildness. Now the proof that Chesterfields leave no unpleasant aftertaste. The authority?
It's the country's first and only cigarette taste panel, who reported
Chesterfield is the only cigarette in which members of the panel found no unpleasant aftertaste.
Can't beat that for straight facts. That's what Chesterfields give you. Mildness plus no unpleasant aftertaste. So you can see, Chesterfields give you more for your money. Next time, buy Chesterfield. And now, ladies and gentlemen, here's an exceptional recording artist whose dynamic song styling keeps her in the top flight among the nation's jukebox favorites, singing one of the numbers she's presenting at the famous Coconut Grove now in Los Angeles. Here she is, Miss Connie Hayes.
When you see a guy reach for stars in the sky, you can bet that he's doing it for some doll. When you spot a John waiting out in the rain, chances are he's insane as only a John can be for a dame. When you meet a gent paying all kind of rent for a flat that could flatten the Taj Mahal, call it sad, call it funny, but it's better than even money that the guy's only doing it for some dollars. Guys and dolls, dolls and guys, they just make believe they're wise. They're the biggest rubes of all when they fall. When you see a dame change the shape of a frame, you can bet she's reducing it for some guy. When you find a doll with a diamond in a heart, rest assured that the rock has gone to restock some gentleman jock. When you see a mouse hurry out of the house, and she runs 20 blocks for cigars and rye, call it dumb, call it clever, but you can give odds forever that the doll's only doing it, though someday she'll be ruining it. That doll's only doing it for some guy.
Ladies and gentlemen, early this morning, Bob went out to the Burbank Airport in Los Angeles to meet the man who was going to fly him up here to Muroc, the famous jet pilot, Captain Chuck Yeager. Now, I wanted to see how Bob would feel about flying in a jet plane, so I went out to the airport to see them off.
Say hi. I can't wait to get started. Imagine what a thrill this would be. I'm not only flying to Muroc in a jet plane, but the pilot's going to be Captain Chuck Yeager, the first guy to fly fast enough to break through the supersonic wall.
Yeah, I know all that, Bob, but what I want to know is, where did you get that weird flying outfit?
What's the matter with it?
It looks awful baggy in the back.
Well, it's a seat cover from a coupe, and I'm built more like a station wagon, you see. Hey, would you look around for Captain Yeager? I can't see through these goggles. There's a little fog on my starboard porthole.
Well, here comes someone in Air Force uniform now, Bob.
Hey, buddy. I'm going to take off from that runway in a few minutes. Do you mind moving that Jeep with the big headlights?
That's not a Jeep. It's Bob Hope.
Yeah, well, I paid 2 bits to park here. Hey, wait a minute, Hi. That's Captain Chuck Yeager. There he is.
Hello, Bob. Hello,
Hamlin,
Hi.
West Virginia. Yes, sir. How are you, Chuck? Gee, I can't wait to take off in your jet plane. Boy, that's the way to travel.
Sure is. We'll be in the air in a few minutes. Here, Bob, I brought you a crash helmet.
Oh, thanks. Gee, it fits exactly. Say, how do you like that? The stores told me they didn't have my size.
That's right. They don't make flying helmets to fit a head like yours.
Just read the lines like they are. Look, they don't make flying helmets my size, huh? Then where did you get this one?
I put a chin strap on a cantaloupe skin.
Sure, I wish I were going on this flight with you guys, even though there is some danger.
Danger?
Oh, it's nothing to worry about, Bob, but under tremendous pressure, some people get molecular cobalitis, and they never regain consciousness.
Molecular colibitis? What's that?
Well, your red corpuscles are disintegrated by the white ones, and your blood becomes like milk.
Is it too late to get Elsie the cow? But, Chuck, you didn't tell me. What was that? What was that?
Oh, the mechanic's warming up my jet job. We'd better take off now. Come on, Bob.
Well, we don't have to be in such a hurry.
You're not nervous, are you?
Nervous? Who's nervous? My teeth always chatter like this in the morning. Look, Captain, before I get in that plane, I want to know just what happens on these flights.
Well, first of all, I check everything thoroughly, and you know, at those supersonic speeds, if anything happens, it's the end of both of us. What was that?
One half of Bob's goggles just fell off.
You know, as soon as we get in the air, we'll climb up to around 40,000 feet, and your oxygen mask had better be secure, or the pressure will get you and your lungs will collapse.
There goes the other half.
Of course, we have to be sure there are no leaks in the canopy. If any air gets in when we're going over 700 miles an hour, you'll get smashed like a housefly. What was that?
Bob just joined his goggles. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's what happened this morning at Burbank Airport. Isn't that right, Captain Yeager?
Yeah, that's what happened.
Well, how was the trip up here to Muroc, Captain?
Oh, I had a swell flight, but Bob's over in the base hospital getting oxygen. He had an attack of altitude sickness.
Oh, the trip in the jet was too much for him, huh?
No, Bob didn't fly up with me. At the last minute, he backed out.
Well, then how did he get altitude sickness?
He came up on a Greyhound bus and got a high seat over a wheel.
So, Bob's in the hospital, huh?
Yeah, but don't feel sorry for him. Ava Gardner's over there holding his hand.
Here's a glass of water, Bob.
Thanks, Ava.
And now, go ahead, Bob, and finish your story about the trip down here.
Oh, yes. Where was I?
Well, the plane was in a terrific spin. Captain Yeager had fainted from fright. You had just started a dead motor with a fingernail file, and you were kicking the ice off the wings with your feet while you tapped out a radio message with your nose.
Yes, and what made it even more difficult, Ava, was that somehow or other an eagle had gotten into the plane, and during all this it was laying eggs in my hair. I was courageous, but messy.
Gee, Bob. You know, I've never heard a story to equal this one for heroism.
But to tell the truth, neither have I. But there I was, Ava, going along at 1,700 miles an hour when all of a sudden...
Wait a minute, Bob. No. I thought that the fastest anyone had ever flown was around 800 miles an hour. How could you be going 1,700?
Well, there was very little traffic. As a matter of fact... What I mean is,
Look, if what you say is true, Bob, if it's true, how could you land a jet plane without any previous experience?
Oh, I didn't have any trouble, Ava. After Captain Yeager came to, he gave me advice.
Captain Yeager came too?
Uh-huh.
Then why didn't he land the plane himself?
Oh, yeah. Well, the control tower wouldn't let him land on account of Muroc regulation.
Muroc regulation?
Yes, they could see on the radar screen that he wasn't wearing a necktie. But, How are things at MGM, Ava?
Well, I've been pretty busy. I just finished a Technicolor film called Showboat.
Really? Well, you know, Ava, there's a rumor going around that you're doing everything you can to get me as the leading man in your next picture. It's all over Hollywood.
Oh? You know, I haven't heard about it.
Well, you live in Beverly Hills, and I'm covering that territory. Next week. I shall wait till the line's finished. But seriously, Ava, why don't you come over to my studio and make a picture?
Oh, it's very nice of you to ask me, Bob. But the studio usually picks someone to play opposite me who is more the reckless, dashing type.
Yes, I know. Do you think it would help any if you told them how I flew a jet plane down here and blacked out at 40,000 feet?
Oh, yeah, that reminds me, Bob. I've got something in my purse that belongs to you. Here.
Oh, gee, these are my flying goggles. Where'd you find them, Ava?
Well, Bob, you see, when you blacked out at 40,000 feet, they fell in my lap. I was sitting in back of you on the Greyhound bus.
Wherever you buy cigarettes in the USA, you have a treat in store for you. For right next to the tobacco counter, you'll probably see a gaily colored poster of the star of this show, Bob Hope. He's sniffing a pack of Chesterfields and smoking.
And I'm saying, how right. They smell milder, they smoke milder. Yes, the posters are lovely, Hi, but I wish Crosby would stop trying to improve the artwork.
Well, what's Bing been doing to the posters?
He's been going around nailing signs on them. Wanted, dead or alive.
Well, that's interesting. Is he offering a reward?
Yes, the first person that apprehends me gets Everett. But Hi, while I'm still at large, I'd like to sell the folks from Chesterfield's. Friends, that poster you'll see when you buy cigarettes is there to remind you that Chesterfield has, for you, proof of mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste. Now, to prove that for yourself, just make this test.
Buy a pack of Chesterfields. Open them. Enjoy that mild, mellow aroma.
That's right. Take a good whiff. Milder, isn't it?
Yes, Chesterfields have a milder aroma, and that means they smoke milder. Smoke them and check that.
And when you finish that milder Chesterfield, notice this because it's important. It leaves no unpleasant aftertaste. So, always buy Chesterfield, the only cigarette that gives you mildness plus no unpleasant aftertaste. Or, to sum it up in a musical capsule...
Chesterfield, Chesterfield always takes first place. That milder, mild tobacco never leaves an aftertaste.
So, open a pack, give 'em a smell.
Then you'll smoke 'em.
You know, after you light up a Chesterfield and you feel mellow and in a reminiscent mood, just sit back and...
Get out those old records, those old phonograph records, the ones we used to play so long ago.
What if they sound scratchy? The tunes really were catchy, especially those that said, I love you so. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like to put a stack of records on in the evening like this and listen to them. Each one brings back a special memory. And through them all runs the name of Ava. Yes, Ava. The only person in this world I ever loved. Every time my heart beat, it said,
Ava, 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 Sam, Ava.
Sam was her girlfriend. The one who always answered the phone when I called. Ah, what memory.
In the little red schoolhouse with my book and slate. In the little red schoolhouse I was always late.
Yes, sir, there's a record that takes me back. It reminds me of how I met Ava. I'll never forget the thrill I got when I noticed there was a new girl in the class. She was pretty. She was awful pretty. I'd seen a lot of pretty girls, but she was the prettiest of them all. In fact, she was so pretty, I walked over to her and said, You're pretty. Gee, I'm glad you're in the class. What's your name?
Ava.
Just the sound of her voice made my socks unravel. Because Ava was so beautiful, I might have known trouble was coming. One day at recess, the bully of the school, High Everback, walked up to me and said,
I don't want you carrying Ava's books home anymore, you hear? I'm taking over. From now on, she's my girl.
I don't think you're so tough.
No? Well, I'll show you. I'll hit you on the end of the nose so hard, you'll feel it within 5 minutes.
Okay, you asked for it. Take that. And that. Maybe I should have waited till he took off his glasses. I won the fight, and right after recess, I said, Ava.
Yes, Robert.
I changed seats with Willie Jones so I'd have the desk right across from you. Isn't it cozy this way?
Yes, Robert, but the other pupils are beginning to notice. You shouldn't be sitting next to me.
She was right. I shouldn't have been sitting at that desk. After all, I was the teacher. Those were wonderful days for Abe and me.
When I take my sugar to tea, all the boys are jealous of me. 'Cause I never take her where the gang goes when I take my sugar to tea.
Yeah, that tune reminds me of my first date with her. I remember we went to that little gypsy tea room. I was so in love, I brought home the tea bag as a souvenir. And I pressed it in the family album. Guess I shouldn't have done it because the tea colored everything in the album brown. To this day, my Uncle Julius looks like a soggy Indian. Ava looked gorgeous that day. As she came toward me, she looked at me lovingly and said,
Hello, Robert.
When she said my name, my socks unraveled again. This girl was too beautiful. By now, I had so many holes in my argyles, I had to paint my toes with plaid Chemtone.
Oh, Robert, I think this little tea room is just perfect. The candlelight and the wine, the waiters and the bandanas and earrings. Oh, who's this coming over to our table?
Oh, they have a strolling serenader who plays for couples in love. Let's hold hands and listen. Wait a minute. What's that?
What's the matter, Jack? Don't you like gypsy music?
That's gypsy music?
Yeah. I can't make a violin cry, but I can sure make a trombone sweat.
Well, we'll have to admit that it's different. But, you know, we'd like something more in the mood of a tea room.
Yes. Do you happen to know Russian lullaby?
Do I? Lay back your ears, Big Daddy. I'll blast it so loud, I'll blow the borscht out from under your boiled potatoes.
On second thought, don't bother. You see, we're sort of in love.
Yes, if you don't mind, we'd much rather be left alone.
In love. Now, ain't that sweet? I'm married, you know. My husband is so cute. He's 3-foot midget.
A midget?
On account of my husband being a midget. He got a wonderful job at the Muroc Officers Club.
Oh, really? Well, I've been there. What does your husband do at the Officers Club?
He's economy supervisor.
Uh-huh.
When you tug on the roller towel, did you notice how hard it is to get it out?
Yes, I did.
Yeah. Well, my husband's inside, holding on.
Oh, yes.
Well, I gotta be going.
Goodbye.
Dearie.
Yes.
I ain't no fortune teller, but I can tell you chose the right man.
Oh, do you think so?
Yes. He's got what every woman wants.
Really? What's that?
That beak. What a place to hang a wet nylon.
Now, wait a
There's only a paper moon sailing over a cardboard sea. But it wouldn't be make-believe if you believed in me.
Yes, I remember that paper moon. It was in the photographer's gallery where Abe and I had our graduation pictures taken. It was a proud day when those pictures appeared in the high school magazine, except for one thing. The editor of the magazine was cross-eyed. Ava came out the most popular man in the class, and I was chosen the girl who would make the best mother. That night, we met as usual.
Well, I got the pictures from the photographer, Robert. Don't we make a handsome couple?
Yeah, I wish it'd always be that way. Ava,
What?
will you marry me?
Oh, Robert, I've waited so long for you to ask me that. Come here and kiss me.
That one left me barefooted. I was so happy that night, Ava and I were going to get married and live in a little vine-covered cottage. I had everything figured out. My future was all set. There was only one thing I hadn't reckoned on. Yes, then came the war. didn't go. Gee, but I'd give the world to see that old gang of mine. I can't forget that. Oh, yes, sir, that old gang of mine. I didn't see any of them until that day in Denver. There was a convention in town. The hotel I was at was crowded. I was standing in the lobby when she entered. Ava. She was dressed in a white satin gown with a long train. She was wearing a white veil and carrying a huge bouquet of orange blossoms. A group of laughing friends followed her, tossing handfuls of rice. I ran up to her breathlessly and said, "What's new?"
Why, Robert, I haven't seen you for years. And to think that I'd meet you now when I'm on my honeymoon.
Honeymoon? Who'd you marry?
Hi, Everback.
Hi, Everback. How I hated him. He was still the crooked cheat he'd always been. He made a success in the fur business selling mink coats. But they weren't real mink coats. He made them by gluing mice onto a shower curtain.
Oh, Ava, darling, come along.
Well, I have to go now, Robert.
Goodbye, Ava. Oh, I stood there and watched the girl of my dreams walk out of my life. There was only one thing that bothered me. Did a spark of our old love still remain in her heart? Or had she been nice to me just because I was in uniform?
Boy, take these bags up to 987.
Yes, sir. Coming, sir.
The ones we used to play
All thanks for the memory of Edwards Air Force Base, where jet planes fly through space. The men on wing will help to bring peace to the human race. And we thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, you may think that ABC means always by Chesterfield, but confidentially, the AC stands for Army camps, Air Force camps, Navy bases, Marine camps, where Chesterfields make it possible for us to be these Tuesday nights. Chesterfield picks up the check for these trips, and it's ABC, a big check. But then what's a few $1,000s to Chesterfield? Just cigarette money. You know... While we're on the subject of money, let's buy Easter seals in big lots this year. What a wonderful job those Easter seals do for thousands and thousands of little kids who are crippled. Easter seals look like stamps, and believe me, when you buy Easter seals, you're helping stamp out a lot of pain and suffering and lending a hand to the handicapped. Next Tuesday, we'll be seeing you fellas from another one of Uncle Sam's big camps. Till then, thanks again to Ava Gardner, Connie Haynes, Captain Chuck Yeager, the Woodshedders, and the men of Muroc Air Base, who have the world's biggest job, keeping Uncle Sam's air the way it's kept at your corner service station, free. Good night for Chesterfield.
Folks, next time you buy cigarettes, remember this. Chesterfields give you more for your money, and that's because Chesterfields give you mildness plus no unpleasant aftertaste. Yes, Chesterfields do give you more for your money, and that's something to think about these days. So always buy Chesterfields. They satisfy. Chesterfield has brought you the Bob Hope Show, transcribed direct from Muroc Air Force Base, California.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
My friends, I'm not given to wild, unsupported statements. And I tell you that we must evacuate this planet immediately.
Jor-El, be reasonable.
Once there was a civilization, much like ours, but with a greater intelligence, greater powers, and a greater capacity for good. magic moment, that world was destroyed. But there was one survivor.
Now, wouldn't that beat all get out?
Because of the wisdom and compassion of Jor-El, because he knew the human race had the capacity for goodness, he sent us his only son. His name is Kal-El. He will call himself Clark Kent. But the world will know him as Superman. This year, Superman brings you the gift of flight. Superman, the movie.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Sound off for Chesterfield. Chesterfield is best for you. First cigarette with premium quality in both regular and king size. Chesterfield brings you Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to robbery detail. A hold-up man has been hitting large supermarkets in your city. He's fast and is experienced. Your job, get him. Tonight, I have a new report for you. A most important one, too. Because when you're asked to try a cigarette, you want to know, and you ought to know, what that cigarette has meant to people who smoke it all the time. After a full year of observation, a medical specialist who has given a group of Chesterfield smokers thorough examinations every 2 months for the full year reports no adverse effects to their nose, throat, or sinuses from smoking Chesterfield. More and more men and women all over the country are finding out every day that Chesterfield is best for them. Enjoy your smoking. Try Chesterfields today. They're best for you. Much milder, with an extraordinarily good taste.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Monday, July 7th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of robbery detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Didion. My name's Friday. We were on the way out from the office, and it was 10:22 a.m. when we got to the corner of 67th Street and Jefferson Boulevard, the Lamont Brothers Market.
Oh, I guess I should have been scared. The officer said he wanted the money. I gave it to him. I wasn't going to mess with it.
Mr. Haskins?
Yes, I'm Haskins. Who are you?
Police officer, sir. My name's Friday. This is my partner, Frank Smith.
Friday and Smith. Oh, yeah. You're the fellows that was talking about, huh?
Sir?
Oh, the other ones, the cops in the car. They said there'd be a couple of detectives here. Have you seen the other cops yet?
Yes, sir. We talked to them. They've already put out a call. I wonder if we can get some information from you.
Sure. You want to come back here to the office?
Yes, sir.
Back this way. We can talk there. Just sit down.
Mr. Haskins, if you'd just tell us what happened, please.
Well, it's pretty simple. I was sitting here getting the money ready for the bank, and this guy came in. He said he wanted the money. Had a gun, so I gave it to him. That's it. Nothing more. He just took the money and left.
Mm-hmm. What time was it, sir?
Around 8:30, 8:45.
How many men were there, sir?
Well, there was two. Two's all I saw. I don't think there was any more of them.
All right, sir. If you could just tell us exactly what happened.
Well, I told you they came in. They took the money.
I know, sir, but if you'd go into more detail.
Well, I came in about 7:30 this morning, like always. Checked things over the store to make sure that everything was okay. Then I started checking out the week's receipts.
Uh-huh.
Well, then, like I said, it must have been 8:45 or so, and heard this knock on the door. Thought there must be something wrong. The employees know not to bother me when I'm making up the deposit slips.
Yes, sir.
That's when I knew that something was wrong. Right away, I said to myself, Larry, there's something up. Something isn't good.
Yes, sir.
Oh, it was right. Went over to the door and unlocked it. There he was, this big fellow, stood there with a gun. The way his eyes lit up when he saw all that money laying on the desk.
Did you have any idea of how much money was taken, sir?
Well, it was about $6,000 cash. I guess another $1,500 in checks, more or less.
Uh-huh. I wonder if you'd give us a description of this man, could you?
Well, like I said, he was a big one, real mountain of a man, well over 6 feet. Had this gun, you know.
Uh-huh.
He stood there and said, this is stick-up. I want that money. And he pointed at the money with his gun.
Oh, what kind of a gun was it? Could you tell?
That's a great question. Of course I could tell. He had it right under my nose. Shotgun, sawed off. Had the stock cut down, too. Looked like a horse pistol. Well, he handled that thing. I wasn't going to mess with him.
Uh-huh.
I told him, take the money. Take it and get out, not to shoot that thing off. He did. Walked right over to the desk and scooped up the money. He had a paper bag. He put it down by the table. He scooped the money into it. Then he said to me to stay put, not to try to yell or be brave. Didn't have to tell me that. I wouldn't have tried anything.
You said there was another man, is that right?
Yes, I saw him when I left. He was a little fellow.
Mm-hmm. About how tall would you say?
Well, it'd be kind of hard to tell. I didn't get very close to him.
Well, was he armed, too?
Yeah, he was carrying a revolver.
They drive a car, would you know?
Well, if they did, I didn't see it.
You went out after them, then?
I should say not. The way that one fellow waved that gun around, I stayed right here. He said to stay put, and that's just what I did.
What'd this big man look like?
Oh, a real mountain. He was 6'2" anyway. He must have weighed in at about 215.
Mm-hmm. How about his coloring?
It was dark. He had black hair. His eyes were dark. Not a brown. It was almost black. Real dark.
Mm-hmm. And when he spoke, did he have an accent, anything like that you might have noticed?
No, I don't think so. At least there was one. I didn't notice it. Mm-mm.
Did he have any scars or marks?
What?
Any scars or marks? Anything that might make it easier for us to identify him?
Yes, there was a little scar right here. Right over the bridge of his nose. Across here.
Mm-hmm. How about his clothes? What was he wearing?
Had a brown hat on, a brown jacket. Short kind of what you'd call that the real slick material, you know. Satin, like bowling teams wear.
Yes, sir.
Had on a pair of brown pants, brown shoes.
How was the other one dressed?
I couldn't tell you for sure. Like I said, I only saw him for a minute when I opened the door. He was out there telling the people to just mind their own business, do that, and they wouldn't get hurt. I didn't get a good look at him, but that big one, he was a real mountain.
Do you usually have this much money around in the store?
No, not usually. See, this was a long weekend. You know, the 4th was Friday, and whenever we have a long weekend, we usually have $10,000 or $12,000 in cash here. That's where the guys really goofed.
Sir?
Really missed the boat. You know, if they'd known what they were doing, they'd have gotten a lot more.
Well, how's that, sir?
The safe out in front. Another $7,000 out there. Guys missed it completely.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, sure hope they don't come back for it.
"11:05 a.m. Frank and I checked with the officers in the radio unit that had answered the call. They'd gotten out a broadcast on the bandits and then started a canvass of the neighborhood, but they didn't find anyone who could give them any information. One of the clerks was able to describe the smaller of the two suspects, and we got out a local and an APB on them. Then we took the market manager downtown to look at the mug books. He told us that the larger man had worn gloves all the time he was in the store, so there was no need to look for fingerprints. The market bandits had been operating for the past 8 months. In that time, they'd held up 17 stores. Their method of operation was always the same. They'd hit only after a weekend or on the Monday following a holiday weekend. They'd hit only the larger supermarkets of the ranch type. Their operations had taken them all over the Southland. We'd tried to stake the markets that might be hit, but their field of operations had been so wide that it was impossible. 2:15 p.m. The market manager, Larry Haskins, started on the 6th mug book.
Sure, a lot of them.
Yes, sir.
All these fellas all committed some crime, huh?
Yes, sir, that's right.
That one there looks like my brother-in-law. He's got a weak chin. Yeah, just like him. No. So a few of these, and they all begin to look alike. Did you ever notice that?
Yes, sir.
Hey, wait a minute.
Yes, sir?
This fellow here. This one right here, you see?
Mm-hmm.
That's the fellow, no doubt about it. That's the one.
The market manager had identified Bernard R. Hanson as one of the holdup men. The other employees of the store were called in, and they identified the same picture as being the man who'd held them up. We checked on his record and found that he'd been convicted for armed robbery and had been sentenced to the state penitentiary. He'd also served 6.5 years and had been released. We got the last known address of the suspect. Frank and I checked it out and found that Hanson had moved some months before, but had left a phone number where he might be contacted. 6:30 p.m. Frank put in the call.
Yes, sir. That's right, sir. You sure about that, are you? I see. Well, if there's anything more you can think of, I'd appreciate a call. That's right, Michigan 5211. Extension 2511. Smith, that's right. Or if I'm not in, ask for Joe Friday. No, sir, Friday, like the day in the week. That's right. All right, thank you very much, Doctor. Goodbye.
Anything?
Yeah, I talked to Dr. Corby. The place is a rest home. Hanson's there as a patient. Been there for the past 4 months. Doctor says he's bedridden.
We checked on the rest home. It was a private sanitarium in the valley. We got in touch with the medical authorities and found that the head of the hospital was listed as Dr. James Corby. Frank and I drove out and talked to Dr. Corby and the rest of the staff. From them, we got the story that Hanson had been a resident of the home for the past 4 months. We found that he had a lung ailment and was confined to his bed 24 hours a day. The doctor showed us his records and charts. And from what we could tell, it would have been impossible for Hanson to have been the bandit. 3 weeks passed. On August 4th, the market thieves hit again, this time out in East Los Angeles. They got away with a little over $9,000. The manager of the market came downtown and checked the mug books. They again identified Hanson as the thief. We had the stats office make another run on the M.O. used. The result came back, and out of the thousands of cards checked, only one fitted the way the robbery had been carried out, Hanson's. We called the rest home and found that on the day of the holdup, the suspect hadn't left his bed. Another month passed. During that time, we ran down all leads. Informants were questioned, but they could tell us nothing. Apparently, the holdup men were hitting and then dropping completely out of sight until they hit again. Monday, October 27th, 8:05 a.m. I checked in for work.
Joe?
Yeah. Did you just get in?
Yeah, a couple of minutes ago.
Sure is a beautiful day, isn't it? Yeah. Did you see Didion yet?
No. The way he talked yesterday, I don't want to.
Well, he's pretty hacked. I can't blame him too much. The guy sure seemed to have us stopped.
The thing I can't understand is that everybody's positive it's Hanson. Doesn't seem to be any doubt in their minds.
That doesn't make any sense. Did you get the kickback on the doctor?
Yeah, I came in late yesterday.
How about it?
Well, can't find anything on him. Family man, lives out in the valley, a couple of blocks from the hospital. Checked his bank account. He does pretty well, not great. No big deposits lately.
Did you check the AMA on him?
Yeah, he's not a member. They haven't got anything on him.
How about the rest of the staff out there?
Well, seems to be okay. 2 of the nurses have been there for over 2 years, and the male nurse was hired about 5 months ago.
That'd be just before Hanson got there.
Yeah.
Well, what's his record?
There isn't any. Not a thing on him in the files, nothing from Washington.
Well, I don't know. He seemed to come up out of the ground, pull the jobs, and then drop back in. Nothing on the partner?
No, thought I had something. Talked to an informant this morning while I had coffee. He thought at first that he knew who the little guy was, but then he remembered that the fellow he was thinking about died 2 years ago.
A hot shot, I get it. Well, let's go. I hit again. At 8:01 a.m. that morning, a pair of hold-up men had walked into a market out on Adams Boulevard and robbed the place of a little under $11,000. The manager gave us a description of the hold-up men. One was large, dark, and had a small scar over the bridge of his nose. The other was small, sandy-haired, and had no visible marks or scars. We showed the manager mugshots of Hanson, and he positively identified him as the larger of the 2 men. A local and an APB was gotten out on the pair, and then Frank and I drove out to the hospital to see Hanson. 8:46 a.m. We talked with Dr. Corby.
I know you men are trying to do your duty, but I've told you before, it couldn't possibly be Mr. Hanson. I know for a fact that he hasn't been out of his bed this morning.
Was it possible for him to get out of his room without you knowing it?
No.
Wonder if we could see him, Doctor.
No, I don't think that'd be possible. He's still asleep, and I can't have him disturbed.
Now, you're sure, though, that he couldn't have left the hospital without you knowing it?
Absolutely, no chance of it.
What time does Hanson generally wake up, Doctor?
Depends. Usually, though, I'd say he's awake by 9:30 or so.
Wonder if we could wait and talk to him.
If you like. I'll tell one of the nurses to call you when he's awake.
All right, sir, that'd be fine.
One thing, though, I must insist on.
What's that, Doctor?
He mustn't be excited. I don't think you gentlemen really know how ill Mr. Hanson is. If you had any idea, you wouldn't be out here with this ridiculous questioning.
Yes, sir, we understand. We're just trying to get this thing straightened out as soon as we can.
Fine. I'll go along with you part of the way, but I'll not have my patient disturbed. Any excitement would be very bad for him.
Well, don't worry, Doctor. We'll be as brief as possible.
Fine. If you'll excuse me now, I've got some things to do. I'll tell the nurse to call you when he wakes up. And remember, no excitement.
What do you figure, Joe?
Well, it's got me. The way he talks, every one of those witnesses are wrong.
Yeah, but it's happened before. Get a positive identification and end up with the wrong guy.
Yeah, but all of them are so positive, it just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
You're the police officer?
Yeah, that's right. Why?
I'm Bob Jameson. I work here.
Oh, yeah, you're the male nurse, that right?
Yeah. You're out here about Barney Hanson, aren't you?
We want to see him, yeah.
What can we do for you?
It's about Barney.
What about him?
I don't think things are the way they look.
What do you mean by that?
I wouldn't want the doctor to know I've been talking to you. He'd raise the roof, probably fire me.
Well, what's it about, Jameson?
Like I said, it's about Barney.
Yeah?
Well, when I came here, they told me that Barney was pretty sick. Said they didn't expect him to live.
Yeah.
One day the buzzer rang in his room. You know he wanted something?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the doctor was on the phone. The other nurses were busy. So I started down the hall to see what Barney wanted. Got to the door of the room, and the doctor stopped me.
Uh-huh.
Really read me off. Said that I wasn't to go into the room at all. That he was taking care of Barney personally. That he'd see what he wanted.
Yeah?
No, that was just the first time. Same things happened a couple more times. And he told us about you. Told us what to say if you asked any questions.
Well, what did he tell you?
Said that we wasn't to tell you anything. That we didn't know anything.
Well, why didn't you tell us all this before?
Well, you see, this isn't a regular hospital. I don't think that he's even a regular doctor. I've worked around hospitals for a long time, and I never saw no doctor act like he does. He doesn't even know how to write out a diet, feed some of the people here all the wrong things.
That right?
Yeah, and I'll tell you something else, too.
What's that?
I don't think there's anything wrong with Barney. I think the whole reason for him being here is phony.
Bob?
Oh, yes, Doctor.
What are you doing here?
Came to see if these gentlemen needed anything.
Oh. Mm-hmm. Well, I'll take care of it now. Will you check on Mr. Hardy, please? See if he's awake yet.
Yeah, sure.
Just a minute.
What?
I'd like you to stay here for a minute. I'm afraid we're going to have to see Mr. Hanson right now, Doctor.
I'm afraid that's impossible. I told you before, I'm not going to have him disturbed.
I'm afraid we're going to have to disturb him. Won't take very long. Jameson, where's his room?
Oh, I'll show you. It's down this way.
I'm going to speak to your superiors about this, coming into a hospital and disturbing patients. I'm sure the fact that you're officers doesn't give you the right to do this.
Now, this is his room.
You want to open the door? Well, how about it, Doctor?
Well, I don't understand it. He's got to be here. He can't get out of bed. I'm sure there's some explanation for his disappearance.
Yeah, maybe you can explain this, too. There's stuff here in his bed.
What is it, Joe?
A gun and some money.
You are listening to Dragnet, the authentic story of your police force in action.
Chesterfield Regular, Chesterfield King Size. The first cigarette to give you premium quality either way you like 'em. This means that King Size Chesterfield contains tobaccos of better quality and higher price than any other King Size cigarette. Chesterfield is first to name all its ingredients that make the best possible smoke. And Chesterfield gives you this full year's scientific report. No adverse effects to the nose and throat of a group smoking only Chesterfields. So enjoy your smoking. Change to Chesterfield today. Much milder, with an extraordinarily good taste.
9:30 a.m. We called the office, and 2 more teams of men came out to help us search the place. Hanson was not on the grounds of the hospital. In his room, we found several floor plan drawings of markets that had been robbed. The drawings showed the location of the manager's office and of the safe. Along with the drawings, we found several maps with roads marked on them leading back to the hospital. A stakeout was placed on the rest home in the event that the suspect returned, and Frank and I drove the doctor back downtown. We talked to him for an hour before he finally told us the story. He said that Hanson had come to him and offered him money to say that he was ill and to give him a room. The doctor went on to say that after he got started, he tried to get out of the deal, but that Hanson said he'd get his family if the doctor said anything about his activities to the police. Dr. Corby gave us the name of Hanson's accomplice, Marty Peterson. He said that he didn't know where Peterson lived, but that he usually came out a couple of times a week to see Hanson. We notified the stakeout to be on the lookout for Peterson, and then we booked Dr. Corby at the main jail. We ran the name Marty Peterson through R&I, but we got no make. We sent the name to George Brereton up at CII in Sacramento, and also to Washington. The kickback gave Peterson a record of 2 arrests of robbery and 1 for ADW in the East. It also gave the name of a sister who lived in Los Angeles. We checked with her, and she was able to tell us where Peterson lived. Thursday, October 30th, Frank and I drove out to his apartment.
Who is it?
The manager.
Just a minute.
Yeah, what is it? You Marty Peterson?
Yeah, what do you want?
Police officers, you're under arrest.
Come on, come on up. Get out of here, you lousy bug.
All right, come on, get up. You got no right to come in here and bother me. What's all this about?
Want to shake him?
Yeah.
Come on, get your hands up on that wall. He's carrying a gun, Joe. Here. I got it.
What are you guys trying to prove? I didn't do nothing. You guys lean on everybody like this. Fella's got a record, and right away he's fair game for every crummy cop in the country.
Yeah, you bet. Come on, let's go.
Well, you still haven't told me what this is all about. What are you putting the pinch on me for?
Robbery.
Robbery? You're off your rocker. I'm out here on a vacation. I haven't done anything.
You're an ex-con with a gun. That's a felony. And where's Barney Hanson?
Who?
Barney Hanson. Where is he?
I don't know no Barney Hanson. Don't know what you're talking about.
All right, let's come off it, Peterson. Now, where is he?
Barney Hanson? Well, I might know who you're talking about. I know a fella by that name, but he's out in a hospital in the valley. Haven't seen him for a long time in a hospital out in the valley.
Nice try, Peterson. Hanson checked out of the hospital. We got the doctor. He told us all about it. Now, where's Hanson?
I don't know. Last I heard of him, he's out at that hospital. If he ain't there now, I don't know where he is.
All right, let's go downtown.
That doctor copped out, huh?
Yeah. Told us him in the whole setup.
How about the money? You find the money?
No, we didn't find anything.
You didn't find any dough at all?
Not a bit.
The lousy crumb. He told me to be safe out there. They'd never shake a hospital. Not a dime, huh?
No. Looks like he left you to stand for this. He probably took off with all the money. Probably never see him again.
Yeah, we ain't going to get away with it. No, sir, he ain't.
Looks like he will.
Oh, yeah, I'll tell you where he is.
We took Marty Hanson down to the city hall, and he was booked at the main jail. Before he was booked, he gave us the name and address of Hanson's girlfriend. Frank and I drove over and talked to her. She told us that she hadn't seen the suspect for several weeks. She said that she'd heard that Hanson had been running around with another girl. She also told us that she'd heard Hanson had bought a new car and was running around with a new bunch of friends. She said that she hadn't seen him since he got the new car, but that she'd heard it was a new Oldsmobile, and it was painted a fire engine red. We called the office and arranged for a stakeout on her apartment, and then we began to check out the Oldsmobile dealers in the Los Angeles area. 2 teams of men were assigned to help us in running down the list. It took us 2 days to talk to the dealers in town. Each of the dealers was shown a mugshot of Hanson. 2 days went by. Finally, we got an identification. A dealer out on Franklin in Hollywood reported that he'd sold a car to Hanson. However, when we checked the address he gave us, we found that Hanson had moved a week before and left no forwarding address. We got in touch with the Department of Motor Vehicles, and from them we got the address where they'd sent the pink slip. It was an apartment house out on Highland Avenue. Frank and I went out to check it out.
Yes?
Bernard Hanson in?
No, he isn't. Something you wanted?
You expecting him?
I don't know. I haven't seen him this morning. I just got here myself.
What if we could talk to you?
Who are you?
Police officers. My name's Friday. This is my partner, Frank Smith.
How do you do? I'm Lily Edwards. Come on in.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Get you anything? Cup of coffee? Anything?
No, thanks. When'd you last see Hanson?
Last night. We got a date at 2:30 this afternoon. What time is it now?
Well, it's 2:37, ma'am.
Late. He'll be along in a minute. What do you want to see him about? Done something?
Better if we could talk to him.
Personal, huh?
Yes, ma'am.
He's a wild one, old Barney. Him and that red car. Real wild.
Ma'am?
That car he drives. You know, it's a red Olds. He's like a kid with it, always wiping it off, taking care of it. I think he'd bring it up here at night if he could. Never seen anything like it.
Mm-hmm. How long you known Hanson, Miss Edwards?
Not long. A couple of weeks, I guess. Not much more than that.
Where'd you meet him?
Well, I hope you won't get the wrong idea, but...
Ma'am?
Well, I live down on Vine Street, below Fountain, you know?
Yeah.
Well, I usually have morning coffee at the drugstore, the big one on Vine.
Yeah.
Well, one morning Barney comes in. I guess it's about 9, somewhere around there. He plunks down on a stool next to mine. Then he takes out a package of cigarettes and starts to light one. He's shaking so much he can hardly hold the match up to the cigarette. Well, I got to laughing because I thought he was hungover. Anyways, we got to talking, and the next thing I knew, he asked me out to lunch.
Uh-huh.
Well, I knew it wasn't proper, but I figured, well, he seemed like a nice guy, so I told him that I'd meet him. We had lunch that day, and we sort of been going together since.
I see. Hanson ever told you what he did for a living?
No. I asked him a couple of times, but he wouldn't say anything right to the point. He'd, kind of hedge around the bush. So I figured that he didn't want to tell me, and I stopped asking. He was always nice to me. No need for me to pry into his personal affairs. What time you got now?
It's 2:40, ma'am.
Can't understand it. He's usually so prompt. I hope nothing happened to him. He said sure to meet him at 2:30. Or was it 3:30? I don't remember too well. Never sure about times or dates, things like that, you know.
Yes, ma'am. You ever met a man named Peterson, Marty Peterson?
Marty Peterson? Yeah, I've met him, little guy.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, he's a friend of Barney's. They're in some sort of business together. I don't know just what it is, but I know that they're associated in some way.
Hanson's never said anything about this business to you, has he?
No. Like I said, he's very close-mouthed about what he does.
You ever mention a Dr. Corby to you?
Corby? No, I don't think I've ever heard that name before.
Would you know how long Hanson's lived here?
No, I think he moved in just before I met him. I don't think he's been here very long. Say, what are all these questions about? I hope I haven't said anything to get Barney in trouble. He's such a nice guy. I sure wouldn't want to do that.
No, ma'am, you haven't done that.
Hi, Lily. Who are you? What are you doing here?
Police officers. You're under arrest, Hanson.
For what?
Suspicion of robbery. I'll shake him, Joe.
Now, wait a minute. What is this, a shakedown? What are you guys trying to prove? You got nothing on me. I fell once. I did my time. I owe you nothing.
He's clean, Joe.
Why'd you do that? I'm not giving you any trouble. I got no reason. You got nothing on me. I got nothing to worry about. I'll go with you. There's no reason not to.
You mean what these guys say is true? You've been mixed up in some robbery?
Oh, knock it off.
What do you mean, knock it off? Don't you talk to me like that. I'm not going to take talk like that from you.
Like I said, knock it off.
All right, come on, let's go.
You really figure you got me for a 211, huh?
Yeah, we got the rest of them, too.
Peterson and the doc?
That's right.
I suppose they talked, huh?
Yeah, they told us all about it.
Sweet racket. Should have known it could only last so long. Should have figured that the longer I played against the house, the shorter my chances were.
It is true, and you never told me. All this time, and you never told me you were a crook. Of all the rotten deals...
Oh, shut up, will you? Always shooting off your big mouth.
Listen, Barney Hanson, I told you before, don't you talk to me like that. I won't take it.
You haven't got much choice now, have you, Lily? You know something, cop?
What's that?
Might be kind of pleasure to get into a nice, quiet jail. Get away from this dumb broad. She's the dumbest broad in the entire United States and Canada. Real pretty, but boy, she's stupid.
Now, I told you, Barney Hanson, I'm not going to have you talk to me like that.
Kid's a real shrew. Young, and she's a real shrew. Let's go. Glad to get away from her.
All right, Barney Hanson, that does it. I'm through with you. I've had it. It's going to be a long time before I even talk to you. A long time.
Yeah, well, you're right about that. Let's go.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On February 4th, trial was held in Department 89, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. In a moment, the results of that trial.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. Earlier tonight, George Fenneman gave you what I consider pretty strong evidence that Chesterfield is the cigarette you ought to be smoking. That's why I'd like you to try a pack of Chesterfields. I think you'll find they give you everything you want. A real good taste and Chesterfield mildness.
Bernard R. Hanson and Martin S. Peterson were tried and convicted of robbery in the first degree. They were filed on for 10 counts and received sentences as prescribed by law. Robbery in the first degree is punishable by imprisonment in the state penitentiary for a period of from 5 years to life. Dr. James Corby was allowed to plead guilty to a lesser charge and was sentenced to 1 year in the county jail and placed on probation for 10 years. One of the terms of his probation being that he is not permitted to operate a rest home. Just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. technical advisors, Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Brasher. Heard tonight were Ben Alexander, Vic Rodman, Herb Ellis. Script by John Robinson. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
For a million laughs, tune in Chesterfield's Martin and Lewis Show, Tuesday on this same NBC station. And sound off for Chesterfield's. Either regular or king size, you'll find premium quality Chesterfields much milder. Chesterfield is best for you.
Chesterfield has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the fight against an old enemy, polio, medical research has armed us with a powerful new weapon, gamma globulin. Used soon enough, it can prevent the paralyzing effects of polio. But first, you must furnish the raw material, blood. Doctors urgently need your donation of blood to make gamma globulin. So call the Red Cross. Please don't put it off. It's too important. Call the Red Cross tomorrow and make an appointment to give blood.
Tonight, it's Adventure with Barry Craig on NBC.
Burt Lancaster as J.J. Hunsaker, world-famed columnist whose gossip is gospel to 60 million readers. Tony Curtis as Sidney Falco, the kid who had ideas about taking over.
But we happen to know I'm your star pupil because I reflect back to you your own talent. I'd hate to take a bite of you. You're a cookie full of arsenic.
Don't turn your back on him. You might find a knife in it. This is their story, and that of the big shots and big names who worship the sweet smell of success. Along Broadway, throughout Hollywood, down Wall Street, on Capitol Hill, sweet smell of success.
We're friends, Harvey. We go as far back as when you were a fresh kid congressman, don't we?
Why is it that everything you say sounds like a threat?
Maybe it's a mannerism, because I don't threaten friends. But why furnish your enemies with ammunition? And here you are, out in the open, where any hep person knows that this one is toting that one around for you.
Sidney is a great salesman. He'd sell anything to get there. Just ask his girl.
Sidney, I don't do this sort of thing.
What sort of thing?
This sort of thing.
You need him for a favor, don't you? Well, so do I. I need his column tonight. All you think about is yourself and your column. You see yourself as some sort of a national glory. To me, and lots of people like me, your slimy scandal and your phony patriotics, to me, Mr. Hunsaker, you're a national disgrace.
Burt Lancaster as the almighty J.J. Hunsaker. Tony Curtis as his man of all dirty work. Introducing Susan Harrison and the Chico Hamilton Quintet.
Explain why you put your hands on my sister.
Jake! I didn't do anything!
Stop!
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
A special rebroadcast for the American Armed Forces and their allies. You're invited to drop in where the elite meet to eat. Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meet to eat. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Hello, Duffy. Tonight, Gracie Fields. Yeah, the English Nightingale. Well, she sings them Cockney songs. Cockney, you know, it's an Englishman with a Brooklyn accent. Well, she was in that picture, Holy Matrimony. No, Duffy, she wasn't the bearded lady. That was Monty Woolley. Gracie was the singer. Yeah. Has she got a music? The biggest ass-pedestre of them all? Yeah, I imagine she's probably got it. She's now singing at the Waldorf Astoria. Yeah, and Duffy, I've been trying to figure it out. Why does the Waldorf make so much more money than we do? See? And I got the answer. They got a hotel on top of the joint. So I was thinking, you know that back room where we keep the pig's feet? Well, you see, that could be the bridal suite. And, hello? Hello? He hung up. Now, Eddie, we gotta get the Duffy Chorio hotel ready for occupancy. Did you remove the pig's feet out of the back room?
Yeah.
How does the room look?
To high heaven.
You mean the room still,
Mr. Archie, now you might get away with calling this place the Duffy Archoria, but you'll never be able to call that room the Rose Room. By the way, there's another thing wrong with that bedroom.
What?
There ain't no bed in it.
I knew I forgot about something. A bed. Well, I'll tell you what. Go down to the cellar and get them 2 empty potato sacks down there. Go over to Brunschweiger's chicken market, Eddie, and tell Brunschweiger to pluck us a mattress.
Suppose you want it out of Inner Spring Chicken.
Well, naturally.
Hey, what a hotel.
What's wrong with this hotel?
This is the kind of hotel where when the tenants get rich, they move to a flop house. Ain't nobody gonna be dumb enough to sleep here.
What? Nobody gonna be dumb enough to sleep here, huh?
All right.
Hello, Finnegan. Finnegan, you look tired.
Yes, Arch, I am quite fatigued. Fatigue always makes me so tired. I slept a sleepless night last night.
You did, huh?
I can't sleep when somebody snores.
Well, who was snoring?
I was.
You mean you snore so loud you keep yourself awake?
Well, it ain't so bad when I go... But when I go... I blow the covers off. I am seriously thinking of moving to a hotel.
Well, welcome, Transient. Finnegan, how would you like to move into our back room?
The room with the pig's feet?
Well, we're taking them out, Finnegan.
No.
Well, why not?
I have been in that room. It wouldn't be so bad when I went... But how could I sleep if I ever went...
Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe we better put a window in that room,
Well, Archie, here I am.
Here whom is?
Miss Duffy, the beautiful innkeeper's daughter.
Your old man ain't so beautiful.
You know what I mean.
Well, the way you should say it is Miss Duffy, the beautiful daughter of the innkeeper, which is grammatically correct, but physically impossible.
That's a good joke on Papa. I'll have to tell it to Mama.
What a brain.
Hi, Arch.
Back, hot old tool, you dirty forger. You dirty swindler. I didn't think you'd have the nerve to come back here after swindling me with that oil stock last week. I thought at least you would have the decency to eschew this joint.
Arch, it was just a prank. I swear by me warden.
But why did you have to do it to me?
Well, it was me first attempt at swindling, and I thought it would be more honest to swindle somebody who wouldn't press charges. Arch, don't be sore. I am in trouble enough.
What's your trouble?
Me landlady threw me out this morning. I've been going nuts all day trying to find me a room.
Is that so? Eddie, what do you think? Should I forgive him and rent him that room?
Yeah, it'll serve him right.
Crackpot, you see, we're turning our place into a hotel, and we can rent you one of our better rooms.
One of your better rooms, huh? Has it got a bed?
Bed? How long are you planning to stay?
Well, has it at least got running water?
Well, what would be the good of having running water? It ain't got no sink.
Well, how am I going to wash me face?
Wash it? Crackpot, this is a hotel room, not a beauty parlor.
Well, look, is there a towel?
For what do you want a towel if you can't wash?
What's a guy going to use to shine his shoes?
What everybody else uses, the bed sheet.
Okay, I'll take it. What's the number of me room?
What number would you like?
You mean I can have me choice of rooms?
No, but you can have your choice of numbers. Here's a piece of chalk. You can write it on the door yourself. 105, 205.
Do you mind if I make it 905? I like to sleep high up.
Well, suit yourself. Front. Hey, Front, will you come here?
Yes?
Oh, Front, show this gentleman and his luggage to room 905.
905. Putting it up there ain't gonna air it out.
Hey, Art! Crackpot, don't shout. If you want something, ring for it. That's what the dishpan is for.
Okay. Hey, Art!
What?
There's termites in me room.
Them ain't termites. That guy will be giving this hotel a bad name.
Hey, Arch, look who just came in. The W.C. Fields.
Finnegan, that's Gracie Fields. Well, Miss Fields, welcome to the Duffy Arturia. How do you like our little ye tavern?
It's very quaint. Reminds me of a little inn I used to know in Lancashire.
Oh, yeah? What was the name of it?
The Sign of the Greasy Goat.
What a coincidence. We were going to put Duffy's picture outside, too.
This little Lancashire inn was a lot of fun, Archie. The guests used to spend most of the night throwing darts.
Spent the nights throwing darts. What a dump. We set traps. Well, Gracie, sit ye doon. Would you care for a spot of off and off?
What?
Off and off.
Off what and off what? I think the man's an half-wit.
Eddie, I think the gentleman in 905 is ringing.
What room was that again?
905.
Don't I ask the silliest questions?
Does everyone hit dishpans when they want room service?
No, only 905. All the other room has buzzers.
Then why don't you have a buzzer in 905?
Then how would we know it was 905? You see?
Archie.
Oh, Gracie, I would like you to meet Miss Duffy, the hotel's daughter.
Oh, Miss Fields, I thought you were wonderful in that picture with Monty Woolley.
Thanks very much.
How does it feel to kiss a man with a beard? I'm dying of curiosity.
Haven't you ever kissed a man with a beard?
No.
Have you ever kissed a man with a mustache?
No.
Have you ever kissed a man who needed a shave?
No.
No wonder you're dying of curiosity.
Yeah, but you haven't answered me. How did it feel to kiss Monty?
Woolley. Yeah, but why are you so interested in finding out how it feels to kiss a man with a beard?
Well, you see, Gracie, from the way things have been going with Miss Duffy lately, her last hope is Santa Claus. Look, Miss Duffy, this has been a very nice game of beaver, but I would like Miss Fields to render a song for the crowd here. What do you say, Gracie?
Okay, Archie.
Okay, swell. I'll announce you.
Excuse me, Mr. Archie, but Mr. O'Toole, the gentleman at 905, you know.
Oh, yeah.
He wants to pay a month's rent in advance. He gave me this $10 bill.
A $10 bill for a month's rent? What kind of a place does a guy think this is? Ain't he got nothing smaller?
No, just this brand new $10 bill.
Okay, I'll give him change. Gee, this is a bright new 10, ain't it? Let's see now, a month's rent. Here's his change, $8. Okay, I'll announce your song, Gracie. Ladies and gentlemen, we now present Miss Gracie Fields singing from the Sawdust Grove of the Duffy Achoria Hotel, located in the heart of Times Square, 23rd Street and 3rd Avenue. Take it, Maestro Van Steeden.
Bésame mucho. Each time I cling to your kiss, I hear music divine. Bésame mucho. Hold me, my darling, and say that you'll always be mine. This joy is something new. My arms enfolding you. Never knew this thrill before. Whoever thought I'd be holding you close to me, whispering it's you I adore. Dearest one, if you should leave me, each little dream would take wing, and my life would be full. Forever and make all my dreams come true. Mercy dotes and dosey dotes and little lassie divey, skiddly divey do what you. Mercy dotes and dosey dotes and little lassie divey, skiddly divey do what you. If the words sound queer and funny to your ear, a little bit jumbled and jivey, sing Miss Eat Oats and Joe's eat oats and little lambs eat what do they eat? Mercy dotes and dosey dotes and little lassie divey, skiddly divey do what you. Skiddly divey do what you.
Look, Gracie, why should a dame with a talent like yours sing in a dump like the Waldorf?
A jump? A jump? Why, you. What's the American expression that means nincompoop?
Jerk?
No.
Dope?
No.
Dumbbell?
No.
Look, pick one out and let's get on with the conversation. Now, what I think is that you ought to be singing here instead of that joint. You know, a joint like that Waldorf.
905, I presume.
Front. Hey, front.
Oh, I'm getting tired. You're going to have to get another waiter or a second front.
Boy, that 905 makes more trouble than all our other guests together. Look, Gracie, leave us get down to business now.
Mr. Archie, Mr. O'Toole in 905 wants to pay another month's rent in advance.
Another month, huh? Well, gee, ain't that cute? Crackpot, he's trying to make up for swindling me last week, I guess. Where's the dough, Eddie?
Here it is. Another nice, crisp, new $10 bill.
All right, Eddie. Here's the change. Boy, this keeps the hotel crowded right up until June. Well, Gracie, leave us get down to business, as I said. What would we have to give you to get you to leave the Waldorf and come down here?
Chloroform.
Gracie, I'm serious. Look, here's what we're willing to do. I understand in England you made as high as 10 pounds a week, see? We're willing to double that. We'll pay you 20 shillings. Fair enough?
20 shillings, Archie. 20 bob is less than a guinea.
Would you mind playing that back again?
Well, listen here. 4 threepenny bits make a shilling. Also, 2 sixpences make a shilling. 8 half-crowns make a pound, and a shilling is also a 20th of a pound. To double a penny, you'd have to take in about 20 quid.
Boy, the guy could go nuts over there in a crap game. But anyways, Gracie, what we're offering you is $10 a week. You know, what use English call a moon and sixpence. Wait a minute. I'll do better. I'll give you 50% of the gross profit of this hotel.
Back to the 20 shillings again.
Oh, yeah? Well, it's early yet. Wait until the rush starts.
What rush? You mean 9:05 is going to go out and come in again?
Look, wait till you see the rush. We'll fix a rush. No, excuse me. Hey, Finnegan, Benet, Danny, come here. I want to talk to you, sir. We got to make this hotel look like a busy...
Front? 9:05?
Right.
Well, I'm getting to know this hotel by heart.
Look, now, Gracie, you're going to see. Business is going to start picking up any minute.
Miss Arthur?
Boy, you're back quick. What does Crackpot want now?
This time he would like 2 5s for a 10.
Another one of them brand new 10s? But I give him all my change. All I got left is $7.
He said to take whatever you got.
Oh. Well, if he wants to be a sucker. Okay. Now, look, Gracie, as I was saying, business should be picking up very soon. As I was saying, business should be picking up very soon.
Pardon me.
Good afternoon, sir. Duffy Artillery at your service. Of what service can we be to you of, sir?
My name is John Smith. And this charming young lady is my bridal suite.
Just married, I presume, eh, sir?
Noodlewed. Ain't we, dear?
Yes, and ooh, is Mommy's little lammy pie.
Yeah, and always Poppy's big veal cutlet.
Where do these people get the points?
Look, Mr. Smith, what can we do for you and your veal cutlet here?
Well, the way
Quiet, jerk.
Yeah.
Now, lammy pie and I would like it sweet.
Mrs. Smith, I regret that at the moment we are filled up. I fear we will not have a room until 1947.
I don't think we can wait.
You see? See, Gracie? We're turning them away. Now, what do you say? We'll give you $10 a week plus percentage.
You're talking through your hat. You couldn't hire me anyway. I'd have to audition for Duffy. He's the boss of this place.
Oh, yeah? Duffy is merely the sole owner and proprietor. I'm the real figurehead. And I want you to know that what I say goes around here. Gracie, it looks like you'll have to audition. What do you say?
Okay, I guess there's only one way out for me. Sing the worst song I know.
The worst song you know? What's the worst song you know?
You'll know. I stand here at good old Duffy's, where the elite meet Tate.
First, I'd buy me own Petrard.
Me red corpuscles are racing, I await for you, my sweet. In me hand is a diamond unfurled. We should all read out to the world. Leave us no longer pretend that you are merely a friend, for it is wrote in the stars above. Though we have tried to act cold, suddenly lo and get old. Leave us face it, we're in love.
I'll always be in England, but this is the end of Leave Us Face It.
Leave us not blush with no shame if people bandage our name. Shoes and old rice are worth dreaming of.
Eddie, is that criticism or has she been eating here?
Stories like in our two eyes could win the Pupsula Prize. Leave us face it, we're in love.
She must have had hair.
Love life ain't meant to be it.
Gracie, sound your H's.
Head, no, perish the bed. Leave us face it.
That song really did you justice. Yep, you're hired. Now, here's your first week's salary in advance, Gracie. A nice, crisp, new $10 bill.
Thank you. Wait a minute. This $10 bill. Did Alexander Hamilton always look like this?
Let's see. Hey, wait a minute. That ain't Alexander Hamilton. That's Crackpot O'Toole. The dirty crook, he's been counting fitting dough back there. Then putting his own picture on it. He ain't only a crook, he's an egomaniac. That dirty crook. Oh.
Shall I see what the gentleman in 905 wants?
See what he wants. Daddy, go out and get Clancy to come.
But Crackpot wants room service.
We'll give it to him. 20 years of it.
Before we leave Duffy's, leave us put a couple of nickels in Duffy's jukebox. The plat is spinning. The needle comes down. It's music.
Eyes, that to me is what your eyes are. Soft as stars in April skies are. Tell me someday you'll fulfill their promise of a thrill. Star eyes, flashing eyes in which my hopes rise. Let me show you where my heart lies. Let me prove that it adores that loveliness of yours. All my life I felt content to stargaze at the skies. Now I only want to melt the stardust in your eyes. Star eyes, when if ever will my lips know if it's me for whom those eyes glow? Makes no difference where you are. Your eyes still hold my wishing star. Oh, star eyes, how lovely you are.
This rebroadcast is a presentation of the Armed Forces Radio Service.
intended to borrow it or anything. I just wanted to see how I'd feel in one of these things. Do you feel very different? I'll say. Well, why don't you wear it?
Do you mean it?
Oh, why not? You may as well go to petition in ermine. You're sure to come back in rags.
Well, what right you come breaking into my private
office?
office?
Barricade yourself behind closed doors and refuse to see people.
That happens to be none of
your
your
business. You know the
business.
girl just fainted in your outer office because you broke an appointment with her?
I'm sorry, I didn't know that.
Well, as long as you keep that door closed, you'll never know anything. You're a producer. You ought to see people.
Terry!
I want to give you this. A girl gave it to me last year on my opening night, and it brought me luck.
Darling, you're sweet. I wish you were going to be there to hold my hand.
I'll be there, in spirit.
Now it's time to spend a day with Jack Benny's favorite crooner. It's A Day in the Life of Denis Day, coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, Denis Day.
Every song I sing, I'll sing to you, and I hope I can bring you a smile or two.
Denis Day is brought to you by Palmolive Soap and Palmolive Shave Creams. Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Palmolive Shave Creams for a smoother, more comfortable way to shave. Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benaderet, Dink Trout, Charles Dant in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing Gal in Galveston.
I got a gal in Galveston. Got a real true gal in Galveston. Oh, her hair is golden fun and much brighter than the Texas sun. I'm going back to my gal in Galveston. I'm going back to the purple sage and stay forevermore. Going back to the prairie and the one that I adore. I got a gal in Galveston. How I love that gal in Galveston. I keep thinking of the time when those happy wedding bells will chime for lucky me and my gal in Galveston. I'm going back to the purple sage and stay forevermore. Going back to the prairie and the one that I adore. I got a gal in Galveston. How I love that gal in Galveston. I keep thinking of the time when those happy wedding bells will chime for lucky me and my gal in Galveston.
Men, if you like oceans of rich, thick, moisture-soaked lather, try the new, different Palmolive Lather Way to Shave. A way that means smoother, more comfortable shaves for 3 men out of every 4.
Yes, the new Palmolive Lather Shave Cream Way brings smoother, more comfortable shaves to 3 men out of every 4.
It's a fact, men, not a promise. 1,251 men tried the new Palmolive Lather Way to Shave. And no matter how they shaved before, 81% reported beards easier to cut. 76% said less razor pull. 71% said closer shaves. 80% smoother feeling skin.
And 3 men out of every 4 reported smoother, more comfortable shaves. The Palmolive Lather Shave Cream Way.
Here's all you do. Wash your face with soap and water. Rinse. Soap your face thoroughly again. Do not rinse. Brush Palmolive Lather upward into beard to get the full benefit of Palmolive Lather Shave Cream's beard conditioning effect. Then shave.
That's all. But you be the judge. Get Palmolive Lather Shave Cream and try the new, different Palmolive Lather Way to Shave. Remember, it's proved. Proved to give smoother, more comfortable shaves to 3 men out of every 4.
Well, this will be a busy week indeed at Little Weaverville University, for not only are the students taking their midterm exams, but it's also homecoming week for the alumni. Now, it was at Weaverville U that Herbert Anderson met his wife, yet somehow he's always loved the old school anyway. And he'll be an enthusiastic attendant at the alumni reunion, but his wife, well, there seems to be some sort of mystery concerning Mrs. Anderson's college career, some deep, sinister secret known only to the Anderson family circle, and one which our curious young hero, Dennis Day, is now trying to worm out of his girlfriend, Mildred.
But gosh, Mildred, surely you can tell me. Why, I'm practically one of the family.
Oh, no, Dennis, I just couldn't. It's Mother's secret, and you might be horrified.
Mildred, I've known your mother for years. How much more horrified could I get?
Well, if I tell you, will you promise me you'll carry it to your grave?
First chance I get.
I mean, will you promise not to tell anyone, silly?
Oh, sure, Mildred. You can trust me.
Well, all right, then. You see, Mother never graduated from Weaverville U. Just before graduation day, she was kicked out of school.
No.
Yes. It's been a sore spot with her to this day.
Really? It must have been some kick.
Dennis, it doesn't happen to be a joking matter.
Oh, I know, Mildred, but why did they expel her? Tell me, what did she do?
Well, I guess it sounds silly now, but it was terrible in those days. There was a strict rule against girls smoking, and they caught Mother in one of the dormitories with a lighted cigarette in her mouth.
And they figured she might be smoking it, huh?
Yes. They barred her from the graduation exercises, and the Alumni Association said that she could never attend homecoming week with that black mark on her record.
She, just for smoking a cigarette, huh?
She's never been able to look at one since. And during homecoming week, just the mention of the word cigarette and she goes crazy.
Oh, so that's why she's been so quiet today.
Well, she won't even talk to me. I don't know why.
Well, maybe because you're so round, so firm, so full.
Dennis!
It was just a thought.
Well, forget it. Just remember, when Mother's around, not a word about cigarettes. Concentrate on what you mustn't say and don't think of anything else.
Oh, don't worry, I will. I'll keep my mind on nothing but...
Oh, hi, Mother.
Good morning, Mildred. Dennis. Good morning, Mr. Cigarette. Mrs. Anderson.
What did you say, Dennis Day?
Oh, nothing. I just caught myself in the nicotine. Fine.
Mildred, what have you been telling this boy?
Why, nothing at all, Mother.
No?
No, Raleigh. Really. Oh, I did it again.
So, Mildred Anderson, you did tell him.
Well, golly, Mother, why not? It isn't as though you've done anything really terrible.
Oh, no.
Dennis, you're right. Why should I have to go through this humiliation every homecoming week? As a matter of fact, it's high time I did something about it.
But what, Mother?
I'm going down to that college today and see Dean Sheridan personally and make him change my record.
That's the spirit, Mrs. Anderson.
After all, barring me from the reunion just because I once caught smoking, it's ridiculous. Things are different now. Times have changed since I went to college.
Sure they have. Now they've got electricity and telephones and stuff.
Never mind. Come along, Mildred. You can drive me down there right now. Oh, hello, Herbert.
Hi, Twinkle Nose.
Come on, Mildred. We'll see you later, Herbert.
Gracious me, where did they racing off to in such a hurry?
Oh, your wife's going over to the college to see if they won't do something about her records.
Oh, then you've heard, huh?
Yeah.
Poor soul. For over 20 years, she's been known as Q-Beb Clara.
Well, I sure hope she gets it straightened out in time for the reunion.
Oh, Dennis, would you like to see me happy, too, at this year's reunion?
Why, sure, Mr. Anderson. Why do you ask?
Well, every year during homecoming week, they have a Father and Son Day. And naturally, I always have to miss it. You see, Dennis, Mildred is a girl.
Oh, yes, sir. I knew that before we became engaged.
Yes, but what I'm trying to say is I wish I had a son. And that's why I got to thinking maybe I'd talk to you.
Well, gosh, don't you think you get a lot further talking to Mrs. Anderson?
No, Dennis. I just want you to pretend that you're my son for the Father and Son dinner tonight.
Oh, now I see.
Well, it's about time. Would you do it for me?
Well, sure, Mr. Anderson, but won't some of your classmates remember that you haven't had a son up till now?
Well, I'll tell them my wife keeps things from me. Well, now, don't you worry. Nobody's going to ask any questions. All you have to do is meet me over at the college in room 308 at 5:30.
Oh, sure, I'll be there.
You won't forget now. Room 308 at 5:30.
Oh, I got it.
Hadn't you better write it down?
What for? Anybody who couldn't remember a simple thing like that would have to be a dope.
Okay. I'll meet you there. So long.
Write it down. What do you think I am? Gee, maybe I better write it down. Let's see. Room 805 at 3:30.
Hello, Professor Wilson. Professor Potter in 805. Say, what's wrong? Don't the students know I'm to give them the oral part of the intelligence test before they can take the written? Well, why wasn't it on the bulletin board? Oh, my goodness, it's 3:30, and so far I've had less than a dozen students. It's really...
Oh, hello.
Oh, here's another one now. Yeah, but please, Professor, see that it's put on the board immediately. Yes, all right. Goodbye. All right, young man, have a seat.
Oh, no, thanks. I'm just waiting.
I said have a seat. I haven't got all day, you know.
But all I...
Young man, suppose you just keep your mouth shut and give me your name.
It won't come out very clear that way.
I don't care how it comes out. Give me your name.
Dennis Day. What's yours?
Mine is irrelevant.
Oh, glad to know you.
Young man, don't you like our little college? Would you like to leave it?
Oh, no, sir. I'm supposed to...
All right. And all you have to do is answer a few simple questions. Now, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Very well. Colts are to mares as calves are to pigs, cows, or chickens.
They are?
And Mr. Dave, the question is, colts are to mares as calves are to pigs, cows, or chickens. You're supposed to answer which?
Yes, sir.
And now then, Colts are to mares as calves are to pigs, cows, or chickens.
Which?
You know something? You're beginning to fascinate me.
Really?
Yes. What class are you a member of?
The unemployed.
Well, good for our economy. But I was speaking of a different type of class. I meant, are you a junior, for instance?
Oh, no, my father's name is Pat.
I wouldn't be in his shoes for anything in the world. Yeah, but I'm afraid I simply must have an answer to my question. You know the little calves?
Yes, sir.
So once again, colts are to mares as calves are to... wait, I'll give you a little hint. What has 4 legs and carries a sort of bag?
2 red caps.
That is absolutely correct. Shall we go to the next question?
Do we have to?
No, I was convinced long ago, but let's... Now, this series of questions is known as opposites. I'm going to give you a word. You're going to give me the word that means its exact opposite. See?
Land.
That wasn't the word, but strangely enough, you seem to understand what I mean.
Oh, sure.
You know, I'm sort of disappointed in a way. Yeah, all right. Heavy.
Light.
Rough.
Smooth.
Mail.
Telegram.
You've come back to me.
Huh?
Young man, forgive me, but how did you ever manage to enroll in this college in the first place?
Oh, I'm not enrolled here.
What?
I just came to meet a friend for the father and son dinner tonight.
You mean you didn't come in to take the intelligence test? You're not a student here?
Oh, no, sir.
Well, bless my soul, you've just restored my faith in our educational system. Yeah, but you must be in the wrong... Excuse me. Hello? Oh, yes, Professor Wilson. I have a copy of the written examination. Yes, it's all filled out with the correct answers so they can use it to check the papers. Yeah, but I can't possibly leave my office now, Professor. The students will be taking the oral and... Oh. Yes, all right, I will. Young man, would you run an errand for me?
Oh, sure, Professor.
Well, the undergraduates are now taking the written part of the examination in the main auditorium. Could you walk through without disturbing the student body?
Oh, sure, I'll just step right over it.
Yes, do. We want it looking its best for the funeral. Then go to the small office in the rear and hand this paper to Dean Sheridan, who is conducting the examination.
You bet.
Now, you're sure you can handle it all right?
Oh, gosh, a child of 6 could do that.
I know. So concentrate on it like mad, will you?
Pardon me, Dean Sheridan?
Yes?
Well, you are, Dean. This paper was...
Good heavens, son. How did you get it done in such a hurry?
Huh?
You realize it takes the average student almost 5 hours? How did you do it so fast?
I slid down the banister.
That's supposed to be a joke? Here, where's your name on this examination? You didn't sign it.
You mean you want me to put my name on it? That's a funny request.
I don't think it's irrelevant.
No, it's Day. He's upstairs.
Just hurry up and sign that paper, will you? I can't wait to look at it.
Yes, sir.
That's strange. The first 2 answers are correct.
Oh, sure. Well, I'll be seeing you, Dean. Goodbye now.
How could a boy like that get 2 successive questions right? That's funny. The 3rd one's right, too. And the 4th. And the 5th. Good heavens, can it be? Yes. Yes, they're all right. Every one. It's a miracle. The greatest brain in the entire world. That moron is a genius.
We'll continue this day in the life of Dennis Day in just a moment. But first, here's Dennis to sing Senorita.
I offer you the moon, set in a summer sky, that is mine to give, Senorita. return. I can't bring a golden crown set with pearls and rubies rare, but I can bring a rose and place it in your hair. I offer you these things that come from up above. I give them and my love to you.
Well, our young hero doesn't know it, but he's been acclaimed a genius by the dean of the university, due to a mistake, of course. We find him now on the campus where he's just run into Mrs. Anderson, who is at the college because of a problem of her own.
Well, any luck, Mrs. Anderson? Did you get the dean to change your records?
No, he refuses even to listen to me.
Oh, gosh, there must be some way. Why didn't you tell him your career's in jeopardy? Tell him you're a bubble dancer and you can't get a job because the public knows you were once caught smoking.
Are you crazy, Denis Day? And anyway, who'd ever take me for a bubble dancer?
Well, couldn't you say one of them exploded in your face?
Denis, do me a favor, will you? Keep off my side.
Oh, no, you're not. I'm going to go to the dean myself. I'm going to tell him that I'm a member of your family.
Well, that'll get me some sympathy anyway.
I'll hand him a sob story. I'll tell him on account of that black mark on your record you've never been able to find honest work, that to support your children you've had to hold up gas stations and pick pockets.
Denis.
And because nobody would give you a job, you got desperate.
Denis.
You help a bank, the cashier put up a fight, you pulled your gun.
Denis.
What is it, you murderess?
What?
Oh, I'm sorry. I got carried away.
Now there's an idea.
Oh, don't worry, Mrs. Anderson. You just leave everything to me.
I tell you, he's got to be found, Chancellor. That boy is the greatest living genius in the world today. Scour the campus. I have a reporter waiting here right now to interview him. Do you realize what a thing like this can do for our university? Why, we're at... I'll call you back, Chancellor. Meanwhile, redouble your efforts. Come in.
Oh, excuse me, Dean, but I just...
It's you! I've found you. I've found you at last.
I've been lost.
Of course. Do you realize you're a genius, my boy? The most magnificent mental specimen in the entire world.
Oh, me?
Certainly. We want you on our staff. Biochemistry, electronics, any department you care to take over.
Oh, me?
Well, of course. Say the word and we'll get you a cyclotron.
Oh, that's not necessary. I live right on the bus line.
Sense of humor, too. My boy, this is the greatest day in the history of Weaverville University. I hope you don't mind, but I've taken the liberty of sending for a reporter to interview you.
To interview me?
Why, certainly. You belong to the ages now, my son. Oh, right this way, Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you, Dean. Well, so this is the greatest brain in the world today.
Yeah.
Tell me, Mr. Day, when did you first notice that you were different from other children your age?
Oh, I guess it was when I was in the 3rd grade.
Really?
Yeah, the other kids my age were in the 6th grade.
Now that's what I call modesty.
Isn't he refreshing?
Oh, he certainly is. Now, a few general questions, sir. Tell me, what do you think about the chances for world peace?
The only thing that can stop it is war.
Did you hear that, Dean?
So beautifully simple, yet so fraught with meaning.
Yes. How do you feel about the high cost of living, Mr. Day?
Oh, I've decided to go on doing it no matter how high the cost gets.
How about that, Jenkins? Is that a marvelous commentary on the futility of modern life?
Superb. Tell me, Mr. Day, what have you to say on the subject of China?
Well, it's pretty full of Chinamen, all right.
Get it, Jenkins? Catch the hidden meanings in that simple phrase?
The most brilliant statement I've ever listened to. Now, one last question today. Do you think mankind has made any real progress during the past 2,000 years?
Well, yes and no.
Bravo!
Magnificent!
thought that would get you.
Oh, I don't know how to thank you for this interview, sir. My editor won't be able to believe his eyes when he sees what I've written.
Oh, that's okay. It was no trouble at all.
Oh, thank you, sir. Good day.
I don't blame him for being stunned. Well, now, let's talk about our plans, my boy. How would you like to head up our physics research lab, huh?
Your physics research lab?
Yes. I mean, to see if you can't develop some practical demonstration of Einstein's theory. Naturally, you understand it perfectly.
Oh, sure. Sam told me all about it himself.
Sam?
Yeah, Sam Einstein, the tailor. His theory is no credit.
I don't believe
Dean, but I did want to... Oh, are you back?
Professor Carter, you know this young man?
Oh, yes. I had the astonishment of meeting him this morning.
Hello.
Well, 2 red caps to you.
I have wonderful news, Professor. Starting today, this boy's brain will be at the disposal of our very own Weaverville University.
Well, bully. Which jar will we keep it in?
Professor, this is hardly the time for levity. You are standing in the presence of the greatest mind ever developed.
Yeah.
Dean, have you been browsing around among the specimens in alcohol again? This the greatest mind ever developed?
Of course.
Are you mad? Just let me ask this boy a simple question, and you'll see what I mean. Mr. Day, what is your IQ?
My what?
Your IQ.
Look, I'm no child. You don't have to spell it out. Say it.
I rest my case.
But this is impossible. He turned in a written intelligence test that was 100% correct.
What? Well, that was the answer sheet. I sent him over with it.
Good heavens.
Oh, my gosh, so that's why you thought...
Of course.
Gee, that interview. What are we going to do?
I'll tell you what we're going to do. Professor Carter?
Yes?
Remember back in 1927 when you played left halfback for us against Pismo Beach Normal? And you kicked the field goal from the 50-yard line?
I do.
Well, there stands your football. Encore!
Why, that's the most fantastic story I've ever heard.
Yeah, boy, was that Dean Ed.
I knew it was ridiculous to send you to him. Now I've still got that black mark on my record for smoking a cigarette.
Oh, that's where you're wrong, Mrs. Anderson. I told the dean that unless he let me at those records, I'd spread it all over town how I made a fool of him.
Why, Denis, that's blackmail. Oh, you sweet criminal, you. Then did you change my record?
Sure. The name after yours was Mary Appleby. I tore her name off and put it on your file and then did the same thing with hers. Now you've got her record and she's got yours.
Denis Day. You...
It came out as usual?
Of course. Mary Appleby was expelled for kissing a chemistry professor in the basement.
Boy.
Denis Day.
Oh, no, Mrs. Anderson, wait, please. You'll dent the greatest brain ever developed. Help, Mrs. Anderson!
Regardless of age, skin type, or previous beauty care, doctors prove you, too, may win a lovelier complexion with Palmolive soap.
But to win this lovelier complexion, you must stop improper cleansing. Instead, use Palmolive the way doctors advise.
36 doctors, leading skin specialists, advised using Palmolive soap this way for 1,285 women with all types of skin. Young, old, dry, oily, normal. And using Palmolive soap alone, nothing but Palmolive, 2 out of 3 won lovelier complexions. Oily skin looked less oily. Dull, drab skin wonderfully brighter. Coarse-looking skin appeared finer. Even tiny blemishes, incipient blackheads disappeared or improved. Now, here's what the doctors advise.
Wash your face with Palmolive soap 3 times a day. Massage with Palmolive's wonderful beauty lather for 60 seconds each time to get its full beautifying effect. Then rinse.
Look for improvement in your complexion within 14 days. For doctors prove this way, using Palmolive alone really works. So forget all other beauty care. Get Palmolive soap and start today to win a lovelier complexion.
For loveliness all over, use big, thrifty bath-size Palmolive in your tub or shower.
music of Charles Dant in the orchestra, here's Denis to sing A Bouquet of Roses.
I'm sending you a big bouquet of roses, one for every time you broke my heart. And as the door of love between us closes, tears will fall like petals when we part. I beg you to be different, but you'll always be untrue. I'm tired of forgiving. Now there's nothing left to do. I'm sending you a big bouquet of roses, one for every time you broke my
Next week, tune into another Denis Day Show brought to you by Palmolive Soap, Your Beauty Hope, and Palmolive Shave Cream for a smoother, more comfortable way to shave.
Tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Only Luster Cream brings you Kay Dumit's magic blend. Glamorizes your hair as you wash it. Yes, tonight, you can be a
dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a Luster Cream shampoo.
Listen again next week for Colgate's Hour of Fun, Judy Canova, followed by Denis Day. And for another great comedy program, hear Blondie next Wednesday evening over your favorite NBC station. This is Vern Smith speaking. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
At the edge of the universe, 400 men and women are probing the immeasurable blackness of space. Their leaders are an Earthman with no fear and a stranger with no heart. Travel beyond our time and solar system, into new galaxies, into worlds beyond your dreams. Star Trek, every week, in color on the NBC television network.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax, Johnson's Car New, and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. There are some bad weather days ahead, that's sure. If I only had the time, I'd like to visit the kitchens of all you good ladies and make certain your linoleum floors are protected with Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat. Then you wouldn't have to worry about rain or snow being tracked in over those floors. You could keep them clean as a whistle and shining brightly with practically no attention. Occasionally, you give the linoleum a new application of Glow Coat. You know how easy that is because Johnson's Glow Coat needs no rubbing or buffing. You simply apply and let dry. Spilled things or wet footprints are wiped up in a jiffy. The film of Glow Coat really protects the linoleum, keeps it from wearing out. I've told you before, and I'd like to remind you now, that the regular use of Johnson's self-polishing glow coat will make your linoleum surfaces last 6 to 10 times longer. At the same time, keeping them bright and new-looking and so beautiful you're proud to have your friends come back to your kitchen. You couldn't ask a floor polish to do more than that now, could you? What happiness at 79 Wistful Vista this morning. The proud husband is going around with his chest stuck out. The lady is wearing a smile of contentment. Yes, the doctor has just left, and here, gazing with wonder and joy at the beautiful new 5.5-pound arrival, we find Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Oh, let me hold it a minute, Molly. Come on.
Oh, please, Magee, not for a minute. I'm hardly used to it yet myself. Beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, sure is. Well, that's the way it always is, I guess. Thousands of people have them, and everybody thinks theirs is the best.
Yes.
Nice of Doc Gamble to bring it.
Now, let's be good to this one.
What do you mean, be good to this one?
Heavenly days, we may not get another telephone directory for the duration.
Come on. Let me hold it a minute, Molly. Thanks. Boy, it sure is heavy, ain't it? And the cover is so clean.
Yeah. I almost hated to turn the old one in. You know, it had numbers and recipes and memoranda and doodling all over the covers.
I wish they'd get a new design for the cover of these things, though. This guy carrying the snake makes me nervous. Hey, I think I'll call somebody up.
Who?
Oh, I don't know, anybody. When the phone company goes to all the trouble to give us a nice book like this, the least we can do is use it. Hand me the phone.
Here, and talk as loud as you like now. The phone bill is paid.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me the residence of Kipling W. Pickhandle at Wistful Vista 729 for Pete's sake. Is that you, Mert?
Oh. Oh, dear, in spades.
How's every little thing, Mert? It is, eh? What say, Mert? She did she? Well, that ought to be a red litter day in her life.
You mean red letter day, dearie?
I mean litter. Their Irish setter just had puppies. What say, Mert? Okay, nothing important anyway. No answer.
Say, who's Kipling W. Pickhandle?
Oh, I don't know. I just pickhandled him just out of the book at random. Thought it'd be kind of clubby to talk to him. Both of us in the same book and all.
Yes, it is cozy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Say, maybe we all ought to get together once a month and have a nice...
Yeah. Come in.
Hi, mister. Hi, Miss Magee.
Hi, sis.
Hello, little girl.
What's the matter with you, sis? As the guy says to the movie producer when they shot Frankenstein, you look like you'd lost your best fiend. Don't you find that amusing?
No.
Okay, sourpuss. Okay.
Is there something wrong, little girl?
Yes, open up, sis. Remember, things are rarely as bad as they seem, which is a good thing because they're usually worse than you thought. Well, come on, give us the dirt, Squirt.
Have you seen anything of a little doggy, mister?
No, but the telephone operator just told us her Irish setter just had a few current events.
Now, Magee, for goodness sakes, can't you see the child is upset? No, we haven't seen your little dog, little girl.
What kind of a pooch was it, sis?
Oh, he's awful cute. Mm-hmm. He's the most wonderful dog in the world, I bet you. He's got blue eyes.
Blue eyes? I never heard of a dog with blue eyes.
That's okay, mister. He never heard of you either.
Okay. Complete the description, sis.
Well, he's awful cute.
You said that.
Okay. He's got blue eyes and long ears and brown and white fur about this long.
Fur 18 inches long?
No, the dog.
Oh, I see.
And he's got a little bitty stub of a tail that sticks straight up in the air like a hitchhiker. Holds his thumb up, only he's facing the other way.
Oh.
Well,
I see.
What do you call the dog, little girl?
Yeah, Sport, Fido, Prince, or just Hey You?
I call him Eddie.
Oh. For Edward?
No, for Clarence.
Well, then why don't you call him Clarence?
I like Eddie better. Oh, Eddie.
Hey. Now, take it easy, sis. Take it easy.
Well, gee, if he was your dog, I bet you'd be worried, I bet you.
I bet you'd be hauling your head off.
Now. Don't do that. Hey, Molly, get the kid a handful of cookies, will you?
All right.
I know exactly how you feel, sis.
Well,
Yes, sir. I lost a wonderful dog once. A big white dog.
what kind?
Expectorate.
You mean Fitz?
Well. Yes, if you want to be crude. Well, sir, sis, this was the smartest dog in all Peoria. A trick dog. A friend of mine and I, named Fred Nittany of Starved Rock, Illinois, used this dog in our vaudeville act. Something went wrong there. He could roller skate, tap dance, do card tricks, and lead the orchestra.
Gee, he must have been wonderful.
He was.
How'd you lose him, mister?
Matter of fact, sis, we didn't lose him. He lost us. When the bookers saw him leading the orchestra, they fired us and signed up the dog. Last time I knew of Curly, his name was Curly, he was on the road with an all-dog dance band. Yeah. They say it's quite a sight to see those pooches throw down their saxophones and chase the hepcats around the hall, calling...
Well, now, here's the cookies, little girl, and a glass of chocolate milk.
Hey, you feel better now, Fitz?
Thank you, Miss Magee, and No. I don't feel better. I want my doggy already.
Here. Now, don't cry, sis. We'll find your dog. We'll scour the town for him. We'll drag out the throw net.
It's throw out the dragnet.
Huh? Oh, yes. Well, come on, Molly. Get your hat. You coming with us, sis?
No. See, I've been all over town already, mister. I'll just stay here and eat cookies.
Oh, okay, but you take it easy.
Well, I'm ready, dearie. Goodbye, little girl.
So long, sis.
Here, Eddie.
Here, Eddie. Nice talking. Here, Eddie.
Billy Mills and the orchestra playing She Didn't Say Yes. Yeah?
Good day, sir.
Now, look, Bud, we're looking for a little dog, brown and white, about this long, with long ears, a stubby tail, and blue eyes.
Yeah, and we thought we saw one sitting on the windowsill in here, and we wondered if...
What's his name?
Eddie.
Can't be the same one.
Why not?
This is a cat.
Officer, did you see anything of a small dog about this long, brown and white, with a stubby tail and blue eyes?
Answers to the name of Eddie.
No, I did not. Have you tried the Lost and Found?
No, we haven't, officer.
Ah, it is a wonderful institution, the Lost and Found. My wife gets a lot of jewelry that way by describing the lost article and paying a small reward. Of course, you can't always hit the right description, but it works out often enough. I'll never forget the time she come home with a diamond tiara.
Have you seen the dog?
No.
Come on, Magee.
How
do you do?
Hi, ma'am.
Excuse us, but there seems to be a lot of dogs in this neighborhood, and we wondered if you'd seen anything of a little one about this long, brown and white, with a stubby tail and blue eyes.
No, I haven't.
If you see one like that, will you call us, sis?
No, I won't.
For goodness sakes, why not?
Anytime I start seeing little dogs with blue eyes, I'll go on the wagon.
Well, this has turned out to be quite a search, Magee. Where should we go now?
Gee, I don't know. Maybe we better start...
Oh, look, Magee.
Huh?
Look. Here's Meyerhoff's butcher shop. Lots of dogs hang around butcher shops, you know.
Yeah. So do lots of people these days. I sit up and beg every time I go in there myself. But we might as well give it a try. Well, come on. Hey, Meyerhoff.
You'll have to wait your turn, mister. Get around to the end of the... Oh, it's you, Magee.
Now, listen, pretend like we want to buy something, Magee. Have you any nice weenies today, Mr. Meyerhoff?
Nice weenie, she inquires. Folks, we got some weenies with a skin you love to touch with mustard. We call them our Roosevelt Delano Franks. Because you don't have to park the hide. How many you want?
Well, we'll be in later for him, Meyerhoff. But we wanted to ask you, did you see anything of a little brown and white dog? He disappeared, and we...
Insinuations you making at me, Magee?
Huh?
First, have we got weenies. Second, the dog disappeared. Yeah. Maybe you'll tell me Seabiscuit is missing, and have I got any porterhouse?
No.
Herman, my big cleaver.
Oh, come on, Magee. Well, we don't seem to handle that very diplomatically, dearie. Looked for a minute like you were going to wind up with a cleaver in your clavicle.
Well, if I was a butcher, I guess I'd be kind of edgy these days, too. They got mugs yapping at them every day for sirloins that never ate meat more than twice a month in their lives.
You know, that's why the new meat coupons are brown, dearie.
Hmm?
The dealers got tired of seeing red all the time.
Well, this isn't kidding to find the kid's dog. I wonder if we better...
Hello there, Molly. Hiya, pal.
Well, hello, Mr. Wilcox. Ask him, Magee. He gets around a lot, you know.
Yeah, look, Junior, we're on the lookout for a little dog.
Well, that's nice of you. Who's he afraid of, the dog catcher?
No. We mean we're looking for a little dog, Mr. Wilcox.
Oh.
Yeah, this bone cruncher belongs to the little girl across the street, Junior. We're trying to find it for her.
Well, gee, I'm sorry, folks. I hope you find it. I think everybody ought to have a dog. I think you ought to have one, too.
Oh, you love dogs, don't you, Mr. Wilcox?
You bet. Dog is man's best friend, particularly a man who sells Johnson's self-polishing glow coat.
Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, we're sure you won't mind if we give the sponsor a brief moment for identification. He's been a good kid. A buzzer will sound before we resume the performance. Smoking in the outer lobby only. Well, Junior?
Well, what I mean is that people who have dogs running in and out of the house appreciate a glow-coated linoleum floor, because Johnson's self-polishing glow coat makes it so easy to wipe up muddy paw prints tracked in by Trixie and Sport and Napoleon. It eliminates old-fashioned floor scrubbing, which dries out and ages linoleum before it's time. Glow coat protects and preserves, and make having a dog much less trouble and lots more fun.
Okay, folks, resume your seats, please. So you haven't seen anything of Eddie, eh, Junior?
Eddie, you know, is the name of the little girl's dog, Mr. Wilcox.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I haven't. And I'm sorry she lost her puppy. Lots of people who like dogs can't keep them around now, you know. They're sending them to friends in the country because it's so hard to get meat.
Is that so?
Isn't that terrible?
Yeah. In fact, you know what I heard?
What'd you hear, Bud?
Look, I heard that dogs are getting so scarce now that the fleas are forming dog pools.
Oh.
See you later, folks.
Fleas are forming dog pools. If that ain't the corn... Hey, you know what I got a good mind to do, Molly?
What, dearie?
If we don't find that puppy pretty quick, I'm going to get a bunch of guys together like Uncle Denis and Doc Gamble and Wilcox and Billy Mills and form a possum.
Oh, no. You don't mean a possum, you mean a posse.
I do not. Posse means something is out of date.
No, that's passe.
Go on. Passe is that green stuff that falls in your lap when you try to cut up a lamb chop.
No, dearie, you're thinking of parsley.
I never know such a thing. Parsley is a pattern in a shawl. My grandmother had one.
That was Paisley.
No, sir. Paisley was my cousin. My grandmother's name was Underwood.
I didn't mean your grandmother. I meant the shawl. They're called Paisley shawls.
Why should my grandmother wear a shawl named after my cousin? And why didn't I mean possum?
Because a possum is a little animal that pretends to be asleep.
Sure it is. And when a bunch of us guys form a possum, we'll wake that pooch up wherever he is. I tell you, Molly, we got...
Magee, here comes Alice Darling.
Sure looks bright for a kid that gets as little sleep as she does. Maybe she's walking in her sleep. Maybe she's a somnambulist. A somnambulist. What do they call people who walk in their sleep?
Sleepwalkers.
Oh, yeah. Well, anyway. Oh, hi, Alice.
Hello, Mr. McGee. Hello, honey.
Well, why aren't you home in bed, child? Didn't you just get through work?
Yes, I did, but I promised myself I'd do my Christmas shopping early this year, so I've been up in the Bonton department store telling Santa Claus all the things I want.
Aren't you a little old for that kind of stuff, sis?
Oh, I guess a girl is never too old to tell her father things like that, Mr. McGee. Though he didn't think I recognized him with that beard on. Are you doing your shopping?
No, we're hunting for a dog, Alice.
Belongs to the little girl across the street from us. Brown and white, blue eyes, long ears, and a stubby little tail that sticks up like a hitchhiker's thumb.
Oh, she sounds awfully cute. What does her dog look like?
Alice, that is the dog.
Yes, and if you see it, grab it and bring it home, will you?
Indeed, I will, Mr.
Now,
McGee.
listen, you better get home and get some sleep.
Oh, I will, Mrs. McGee. And
Look, Alice, speaking about Christmas, now don't you go spending a lot of money on Mrs. McGee and I, see?
McGee!
Oh, Mr. McGee, you're the most...
Oh, gee whiz, what if we are just like her own family? What if we do look after her like she was our own kid? What if she does come to us for help and advice and stuff? My gosh, that's no reason why she should blow 10 or 15 bucks on us.
McGee, now. Here. Stop it. Pay no attention to him, Alice.
All right, I won't.
I should say not. 10 or 15 bucks is way too much anyway. Gee whiz, a good box of cigars is only 5 or 6. Even if you get my favorite kind, El Fogo del Cuba. They only cost.
You better describe the box to her, too, dearie, so she'll know what kind you don't want her to squander her money on.
That's a good idea. It's a brown box with a picture of a fat Spanish lady on it holding a tobacco leaf.
McGee.
Oh, remember now, Alice, don't you do it.
Well, I'll try and remember, Mr. McGee. And I hope you find the little girl with the long ears.
No, Alice. It was a little dog.
Oh.
Are you going home now?
No, I've got to go back to the Bonton and see if my girlfriend is out of the revolving door yet.
Oh, my gosh, did she get stuck?
Oh, no. She just met an old boyfriend she used to go around with, and he's really giving her a whirl this time. Goodbye now.
The King's Men singing Lena from Palestina.
Oh, Lena, in the Bronx in New York City lives a gal, and is she pretty? Lena is her name. She is a beautiful kid, so winsome. Such a clever girl is Lena. How she plays a concertina, really it's a shame. She's such a good musician. She's got a swell position to go across the sea to entertain. Had a little of this, a little of that, and then some. So they shipped poor Lena way out to Palestina. But now I hear she isn't quite the same. They say that Lena is the queen of Palestina, just because they like her concertina. She plays it day and night. She plays with all her might. She never gets it right. But how they love it, want more of it. I've heard her play once or twice. Oh, murder, still it was nice. She was fat, but she got cleaner, squeezing on her concertina. Now, oh, Palestina way. Oh, Lena is the queen of Palestina. Is the queen of Palestina. Just because she plays her concertina, plays her concertina, plays it day and night. She plays with all her might. She never gets it right. But how they love it, want more of it. I heard her play for a crowd. Oh, murder, not good but loud. She was fat, but she got leaner, squeezing on her concertina. With her concertina, Lena is the queen of Palestine.
Well, I'm afraid it's no use, McGee. I've worn out my voice and a good pair of shoes and still no puppy. Now I know what they mean by dog tired.
Gee, I hate to give up, Molly. It'll break the kid's heart if we don't find the pup. You go on home and I'll keep on looking.
Oh, I'll do no such a thing, McGee. I can take it as long as you can. Say, look, why don't we ask Mr. Wellington?
Who?
Mr. Wellington, the manager of the Bijou. You know, all the children go to his theater, and where there are children, there are puppies.
Oh, it's a good idea. It's just a couple of doors down here. Oh, there's old Sig now changing the sign on the marquee. Hi, Sig.
Hello, Mr. Wellington.
Well, good day, Mrs. McGee. How charming you look this morning.
Thank you.
This is indubitably one of the finest. I say, move along, my good man. Can't you see I'm speaking to this lady?
What do you mean, my good man? I'm her husband. You know that, Wellington.
Oh, bless my soul. Fibber Magee. So sorry, old man. Misplaced my spectacles this morning, and I suffer acutely, you know, from astigmatism.
Well, that's too bad, Mr. Wellington. I see you're changing the picture today. What's the new one?
We present for the next 7 days, and I quote from the advance publicity, a thriller-diller, killer-chiller, the horrific, terrific, keep a stiff upper lippic, dynamite, melodrastic, super-epical master drama of all time. I understand it's pretty good.
Yeah, but what's the name of it?
We are billing it as The Phantom of Olsen and Johnson.
Don't you mean the Phantom of the Opera?
Frankly, yes. But you see, my patrons, Mrs. Magee, are inclined to be slightly frightened by the implications of the word opera. We cater to a group of people who are made ill by il trovatore and who think cavalleria is an old rusty canna. They are allergic to the classics. They are, in a word, icks without class.
Well, look, sick old man, we're looking for a dog.
Then you should have seen the picture we played last week.
Oh, yes.
Here we go again with Edgar Bergen and 3 dummies. There, my friend, was a cinematic canine that shouldn't happen to anyone.
We were in that, Mr. Wellington.
Oh, and you, my dear lady, were the redeeming feature, if that feature could have been redeemed.
Well, how'd you like me in it, Stig?
What kind of a dog were you looking for, old fellow?
Well, a small dog about this big with a stiff little tail and long ears and blue eyes.
And if you should see it, give me a buzz, will you, Sig?
I shall telegraph you from Mongolia, my friend, because should I ever encounter such a monstrosity, I shall go hither and thither. And now, if you will excuse me, I must make arrangements for today's matin.
Eh?
Yes.
Oh.
Well, come on, Magee. Come on, dearie. Good day, Mr. Wellington.
A toodaloo and a toodaloo to Magee.
Smart guy. He ought to petition the court for permission to change his name.
Change his name to what?
John Cass, and let the nicknames fall where they may. Hey, I'm about all in, you know it. Where else can we look for that little kennel cut up?
Well, let's see. We haven't tried the dog pound.
Oh, that's right. Look, let's pop into Kramer's drugstore and phone him. What do you say?
I'll wait right here, dearie. If I went in, I'd just order a soda, and I'm too tired to lift a straw. I'll wait here.
Okay. I'll be right back. Here I go into Kramer's drugstore.
Well, hello there, Mrs. Magee. Waiting for somebody?
Why, hello, Dr. Gamble. Yes, Magee just went in to telephone the dog pound.
Well, I hope they can take him. It'll do you good, Mrs. Magee, to get him away for a few days.
Now, Doctor. Now, we're looking for a dog. The little girl across the street is all broken up because she lost her dog.
Oh, that's too bad. I'm sorry. I had a dog once as a child, but my mother gave it away.
Oh, why?
Well, they told me it was a watchdog, and it bit me when I tried to wind it up.
Well, that was pretty silly. You know, my uncle had a St. Bernard once and wore all the fur off its neck looking for brandy.
Well, I guess all dogs are... Oh, hello there, Magee.
Hi, Doc. I called the dog pound, Molly, and they got no dog by that description.
Oh, dear.
By what description, Magee?
Just a little dog, Doc, about this big with droopy ears and a stubby little tail.
Yeah, and it's brown and white with blue eyes.
With blue eyes? Don't tell me it had dimples and barked in baby talk.
All we know now is what the kid told us, Doc. She ought to know her own dog. See, now we got to go home and admit we flopped the assignment. I feel awful about
Well,
this.
so do I, dearie. We practically promised her we'd find it, and anybody who breaks a promise to a child...
Oh, come. The mutt is probably home by now, happily chewing up the parlor curtain.
Say, it might be at that, Molly. Come on, let's go home and see.
That's the best suggestion I've heard today. Thanks for the ray of hope, Doctor.
Not at all, my dear, not at all. That's the way I am. Hippity-hoppeting through life, scattering little hunks of gladness. Pollyanna Gamble, the sunshine boy. Dancing on the dewdrops with... Excuse me.
Where are you going, Doc?
The drugstore and get a bromo. I nauseate myself.
get home.
Okay. I sure hope that pup has come back. Otherwise, hey, Molly, here comes the streetcar. Come on.
Okay.
Hey, sis, we're home again. Did your dog come back? Hey, sis, where are you? Did your dog...
Quiet, McGee. She's asleep on the Davenport. Oh, look.
Hey, that's kind of cute, isn't it?
Yeah.
Milk and cookie crumbs all over her little face. Boy, I dread to wake her up with the bad news.
Well, so do I, but it's got to be done. Little girl, wake up, dear. It's Mr. and Mrs. McGee.
Come on, sis. Come on. That's the girl. Wake up.
Hi. Oh, hi, Mister. Hi, Miss McGee. See, I had a wonderful dream.
Did you, sis?
Mm-hmm. I had a dream that you found my doggie with the blue eyes and the little tail that sticks up and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Did you, Mister? Who did you find, Eddie?
Well, look, sis, we looked all over town and...
You couldn't find my little doggie?
No.
And we're sorry.
Yes, sis, we went clear down to the...
Oh, that's okay, mister.
Huh?
You only been looking one day. I've been looking for years, I bet you.
You... What do you mean you've been looking for years? When did you see this dog last?
Oh, I never saw him, mister, but
What?
see, I've always wanted a little dog with long ears and a little stubby tail and blue eyes.
Oh, God.
When your heating system is turned on, there's apt to be a little more dirt around the house. It shows not only on your curtains and walls, but on your windowsills and floors and on your furniture. So in wintertime, there's an added reason for keeping your floors, furniture, and woodwork protected with genuine Johnson's wax. Those waxed surfaces are not only more beautiful, they're much easier to keep clean. And that counts for a great deal in most of your homes today. Now, there's no need for me to remind you that a waxed home is a clean home, and a clean home is a more sanitary, healthful place for your family. So, you see, although you really start using Johnson's wax to protect wood, metal, and leather surfaces, you'll probably go on using it for many other reasons: labor-saving, greater home beauty, and sanitation. Now, it's the same whether you use Johnson's wax in the paste or liquid form or the new cream wax developed especially for furniture and woodwork. The name Johnson is your assurance of absolute reliability.
Certainly a wild pooch chase, wasn't it, McGee?
I'll say it was. I got flat feet clear up to my hips.
Yeah. Hey, you know, the only person we met who was even sympathetic was Dr. Gamble.
Well, he's sensitive about dogs, you know. Even his draft classification is K9.
What? K9? What on earth is that?
Didn't you ever notice how deep his bones are buried?
Oh, dear.
Good night.
Good night, all.
The character of Mr. Wellington heard on this program was played by Ransom Sherman. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This program has come to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Chicago, WMAQ. Chicago, WMAQ.
Thank you, Mr. Whiteman.
And Grandmama was horrified if Grandpa saw her near.
Then should never see her knee.
Give a cheer for each dear souvenir of the dear day 90. Our love affair was meant to be. It's me for you, dear, and you for me. We'll fuss and quarrel, and tears start to brew. But after the tears, our love will smile through.
If you feel you need a kick, rhythm ought to do the trick. Mr. Leader, shake that stick, let 'em hear the drummer boy play. Watch his cat spin those drums. Swing it, brother, beat that high.
And we'll all give a cheer as we stand to the man with the stick in his hand. He's the man whose command of the band makes the band. You can't go wrong with a happy song. Hey, leader! Hey, leader! Hey, leaders, rise up the
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
The Texaco Star Theater. The more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast welcome you to an hour of mirth and melody. With our star comedians, Fred Allen, Kenny Baker and Portland Hoffa, the Texaco Roundtable, Win Murray and Al Goodman's Orchestra. It's Texaco time. At this time of the year, ladies and gentlemen, the sun shines, the birds sing, the flowers bloom, the sap is running from the trees. And speaking of sap, here it is, Fred Allen in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And say, James, what is that sap innuendo? You know, one of these evenings you'll overdo it with one of your witty introductions.
Well, gee, Fred, once in a while a fella has to let himself go.
Well, one of these nights you let yourself go, and I'll let you go, too, to keep yourself company. You know, I once had another announcer, Mr. Wallington, who let himself go during an introduction. And do you know what happened to him?
What?
He is now announcing in the Owl Drugstore on 44th Street. If you should happen to go into that particular drugstore and order ham and eggs, the gentleman who takes your order will turn toward the kitchen and shout, "Ham and eggs!" And then from the kitchen, a voice will reply, "Ham and eggs!" And then from somewhere in back, another voice will echo, "Ham and eggs!" And then from way back in the dark, dingy confines of this Owl Drugstore, a lone voice will cry out, "Coming up!" That is the announcer who once worked... And once, only once, mind you, let himself go during an introduction. Now, what do you say?
Well, if that guy's getting 3 square meals a day, he's better off than I am.
Oh, now, Jimmy, don't tell me that you are undernourished. with that rotunda under your vest there. What are you eating, helium lately? Your stomach looks like either end of the Staten Island ferry. The way you had a little seaweed, I wouldn't know the difference. I'll bet you, if you open that coat, James Wallington, we will probably hear a watermelon calling its mate.
Oh, yeah?
And with this scintillating rejoinder, Mr. Wallington, we turn to the latest news of the week. The Texaco News presents its highlight from the world of news. New York City, New York. Arrival of spring is officially confirmed as Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey Circus opens at Madison Square Garden for a 4-week engagement. Tonight, Texaco News visits the circus and brings you a preview of the greatest show on Earth's outstanding features. At the entrance of the circus, we find, of course, the traditional hoarse-voiced announcer.
Hurry, hurry, hurry. The big show's about to start on the inside. Hurry, hurry.
Outside, we also find the perennial little man and his wife from out of town.
What's that sign say, Myrna?
Says, circus. Must be some kind of hijinks.
Think we ought to go in, Myrna?
You bet. If it's half as good as it smells, it's a great show.
We follow them in and stop for a word with the circus publicity man, Sam Levine. Well, how does the circus look this year, Sam?
You're asking me? I told him not to open it. Don't open it, John, I says. I ain't ready. So what does he do? I ain't ready, and he opens it.
Well, who is John?
John Ringling North. He owns the circus.
Oh, he's the one you were talking to.
That's right. Don't open it, John, I says. I ain't ready. So what does he do? I ain't ready, and he opens it.
Well, what did Mr. North say?
Sam, he says, all right, you're my press agent. There's nothing I wouldn't do for you that I wouldn't do if it didn't have to be done. But when you ask me to open it, Sam, I gotta say to you, Sam, no, in the affirmative.
Well, he must have had a reason.
All right, so he had a little trouble. With a circus, you gotta expect trouble.
What trouble?
The dog-faced boy suddenly gets distemper.
Really?
The sword swallower gets indigestion. He's hiccuping knives and forks.
Knives, no spoons, sir.
The fire eater overdone it. One of his tonsils is a clinker.
Well, naturally.
I know John's upset with the elephant losing 400 pounds. The elephant's skin and bones.
What happened to the elephant?
Malnutrition.
Malnutrition.
The elephant's feeder was nearsighted. For 2 months, he kept leaving the elephant's hay at the wrong end. The elephant was sitting pretty, but he wasn't getting no nourishment.
Mr. North sure had plenty of trouble.
But that's got nothing to do with me. All right, so I'm only the circus press agent, but I pleaded with him. Don't open it, John, I says. I ain't ready. So what does he do? I ain't ready, and he opens it.
Well, tell me, why weren't you ready?
I didn't have no adjective.
No adjective?
What makes a circus? Is it the animals, the clowns, the bareback riders? No. Is it the press agent? Of course. But what makes a press agent? An adjective.
One adjective?
One adjective. Last year, for instance, the circus was resplendent.
Resplendent.
The year before, mammoth.
And this year?
This year, I ain't ready.
Well, why not?
This year, it's all new. The circus is streamlined. How can I find an adjective that'll... Hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute, I got it.
A streamlined adjective? What is it?
Streamlousel. The circus this year is streamlousel. Let's go, John. I'm ready.
And as Sam Levine, the press agent, scurries off to see John, we step inside to see the big show. We elbow our way through the milling crowds and stop to look at the wild animals. Here on the left, we see the hyena. Well, where do you, One hyena got in the cage a little late there. Where do Where do you keep the hyenas during the winter, Trainer?
We rent them to Bob Hope to mix in with his studio audience.
Across from the hyenas is the elephant nook. One of the elephants we see is just about to trumpet. This elephant was formerly with Louis Armstrong. As we draw closer, we see a little man standing near the elephants. We stop to chat with him. Are you an elephant lover, brother?
No, I was just trying something out.
Oh, an experiment?
Yeah. You've heard that old saying, an elephant never forgets?
Yes.
Well, I thought I would put an elephant to the test.
And did you?
Yeah. Last year when the circus opened, I gave that third elephant there a piece of candy, an O. Henry bar.
An O. Henry bar.
Yeah.
And this year?
I came back to see if the elephant remembered me.
And did he?
The elephant not only remembered me, he even remembered that I'd given him the O. Henry bar.
Well, how do you know?
He just gave me this old cellophane wrapper to throw away for him.
Remembered you, all right. We turn from the elephant's wastebasket to see the freaks. On the first platform, we find the female monstrosity, Stout Sadie. We stop to pass the time of day. Hello, Stout Sadie.
Will you take this thing out of my mouth?
Oh, this little piece of cardboard?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's better.
Well, what is this cardboard?
It's a bookmark. I got 18 double chins.
Oh.
I have to keep a bookmark in my mouth.
Why?
Well, when I want to talk, I reach up till I feel a bookmark. I know which wrinkle to open.
I see what you mean. Tell me, how much do you weigh, Sadie?
I can't even find out.
Why not?
Every time I get on one of them penny weighing machines, the same card comes out.
What does the card say?
It says, now put the wagon on.
Stout Sadie, we stop at Gargantua's cage. A man stands gazing in at the world's largest gorilla. The man seems to be talking to himself. We listen.
Why?
Is something troubling you, sir?
I just been studying Gargantua.
Yeah?
Why, I keep asking myself. Why?
Why what?
Well, here's Gargantua, a monkey, leading the life of a furry Riley.
Yeah?
He's got a wife, a home, all he can eat for nothing, no work, no taxes to pay, nothing to worry about.
That's right.
Why?
Well, why what?
Darwin said man descended from the monkey, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
So that's what I can't understand. Why?
I often wonder. Well, and while we are trying to figure this out, an argument attracts our attention. Excited voices seem to be coming from the next booth.
You will take it. That is who will take it.
Rushing over, we find the Siamese twins in heated discussion.
Dumkopf.
Now, just a minute, boys. What's the trouble?
We are the Siamese twins, Mo and Joe. I am Mo and I am Joe.
Well, what's the trouble?
Joe is having a headache. 1 minute, please. Who is doing the talking, Mo or Joe? All right, Joe is doing the talking.
Just a minute. Just a minute, boys.
First, who is doing the talking, Mo or Joe?
You can both talk together, can't you?
Good. Wir will zusammensprechen.
Fine. Now, what's wrong?
Joe is having a sore throat and a headache.
A sore throat and a headache, yes?
Joe is asking Mo to take an aspirin to cure Joe's headache.
Yes?
Mo is refusing to take the aspirin to cure Joe.
Well, if Joe has the headache, why doesn't Joe take the aspirin himself?
Joe is already eating a Zymotroki to cure his sore throat. Joe's mouth is full.
Well, somebody ought to take it.
Yeah, Mo will take it. Nein, Joe will take it.
Wait just a minute, fellas. You boys shouldn't fight.
Siamese twins cannot stop having arguments.
Why not?
Siamese twins to be Siamese twins.
Yes?
Something has got to come between them.
And so we leave the Siamese twins without seeing the connection. And as night And as night falls on 8th Avenue, and the lazy moon rises slowly over Sloppy Joe's, tired but happy, we say aloha to the razorbacks and funny clowns and board our BMT sunken gondola that glides us safely back to Jackson Heights in the good old USA. The end. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks to Kenny Baker, we are able to shake off the effects of our circus jaunt. For his first number this evening, Kenny sings Amapola.
A boy found a dream upon a distant shore. A girl whispering, si, senor. Each night, while guitars would softly play, the tunes seemed to dance around the words that he'd say. Amapola, my pretty little poppy, you're like that lovely flower, so sweet and heavenly. Since I found you, my heart is wrapped around you, and loving you it seems to be a rhapsody. Amapola, the pretty little poppy, must copy its endearing charm, for I'm Amapola, Amapola. How I long to hear you say, I love you.
Very nice, Kenny. Well, hello, Larry Elliott, of all the people. Congratulations, Larry, my boy.
Congratulations for what?
Why, on looking like your old self, Larry. Gosh, you know, you're about the only one of this crowd I can even recognize tonight. Everybody's slicked up like $6 worth of wet eels. Well, look at Jimmy over there. He's had his mustache moth-backed again. Al Goodman's got shoes on tonight. Kenny Baker's wearing a piece of omelet for a necktie. And if that isn't a strip torn out of an old rainbow Portland is wearing for a dress, well, what's got into everybody tonight?
Why, it's spring, Fred.
Spring is responsible for this sartorial metamorphosis?
Yes, spring makes everyone think of putting his best foot forward. Eager, too, for any refreshing change. And may I remind you that your Texaco dealer also holds out the promise of a refreshing change, a different driving thrill for the days ahead. A change to Sky Chief, his premium gasoline, will renew your feeling of pride and pleasure in your car's performance. For with Sky Chief in the tank, your car springs into life at the touch of the starter, accelerates, answers your call for power quietly, smoothly. Its flexible power keeps your car gliding in traffic, flying the highways, soaring over the hills. Yes, driving is fun with Sky Chief. It's your Texaco dealer's different premium gasoline for those who want the best.
hard-to-die sweet voice played by Al Goodman and his Texaco valve grinders. And now, hello, Portland.
Hello, Mr. Allen.
Well, what's on your mind, if you will forgive the overstatement?
Oh, I just stopped in to say goodbye.
Well, goodbye.
I'm not going. You are.
I am?
Yes. Aren't you leaving our show?
Portland, you haven't been reading the sponsor's mind, have you?
You're going on the Campbell Soup program.
Oh, that. Well, yes, I'm going to be in a little play next Friday night. It's called My Client Curly.
Well, it's been fun working with you, Mr. Allen.
Well, I'm not going.
And just so you'll remember Mom and me, here is a basket of cheese sandwiches we made for you to take along.
Oh, boy. Little mementos?
2 of them are mementos. The rest are camembert.
Uh-huh. They could have all been camembert. It would have been just as cheesy. Just a minute. What is all this this sandwich, this 3-decker sentiment here? This bon voyage business? Can't I even go on another program one night?
Mr. Allen?
Yes, Maestro?
I, Goodman, to you, Allen, wish to say one word of farewell.
And the word is?
Farewell.
An ad lib, hey? But, Maestro...
In my grief, words are failing, Goodman. There's only one way a broken-hearted musician can say goodbye. Boys!
Stop that alleged music. Who do you think you are, the riff-raff's Nelson Eddy? What is this? What is this, Maestro? Portland brings cheese and you come up with corn. Now, after all, I'm not joining the Foreign Legion.
You mean you're coming back?
Well, of course I am.
Coming back, he says, and I am paying $2 for the arrangement of Old Lang Syne.
That's why you should be crying right there. So what?
So next Wednesday you are coming back. It's another $2 for Hail, Hail, the gang's all here.
Once and for all, I am... So tell me, just one thing. Who spread this rumor that I was going for good?
Kenny Baker said that...
Kenny again. That kid looks like Skippy, but he's got the soul of Lucretia Borgia. Where is that pimpled rat?
I don't know.
Hey, Jimmy Wallington.
Yes, Fred.
Where's Kenny?
Oh, is it time for Kenny's entrance? I'll get going.
Kenny's entrance? What is this?
Quiet, please. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you that worthy successor to Fred Allen, the new comedy star of the Texaco Star Theater, Kenny A Laugh-A-Minute Baker in person.
Thank you. And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. A funny thing happened on the way to the theater tonight.
Kenny.
Are you still around?
Am I still around? Now listen, you little fifth columnist.
Now, don't get excited, F.A.
Well, who's excited? I am doing a guest shot Friday night. I'm not leaving this program. How can I leave? Who gets the laughs?
Oh, we'll get along some way.
Oh, no, Kenny. I'm not a man who leaves his friends in the lurch.
But think of yourself, F.A. This dramatic part may be the start of a new career. The legitimate theater, grease paint, cane and spats. I'm glad for you, old pal. This is from the heart.
The heart. You have a heart you can put in a pistachio shell, and it will rattle around when it... You have more ulterior motives, Kenny Baker, than a man bringing an apple to the draft board.
Oh, you've got me wrong, F.A.
Oh, yeah? You're trying to just get me off the program to make room for Kenny A Laugh-A-Minute Baker.
Oh, honest, F.A., I just heard about the emergency, and I thought I'd jump into your breach.
Now, you leave my breeches out of it. You know... What is a breech? One with one leg? You know very well I can't leave this show. I have a contract.
I had my lawyer look at it. You can break Clause 7.
You just heard about the emergency. Clause 7 won't help, Kenny. I'll be back here next Wednesday night, and that's final.
Gosh, Mr. Allen, I sure am glad you're not going.
Likewise, Goodman. Going or coming, Goodman is looking forward to it.
Yes, just as well, F.A. You'd probably be sticking your neck out going in for drama. You aren't built to handle a heavy role.
Well, make up your mind now. We have a choice with the dollar dinner. You want to have another go at it?
Well, it's just as well, F.A. You'd probably be sticking your neck out going in for drama. You aren't built to handle a heavy role.
I saw him eat a bagel once.
Bagel is a delicatessen roll, Portland. Kenny is referring to the theater. I mean, when he gets to it, he's referring to the theater.
Delicatessen or theater, a ham's a ham.
It may interest you to know, young man, that I am an old dramatic actor. I don't want to boast, but some years ago, I was known as the Orson Welles of East Orange, New Jersey.
Why, I didn't know that.
It might interest you further to know that when the news got around that I was doing a serious play on the Campbell Show, Soroyan made me an offer, came out of a basement and made me an offer, and a spontaneous organization sprang up overnight.
What kind of an organization?
You haven't seen the evening papers? You haven't heard of the CCTDFAFTLT?
What's that?
Why, it's obvious. The Citizens Committee to draft Fred Allen for the legitimate theater. What's that, he says. Why, this is bigger than the John Doe Club already.
Well, who's behind this movement, Mr. Allen?
Well, I don't know the gentleman's, who the gentleman is. They say he's a theater lover of some kidney in the community. His name is Prebles.
Mr. Prebles?
Yes, Mr. Prebles. Probably a very important man. Come in.
Mr. Allen?
Yes?
I'm Mrs. Horlick, party worker for the CCTD-FAFTLT.
Mrs. Horlick?
Yes.
Well, we were just talking about the wonderful work you're doing, Mrs. Horlick.
Mr. Allen, on behalf of our president, Mr. Prebles,
Yes?
and our 30,000 theater lovers, I implore you to give up this mockery known as radio and come back and save the legitimate theater.
Madam, this is indeed an honor, but...
No buts. Mr. Prebles insists.
Well, madam, I must have time.
Mr. Prebles says act now.
But, madam,
In the words of Mr. Prebles, the theater needs Allen.
Well, all right. If the theater needs me, I'll give up radio. You can tell Mr. Prebles.
Congratulations, F.A.
Why, Mr. Prebles, what are you doing here?
Prebles, so you're Prebles. Mr. Prebles, you wait until I introduce this next number, KB. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Wynn Murray sings for us Play, Play, Tina. And now, Mr. Prebles Baker, you and I will adjourn to the woodshed.
Oh, gee, F.A., it was only in...
Play, play, Tina. Play your ocarina. Play your little tune about a girl and boy beneath the gypsy moon. Play, play, Tina. Play your ocarina. Play your happy song about a boy and girl whose love was oh so strong. Play it sweet, play it low. Let the whole world know how he wooed the gypsy stunner, how he wooed her till he won her, and they wed. Play, play, Tina. Let your ocarina tell how he and she then raised How he wooed her till he won her, and they wed. Play, play, Tina, let's rock arena. Tell how he and she then raised a family. Oh, would for you and me instead of they. Oh, play, Tina, play, Tina, play.
Ladies and gentlemen, a gentleman with the most unusual hobby, our special guest, Mr. Seymour Things. What is your hobby, Seymour?
Movie bonus.
Movie bonus?
Yes,
huh?
I go to 9 pictures a day looking for mistakes.
Oh, you mean bonus like casting Jack Benny in a picture, bonus of that sort?
No, little things.
Oh.
Take today. First I seen a Western. The villain's having a gunfight.
Uh-huh.
All he's got is 1 Colt 6 shooter, but he shoots 7 times.
Well, he probably had a Colt in his head. You see, that would enable him to...
The second feature is Dorothy Lamour as a South Seas native.
Yeah.
Only her sarong has got a zipper on. A zipper in the South Seas. Ha ha.
Well, of course, you
Then
know...
the third feature comes on. A guy's a castaway on a raft. All at once, he says, "We're saved. There's a steamer 30 miles away." Now, how could any guy see a steamer 30 miles away below the horizon? I ask you.
Well, don't ask me, Seymour. Ask our maritime expert, Commodore James Wallington. Can you explain it, Jimmy?
Why, of course, Fred. A ship may be completely hidden from sight below the horizon, but the smoke from her funnel will be a dead giveaway, visible for miles. And smoke from an automobile exhaust can be a dead giveaway, too. A sign of excessive wear in the engine, with expensive repairs the only solution. Smoke means trouble. So don't let your car become a smoker. Keep that in mind when you heed the advice of the maker of your car and change the oil in your crankcase this spring. Change to insulated Haviland and safeguard your engine from excessive wear, of which smoke is a warning. Haviland is insulated to withstand today's higher engine temperatures that can break down ordinary oils. It's also distilled to remove carbon-forming impurities, another factor in engine wear. So act now. Get rid of that old winter oil that might lead to smoke and trouble. Change to insulated Haviland at your Texaco dealer. Star Theater continues immediately after a short pause for your station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. WABC, New York, 880 on your dial.
Wait a minute, I have to turn over the page here. That was a demi-tasse arrangement of You Should Be Set to Music from the Broadway review, Crazy with the Heat. And now the Texaco Roundtable, ladies and gentlemen. This is the only unrehearsed discussion group in radio that concentrates on trivia, no matter too small for our consideration. If we can see it, we'll discuss it. Portland opens the meeting simply by calling the roll, if you will, Portland.
Mr. George Nagel from Jamaica, Long Island.
Well, good evening, Mr. Nagel.
How are you, Mr. Allen?
Are you in business over there in Jamaica?
Well, we're in the business of putting a racetrack in the commission. We're going to open Saturday.
Oh, you're at the racetrack, are you?
Yes, sir.
May I ask your official capacity?
Well, the superintendent.
Oh, a superintendent at the racetrack,
That's one of them.
Well, how long have you been there?
Oh, about 12 years.
12 years, really. If Bing Crosby lasts that long, he may live long enough to have one of his horses win, if he stays.
Quite possible.
But I think Hope's program will do Crosby's horses more harm than Crosby will do. They'll wear them out before he does. Well, tell me, how many people will you be able to accommodate at the track, with the remodeled track, when you open
Well,
that?
we're going to be able to seat 16,000.
16,000.
And we'll pretty safely accommodate close to 50.
50,000 people at a racetrack.
And we'll park over 15,000 cars.
Uh-huh. Well, of course, when one's born every minute, you've got to have plenty of room. I mean...
Plenty of room for him to move around.
Tell me, how many pari-mutual windows do you have there?
Well, I've got 460.
460. And how many horses?
Well, there's about 400 horses there now, and more coming in every day.
Oh, that's one to each window. I mean, you can get... You can...
Take your own horse right to the window.
Well, I don't... Have you any idea what fascinates so many people? What is it about horse racing that causes millions of people around the country to play every day?
Oh, just the desire to win, I suppose. Get something for
Well, I know,
nothing.
but away from the track, what kick do you get out of it? You see people all over the country never see a horse, but they play races every day.
Well, probably get kicked or... dodging the cops and make a bet.
Oh, just the running? Well, I never saw the... I've never been able to see the advantage in betting on horses. After all, a fella bets $2 on a horse. The race starts. The horse gets the exercise. The jockey gets the ride. The guy at the mutual window gets the $2. And what does the man get? I mean,
He gets nervous frustration.
A heart attack. Well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nagel. And now, Portland.
Miss Joy Latman of New York City.
Good evening, Miss Latman.
Good evening, Miss Allen.
May I ask what you're doing here in New York? Do you live here?
I'm studying, yes. I'm studying physical anthropology up at Columbia.
Oh, physical anthropology?
That's right.
Well, I only went to high school, Miss Latman. Could you clarify that a little? Physical anthropology.
Well, the simplest definition of anthropology is that it's the study of man, and physical anthropology deals with the physical differences in man.
Oh, I see. And that's what you're studying? Why, you want to be a teacher in later life?
No, I'd rather work in a museum. You see, we work with living people, and we also work with skeletons and fragments.
Oh, in museums?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
we work out in the field. We go out and dig up skeletons and see where they belong.
Well, gee, I should think a young, good-looking girl such as... Huh? No, my eyes are good, and I say that, and what's going on? I should think a young girl such as you are, a pretty girl, would be more interested in studying one of the present-day rug cutters rather than one of the old, digging up an old prehistoric smoothie to study. Because, after all, a girl doesn't have to know anything about anthropology to dig up a guy to go out with. Now, you know.
Well, I do that the rest of the time.
All right, thank you, Miss Latman.
And now, Mr. Harry Nisselson of Jackson Heights, Long Island.
Well, good evening, Mr.
Good evening.
Nisselson. What do you do over in Jackson Heights, may I ask?
Yes, sir.
You in business over there?
Yes, sir. Run a cigar and stationery store.
Oh, you run a cigar and stationery
Yes, sir.
store in Jackson Heights, huh? Whereabouts?
Well, 90th on the boulevard.
90th and
Northern Boulevard.
Well, how is business over there?
Oh, very fine.
Business is
Yes,
good,
sir.
huh?
Always good.
Well,
With
I'm
me.
Good with you, personally. Is that a state of mind, or have you got the books to prove it? I mean,
I got the books to prove it.
Well, I'm glad to hear
Yes,
that, Mr. Nisselson, because
Yes,
I
sir.
know a man who runs a similar store over at Forest Hills, a stationery and cigar store, a little store like that, and business is so bad over there with him, he is selling the children candy on the Morris plan. I mean, little kids. A lollipop.
Well, not with me.
Not with
No. I'm well known around the neighborhood.
You are?
Yes, sir.
You're well known around the neighborhood? Do you have a pinball machine in the place? Do
No,
you?
sir.
You
Never
don't?
did. No, not that kind.
No pinball.
No.
Huh? Do you think that the pinball machines are bad for children to have access to them? Do you?
It is bad.
The flashing of the lights bad
Yes,
for their
it's
eyes.
bad.
That brings us to our discussion, Mr. Nisselson,
Yes,
if you'll excuse me. With Easter in the offing and new millinery styles on display, the
Yes.
topic of the moment, naturally, I'm talking to everybody, Mr. Nisselson, which includes you, naturally. But with the Easter in the offing and the new millinery styles on display, the topic of the moment, naturally, is women's hats. This is nothing personal, Mr. Nisselson. I'm just going to mention a question here, which I'll ask you about a little later on. Originally, women's chapeaux were designed to act as sort of a protection from the elements. But down through the ages, milliners have run amok, and today we find women wearing anything from cocktail coasters to coffee rings for hats. Now wait, Mr. Nisselson. Now we must all hold in just a little minute if we can. Now, our question tonight is, do you think... You are the first yes man I've ever had. We're not going to get to the question. That's the thing. Our question tonight is, do you think women should wear the grotesque creations the millinery trend encourages today? Or do you think that women should demand hats that are less spectacular and more practical? Now, Mr. Nagel, may I ask you briefly for your opinion? What do you think about women's hats?
Well,
you think they're going too far with them, do you?
I think they've gone far enough.
You think they've gone far enough? Do you think the horses over at Jamaica would refuse to wear some of the hats you see around?
Yes.
You think the horses would? In other words, you think that women are going a little too far with their millinery, huh?
I do.
Well, how about you, Miss Latman? You haven't any hat on, so...
No. As a practical physical anthropologist, I'd say that a woman should wear the hat that helps her get her man and keep him.
Oh. You have an ulterior motive, and your millinery, you buy your millinery for a specific purpose,
yes.
I see. So that if your boyfriend's eyesight was bad, I mean, any kind of a hat would do as long as he looked up and figured something was there under the hat. Well, what do you think about women's millinery, Mr. Nistelson?
Well, I agree with them.
You agree? Oh, well, we're not... Well, that about washes up the whole thing, I guess. It's obvious that we have wasted our time tonight. Women will go right on wearing hats that look like anything from a frustrated pen wiper to a midget corsage. Please, Mr. N. Fortunately, most women show better taste in selecting their husbands than their millinery. If they didn't, a lot of wives would be walking around with some funny-looking guys. On this hilarious note, the meeting closes, and thank you all, and you, Mr. N. That seems to bring us to Kenny Baker Prebles again. And Mr. Preble's song is The Things I Love.
The glow of sunset in the summer skies, the golden sparkle of the fireflies, the gleam of love light in your lovely eyes. These are the things I love. A silver moonbeam peeping through the trees, a bed of tulips nodding in the breeze, the look you give in answer to my pleas. These are the things I love. I thought that life was just a winter thing. My heart was cold, and then you came to me, and like a breath of spring, you turned the silver thread to gold. A robin's serenade when day is through, the babbling brook beside our rendezvous, your sweet voice whispering, darling, I love you. These are the things I love. They say all who love are blind, but that is not the case with me. For more and more each day I find my love for you has made me see the glow of sunset in the summer skies, the golden sparkle of the fireflies, the gleam of love light in your lovely eyes. These are the things I love. A robin's serenade when day is through, a babbling brook beside our rendezvous, your sweet voice whispering, darling, I love you. These are the things, these are the things I love.
Preebles, you did very well. Thank you, Mr.
Pardon me,
Preebles.
Fred. Here's a telegram just came in for you.
For me? Well, let's see what this telegram says, Jimmy. Oh, shoot.
Bad news, Fred?
Oh, very bad news, Jimmy. This is from a friend of mine up in Maine who runs a poultry farm. He says my $1 million idea has come a cropper.
What $1 million idea?
Well, I told this fella up there to get his hens in the pink of condition, sing them sad songs to make them blue, then show them an ostrich egg so they'd be green with envy.
What for?
Well, so they'd lay colored eggs for Easter, of course. But listen to this telegram, Jay. Your idea is a dud. 2 out of 3 eggs are white, and the other one came out a dingy plaid.
Say, that is bad news, Fred.
Yes, it is.
Duds are always bad news. Just as gasoline duds are bad news to your engine, bad news to your pocketbook. That's why there's no place in Texaco Fire Chief for sluggish, slow-action duds that fail to vaporize, fail to take the spark quickly. They're out, removed by special steps in Texaco refining. Yes, Fire Chief gasoline is all power, active power. It vaporizes instantly, flashes your engine into action, supplies you with smooth acceleration and long mileage. So next time, try a Texaco dealer and famous Fire Chief gasoline. Remember, at regular gasoline prices, you're getting all action, not a dud in a tank full.
And now the Texaco Workshop players. Tonight, instead of presenting their usual skit, they take you behind the scenes in radio. As you folks doze beside your radios at home, many of you, no doubt, envy the radio comedian. What a life, you say. Nothing to do but clip old jokes out of magazines. No worries, nothing but laughter and applause. Ha, 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 ha. That's what you think. Little do you know what the radio comedian goes through each week, his trials, his tribulations. Well, tonight we show you the seamy side of the picture. It's called Shortcut to a Nervous Breakdown, or the radio comedian makes it the hard way. Our case history tonight concerns the heartaches of an average radio comedian. Oh, let us call him Kenny Dank.
Any resemblance between the character known as Kenny Dank and any other Kenny Dank living around the radio is purely coincidental.
Our average comedian is employed by an average advertising agency. Let's call the agency Bettin', Bitten, Ditto, and Button.
Any resemblance between the firm of Bettin', Bitten, Ditto, and Button and any existing firm named Bettin', Bitten, Ditto, and Button is their tough luck.
Our story starts. As the curtain rises...
Any resemblance between this curtain and any other curtain?
We get the idea, Mr. Barrymore.
Oh.
Any resemblance between that O and the curtain rises on the office of Bolivar Balaam Button, president of the great advertising agency of Bettin', Bitten, Button, etc. Bolivar Balaam Button is entering his executive sanctum. Oh, good morning, Miss Yuck.
Morning, B.B. Are you ready to check on our newspaper and magazine copy?
No, Miss Yuck. Today I'm checking over all of our agency radio programs. Are these our radio surveys here?
Yes, sir. They sure add up to a lot of figures.
These radio popularity ratings are very important, Miss Yuck. These figures show whether our clients' programs are gaining or losing listeners. You see, I'll show this list here. Fake It or Believe It, up 1.2. One Man's Relatives, up 2.6. Carborundum Carnival, up. The,
Something wrong?
Wrong? Our comedy program, the Kenny Dank Fun Fest, has gone down again. This is the second month in succession.
What's the rating?
Minus 2.2. If Kenny Dank's sponsors, Moriarty's Matzahs, find out that no one is listening to Dank's program, we lose the account. Now, when Dank comes in today to read this week's script to the office boy for reaction, tell him I want to see him.
Kenny Dank is outside now.
Well, send him in here.
Yes, sir. Mr. Dank, please.
Hello, B.B. old sock.
Now, Dank, your program is slipping. This is the second month you have gone down on the popularity survey.
Oh, quit kidding, B.B. I've been killing them.
Figures don't lie, Dank. Here's the Crosby report. Here's the Hooper that checks on the Crosby. Here's the Duper that checks on the Hooper and the Booper. Now, according to the Hooper Duper... You are down to minus 2.2.
Oh, that's nothing.
Minus 2 is less than nothing, Dank.
Well, I was on opposite 2 fireside chats this month.
Don't alibi, Dank. You can't blame him for everything. Now, you are slipping. When a comedian slips, the advertising agency has got to step in.
But the last time the agency stepped in, I went down 19 points.
No heresy, Dank. Your program has got to be revised. Miss Yuck.
Yes, sir.
The agency has got to hype up Dank's program. Sound the conference bell.
Yes, sir. Conference! Come and get it!
Bumble reporting. Jumble reporting.
Well, where's Bumble?
The Bumble reporting, sir.
Well, what held you up, Bumble?
I was licking an envelope, sir. I stopped to seal it.
You know very well when you hear the conference gong, you are supposed to drop everything and report, Bumble. Yet you stopped to seal an envelope.
But I have a dry mouth, sir. It took me 2 hours to work up a drool. I didn't want to lose it.
Well, all right. Write me a memo to that effect.
Yeah.
Now, let's get down to business. Gentlemen, the Kenny Dank Fun Fest is slipping on all radio surveys. Dank needs a new program. Men, what we've got to have is an idea.
Check.
Check.
Men, we have got to change Dank's setup.
Check.
Check.
Men.
Check.
Check.
Accelerate, Bumble.
Sorrow.
You've got to speed it up. You're slowing up the conference. Now you watch it. Come in at a quicker tempo, a 6/8 if you can arrange it. Now, men, we have got to hatch an idea. Let's mow, men.
Say, I've got an idea. How about cutting out Dank's singer and putting in a quartet?
But my program has a quartet now.
Yes, the program.
Well, that finishes me. I'm only vice president in charge of suggesting we put in a quartet.
Hold everything. I just got a flash.
Lay it on the table, A.J.
How about cutting out the actors and putting in audience participation?
We've tried audience participation.
And how about cutting out the audience and putting in actor participation?
Well, you can't cut out studio audiences and render thousands of people homeless.
Say, how about not making it a quiz program?
How about not making it an Ulrich family?
How about just not making it?
No, men. Wait a minute. I've got it.
What is it, Chief?
The new Kenny Dank Fun Fest will be what radio is crying for. This is something revolutionary.
What's that, BB?
A 30-minute program.
Yeah.
You follow me, men?
Yeah.
With an orchestra.
Yeah.
A comedian.
Yeah.
And a guest star.
Wonderful!
Yeah, wonderful.
But that's exactly what my program is now, BB.
Great. That proves we're on the right track, Dank. Agency cooperation gets results every time. Well, the conference is over. Break it up, men.
So long, Chief. So long, Chief.
So long, Miss Yuck.
Why, the idea.
Don't mind SB, Miss Yuck. He always relaxes for 20 seconds after a conference. Now, let me see. Where were we?
We were fixing up my radio program.
Oh, yes. Now, what is your show this week, Dank?
We're doing a burlesque of a moving picture.
A revolutionary idea on a comedy program. What picture is it?
The Sea Dog. Here's the script.
Now, let me see. Oh, very funny. Very funny. Yes, but it isn't funny enough, Dank. The agency has got to hype it up. Now, how many writers write your program?
16.
Well, no wonder your program is slipping. Trying to turn out a half-hour program with only 16 writers.
But, BB...
Miss Yuck, buzz for our agency gag men.
Yes, sir.
Our agency joke writers will make your Sea Dog sketch a masterpiece. Come in.
Company! Halt! Company! Halt! Second platoon, Company 2 of Agency Joke Writers reporting, sir.
Very well, Lieutenant Glee. Here's Dank's script. Have your men put in some gags, polish it up, kick it around, live with it, sleep on it, and have it back in 2 minutes.
Yes, sir. Company, present pencil. Halt!
Gee, all those writers to fix up one little sketch?
Our men work fast, Dank. Come in.
Lieutenant Glee reporting, sir. Here's Dank's script. It's all gagged up.
Well, a little late, but nice work, Lieutenant.
Thank you, sir.
Gad, what an organization. We're the only advertising agency in the country with a bugle.
Is my script ready now, BB?
Just one more thing, Dank. We'll have to step next door and consult all department heads for deletion.
Yes, sir.
Department heads, attention. Kenny Dank here is going to read his comedy script. I want you to check on it as he goes along.
Yes, baby.
Now, go right ahead, Dank.
Well, the scene opens off the coast of Florida.
Just a minute.
Yes, sir?
Public relations can't pass any mention of Florida. California won't like it.
But Florida is out, Dank.
Okay. Now there's a tropical storm.
Cut out the storm. Weather Bureau won't permit unauthorized storms.
Storm is out. The storm is out, Dank.
But there's a shipwreck. The storm blows the boat.
Have the boat run into a rock.
All right. The boat crashes into a rock.
The rock is out. The music department must. There's a rock in the Rock of Ages.
The rock is out, Dank. Go ahead.
But I don't see
You don't see. Let me see the rest of those jokes there, Dank.
Here.
Let me see now. Here, the poker game joke here. 3 vegetarians playing for small stakes. Small stakes offends the vegetarians. It's out.
But you're ruining
It's out, Dank. And these other jokes here, out. Yep, this one out. Well, now there you are, Dank. You make these cuts and your Sea Dog sketch is perfect.
But you've taken out all the jokes. How will it sound on the air?
How will it sound? Great. Listen.
The Kenny Dank program is on the air. Tonight, Kenny Dank and his Fun Fest present The Sea Dog.
Ahoy, the mizzen man.
Who's got a cigarette?
Ahoy, the mizzen man.
Who's got a match?
Ahoy, the mizzen mast.
The ship's sinking, Captain.
Then we're safe.
No, kill yourself.
Aye, aye, sir.
Captain, put down that harpoon.
Ahoy, the mizzen mast. I quit. I can't go on the air with a thing like this.
What's wrong with it?
Why, even Fred Allen wouldn't use a sketch like this. And he'll use anything. By the time you agency guys in the broadcasting company get through cutting out a comedian's jokes, he isn't funny.
Exactly. And as the president of Bettin', Bitten, Ditto, and Button, let me tell you, Dank, we cut out your stuff purposely. Radio is a big business. Radio comedians and radio itself must have one thing in common.
What's that?
They are not to be laughed at. Dank, you're fired. Just a nightcap word from Larry Elliott.
The next few moments are devoted to the entire petroleum industry by the Texas Company. One of the greatest examples of free enterprise has been the growth of individual businesses in the petroleum industry. In 1920, there were about 15,000 service stations. In 1939, the number of independently owned and operated service stations had grown to over 200,000. Each a local business, all providing employment and income for others in every community in the real American way.
Thank you, Larry, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for letting the Texaco Star Theater service your radio for this hour tonight. We'll be back to render the same service next Wednesday at Texaco time. This is Fred Allen saying good night for the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast and inviting you to drive in anytime. Remember, you're welcome.
April has been proclaimed Cancer Control Month by President Roosevelt. A healthy nation is a strong nation. Do your part toward building up our health defenses. Enlist now in the nationwide fight against cancer by writing for free information to your local unit or direct to the American Society for the Control of Cancer in New York City. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. 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 This is the Columbia Broadcasting.
going to find out how it feels to be in trouble. Without friends, without credit, without checkbook, without name. Alone.
And I'll go with you.
How could I be alone if you're with me?
Sullivan's Travels, the side-splitting story of a $4,000 a week big shot who turns hobo for experience and gets more than he bargained for.
You better drop me at the next corner and take this bus back where you stole it from.
Don't talk nonsense. I left a note saying I was taking the car. Or did I?
Be nice if you could remember. What do you suppose that is?
Well, whatever it is, there's absolutely nothing they can do. Remember that.
What did you say?
I said there's absolutely nothing they can do.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. But the dead men's women knew that it wasn't a dream. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Hi, it's a cold morning, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I'm ready for spring, Chester. The tail end of winter always gets on my nerves.
Well, it shouldn't be long now. The worst of it's bound to be over.
Well, I hope so. Here, let's try Delmonico's here, huh?
I'm always ready to eat, Mr. Dillon.
Morning, Matt. Chester.
Oh, hi, Kitty.
Well, how about joining me, huh?
Well, thank you. Pull up a chair, Chester.
Yes, sir.
You're up early this morning, Matt. Usually you don't even start breathing till noon.
It's too cold to sleep, Kitty. That jail stove always burns itself out about 5 o'clock in the morning. From then on, you just have to...
Well, what is it, Matt?
Chester, that second table from the window over there.
Hmm?
Those 3 men there, you know them?
No, sir, I don't think I do.
Oh, I do. Ran into them about 4 years ago out in Arizona territory. That's the Pueblo gang. Never heard of them coming this far east before. Well...
You want some help, Mr.
No,
Dillon?
just sit tight, Chester.
Matt?
Order me some sausage and buckwheat cakes, Kitty, will you? I'll be right back.
I don't want to stay in this town. I don't like it at all. But go ahead, Dick.
Morning, boys. It's the Parks brothers, isn't it? Ed and Rio and Chuck Evans.
Well, what about it?
Easy, Rio.
It's Dillon, the U.S. Marshal, the one I told you about.
Yeah, I bet you did. What'd you tell him, Chuck?
Look, Dillon, our food's getting cold. You got something on your mind or not?
Nothing important, Rio. I figure it's quite an honor to have the Pueblo gang in town. I just thought I'd drop over and tell you how I felt about it.
And how do you feel?
Well, that depends, Ed. Are you boys here on business or pleasure?
Does it make a difference,
Yeah.
Marshal?
Yeah, it makes a difference. I know your reputation west of here. Half the stage holdups in the last 5 years from Colorado to the California border can be laid right at your door. But as far as I know, you're clean in Dodge City so far.
Now,
All right, you
Dillon,
just keep it that way. You make one move here and your time's up. Right then, you're short, and I'll take you, all 3 of you. You understand?
Sure, we understand.
We'll think it over, Dillon. Let you know what we decided to do. Rio, you talk too much. Now, see you around, boys. You can put the gun away now, Chester.
All right. I was just going to be ready in case.
Matt, I thought I'd tell you. Those boys are mean. They were in the Texas Trail last night. They're just downright mean.
Yeah, I know.
What do we do, Mr. Dillon? Run them out of town?
Not unless they give us some reason to, Chester.
Yes, sir. But
The law doesn't say you can hang a man because he might steal a horse. Yeah, forget it. Let's eat, huh?
Our old train's just about ready to pull out, looks like.
Yeah, it's on time. It's 3 o'clock.
Be in St. Louis tomorrow night, Chicago the next day.
If the engine holds up.
Well, they don't break down so much anymore. They're getting them worked out so they're pretty dependable.
Yeah, I guess so.
You ever get a hankering to take a trip back east, Mr. Dillon, just to see how things have changed?
Not me, Chester. I've been on the frontier too long. I'd be lost back there. I wouldn't know how to act.
I guess a man could get his rope kinked over which fork to use or what to do with it.
What? Oh, hi, Will. You down watching your competition pull out?
There'll be a stagecoach running for a long time to come yet. Railroad's not bothering me any.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that.
Something else is, though.
No?
Matt, the stage from Buckeye's more than 2 hours overdue. I'm getting a little worried.
Well, why? It's usually late, isn't it?
Not on this particular day of the month.
Oh, what's the day particular?
Gold dust.
Oh.
This is the day those placer mines out there always ship their cleanup. Charlie's never missed getting it here at 3 o'clock on time for the eastbound Santa Fe. Not once.
Who's riding shotgun, Will?
Houston Jack.
Well, he's a good man. I doubt if there's any cause to worry.
That shipment runs $80,000 or $100,000 sometimes, Matt. Never been laid before.
Oh, Charlie will probably roll in any minute now. We'll see you later, Will.
So long.
What do you think, Mr. Dillon?
Same as you do, Chester. Let's ride out and meet that stage.
I still think I heard a horse went in, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I thought I heard it, too.
We must be an hour and a half from town the way the stage runs. He sure is late, all right.
I hope late is all it is, Chester. I hope it's not...
There it is again, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, it came from that draw over there, somewhere on that sumac thicket. Come on.
Look, Mr. Dillon. Wheel track leading off the trail.
Yeah. Running at a dead gallop and out of control. Well, Chester, there's the stage.
I don't see any sign of life, Mr. Dillon.
Let's take a look.
There's tracks all around. Must have been 3 or 4 horses here.
3, the way I'm figuring it. I'll lay any odds you want that this is some of the...
That's Houston Jack, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Shot in the back of the head. And he didn't take any chances. He must have ridden up behind the stage and fired without any warning. That's probably what spooked the horses and started to run away. Yeah, they shot the lead horse. It's an old trick.
Charlie's still up here on the box. They got him, too. That strong box has been forced open. It's empty.
All right, Chester, let's cut these horses loose and get them out of the traces, huh?
Right, sir.
Come on now, boy. It's the same way they used to work it out west. Shoot the guard in the back and let the team run until they're far enough off the trail and then kill the lead horse to stop them.
You mean that Pueblo gang?
Yeah, who else? Oh! That's a good thing there weren't any passengers. They'd have got the same treatment. All right, there you go, boy.
I think there were some passengers, Mr. Dillon. One, at least.
What?
There's a couple of trunks tied on top and a carpet bag of some kind inside the stage.
Here, let's have a look. Well, the only bodies are the guards and the drivers.
Say, maybe one of the gang was riding as a passenger.
They wouldn't leave trunks behind it.
What is it?
There's stuff in the carpet bag. Belongs to a woman.
There's no woman here?
Yeah, I know.
Well, and they must have taken her.
Yeah. And it's almost dark. Come on, Chester, let's try to pick up their trail.
Just no use going any farther, Mr. Dillon. It's too dark to tell what we're doing.
Well, they were heading toward the river here. Let's take a look through these willows, and if we don't find anything, then we'll ride on back to town.
All right, sir.
I still keep getting a faint whiff of wood smoke from somewhere.
I sure wish we would find the fire. It's getting colder in the...
Wait a minute. Look over there.
Well, I'll swear. It's fire, all right. Or what's left of one, Mr. Dillon. You suppose they're still
I don't
there?
know. Let's leave the horses here and go up on foot, huh?
All right, sir.
Well, there's nothing moving. No signs of life.
They couldn't have left too long ago. That fire would have burned itself out.
Well...
I'd say we're too late, Mr. Dillon. I think they've gone.
Yeah, it looks that way, all right. Yeah, half hour or an hour ago. Made a fast camp, stayed long enough to warm up, and then they went...
What was that?
I don't know. They're over here, Chester. There's somebody lying on the ground.
Help me. Help me, please.
Here. Throw some brush on the fire, Chester.
Yes, sir.
No, it's all right, miss. It's all right now.
3 of them. Robbed the stage. Killed the driver and the guard. Brought me with them.
Anything I can do, Mr. Dillon?
No, Chester, I'm afraid not. For the love of it. Chester, get some light over here. Grab one of those branches that's caught fire.
Mr. Dillon, just a second.
Easy now, ma'am. Just easy now. It's going to be all right.
I pleaded with them. Begged them to let me go.
Here. This help any?
Yeah, hold it over here.
Hmm.
Helen.
But they wouldn't. They wouldn't let me go.
Helen Ford.
And when they left, they drew their guns and shot me.
Easy now.
They shot me.
You know who they were? Helen? Helen, can you hear me?
One named Rio. One called Chuck. They sat on their horses. Shot me. Then they laughed.
She's in awful bad shape, Mr. Dillon. We ought to get her to dock.
Shot me. And laughed. But it didn't matter. Not that. Not...
Well, I guess it's too late now.
Yeah, it's too late. I'll carry her back to Dodge. Get me your saddle blanket, will you, Chester?
You knew her, Mr. Dillon?
A long time ago. Then things happened the way they do. Later, she married Bill Ford and went out to Colorado. It's a long time ago. I didn't expect I'd ever see her again.
It's a bad thing, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm going to see him hang for it.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, everybody's got a heart. That's a plenty solid reason for everybody to support with generous contributions the annual fund drive of the Heart Campaign. Don't forget, what your money pays for is aimed at making the sick well and keeping the well from getting sick. Support the Heart Campaign again this year. Now for the second act of Gunsmoke.
Over here, Chester. We'll check the livery stable first.
Yes, sir.
They could have pulled out, of course, but I'll lay odds they came straight back into town.
It won't take long to find out.
Now, let's go in.
Who's there? Who is it?
It's Matt Dillon. Is that you, Mr. Kelvin?
Oh, yeah, sure is, Marshal. Here, let me get a lantern lit. I'm just fixing to lock up the stable and go over and grab myself a bite to eat. Running things alone again tonight, and confounded boy didn't show up. I'd like he's not drunk and seen. There. Now, come on, Marshal. I got a fire going back in the office. Come on back. Set us.
I'd like to, Kelvin, but we don't have time. I'm looking for some horses.
Well, I got 'em, Marshal. You want to buy, trade, or hire?
Just look.
Yeah.
There are 3 fellas staying over at the Dodge House. They've been there about a week. Ed and Rio Parks and Chuck Evans. They're keeping their horses here.
Yeah, they are, right back here. And if I ever saw a ruination of good horse flesh, this is it. There. Take a look there. That one belongs to the oldest Parks boy, Ed, and the one next to it's Rio's.
They've been rode, Mr. Dillon. They've been rode plenty.
Yeah. What time did they come in, Kelvin?
Well, about an hour ago, more or less. They're gone since forenoon, just come back a little while ago. Look at that horse. Been rubbed down twice. And he's still wet.
They didn't say where they'd been, did they?
No, not them. They ain't the talking kind. Just left their horses and went on over to the hotel. Well, wherever they was, though, they must have been riding like the devil himself was chasing them.
Well, maybe he was. Thanks, Mr. Kelvin.
Yeah. Sure.
Well, I guess there's not much doubt of it, Chester.
No, sir. It was them, all right.
And I could have stopped it before it happened. A man shouldn't be jailed on suspicion, I figured, just because he might do something wrong.
Well, my. Everybody has to play it the way he sees it.
Only sometimes you can see it a lot plainer afterward.
What are we going to do?
Go get him, that's all.
Well, where do we start looking?
The Texas Trail. Oh, one thing, Chester, before we go in. Now, you leave the play on this to me, huh? Just keep me covered, that's all.
Mr. Dillon, what was her name before she was married?
Marlowe. Helen Marlowe. All right, come on, let's go.
Well, it was a real dull evening up until now. How are you, Matt? Chester?
Hi, Miss Kitty.
Kitty. I'm looking for the Pueblo gang. Have any of them been in here?
Why, yeah. One of them's here now. Rio Parks. She's over there at the faro table.
Oh?
Well, what's wrong, Matt? What happened?
They held up the Buckeye stage. Killed Charlie and Houston Jack. And a passenger. A woman. Helen Ford.
Ah.
All right, Chester.
Oh, be careful, Matt.
Yeah, sure, Kitty. Just cover me, Chester. That's all.
Yes, sir.
500 says I've got the car. That's too much for me. Are you going to cover me or not? What's the matter? You all a bunch of pikers?
Maybe they haven't been out robbing stagecoaches, Rio.
What do you mean by that?
Maybe they don't make their living by killing women.
Dillon, a man could get in trouble shooting off his mouth that way.
You're already in trouble. All right, boys, Rio's checking in his hand. The game's over. You can slide out at the end of the table over there. You're under arrest for murder, Rio.
Don't know what you're talking about, Dillon.
Murder. A murder that you're going to hang for. Now, where are the other two?
Go find them if you want them.
I'm going to as soon as I finish with you. I said you're under arrest, Rio. Now get your hands up.
Supposing I don't, Dillon.
You're not going to make any play. You don't have the guts. Shooting a man in the back is more your line, Rio. You're killing a woman. Now get your hands up. That's better. All right, Chester, get his gun.
Seems like it's getting colder, Mr. Dillon.
Clear as a bell, though. Look at that moon.
Where do you suppose they are? You've been in nearly every saloon on Front Street.
I don't know, Chester, but wherever they are, we're going to find them.
And you know something, Mr. Dillon? When we do arrest the other two, they're as good as hung with the evidence we got on them.
I haven't arrested them yet.
Maybe them other two won't be taken as easy as Rio.
That's up to them. If they want to surrender, they can. I've never shot a man with his hands up. Chester.
Huh?
Ben's barber shop over there. The man that he's shaving.
It's kind of hard to tell with all that lather on.
No, it's Ed Parks. Come on.
And there's just him and Ben in the shop. I wonder where Chuck Evans is.
We'll worry about him later.
Just help yourself to a seat, gentlemen. Be ready for you just as soon as... oh, evening, Marshal.
How you been? I didn't know you were in the habit of shaving outlaws.
Well, maybe you're mistaken, Marshal. You just have a seat there, and
No, I recognize him, all right. It's Ed Parks.
Looks like you got the advantage of me, Dillon.
No, we can't have that, Ed. Wipe the lather off his face, Ben.
Yes, sir. Sure thing, Marshal. Just a second now, Mr. Parks. There you are.
It's too bad you have to leave that shave half finished, Ed. But they'll give you a free one just before they hang you.
What are you talking about, Dillon?
Now, gentlemen...
Ed, you're under arrest for murder. Get your hands up. Your brother's waiting for you at the jail.
You arrested Rio?
What about the hands, Ed? Are you going to put them up?
No, dirty kid.
Huh? That was a fast move for a barber, Ben.
I knew he had a gun under the towel, Marshal, but of course I couldn't say anything about it.
Well, thank you, Ben. And if you'll send the bill for your shaving mug to the stage company, they'll probably take care of it for you.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Chester, spill some water on him. I want him to walk to jail.
I'll bet Chuck Evans got clean away, Mr. Dillon. The word must have got to him.
Well, he had to do it awful fast. The clerk said he checked out of the hotel less than 10 minutes ago. Kelvin? Yeah, the light must hurt his eyes. He never keeps a lantern burning.
Afraid of fire, maybe.
Kelvin? Are you there, Kelvin?
Yes. Hey, what's wrong? Who is it?
Matt Dillon.
Oh.
Strike a light. A man could fall over something in this stable and break his neck.
All right. I just don't get excited. I'm used to it myself. I know just where everything is and don't see any point in wasting oil when I... Now, what's on your mind, Marshal?
Chuck Evans. Is his horse still here?
Yes, indeed. It most certainly is. As a matter of fact, he's back there saddling up right now.
Good.
I told him it seemed like a fool time of night to start out on a trip. You can't reason with anybody that treats horses the way that bunch does.
I guess not.
What?
Well, go on, answer it.
Yes? What is it?
Give me a hand back here, will you?
Tell him yes.
All right. I'm coming.
What's this all about, Marshal?
Nothing to get yourself worked up about. Just stay right here and stay out of the way. All right, Chester.
Yes, sir. He's got a lantern back there at the stall.
Yeah. Now, you were right about one thing, Chester. He's trying to leave town.
Give me a hand with this, Kelvin. I can't seem to get the...
You going somewhere, Chuck?
Now, look, Dylan. You got nothing on me. Lay off.
The Parks boys are in jail.
I don't know anything about it, Dylan. You can't prove a thing, and you can't shoot me. I'm not even wearing a gun. It's hanging there on the saddle horn.
Yeah. So I see.
If the other boys did something, I don't know anything about it.
You're a liar, Chuck. And you're a coward.
You've got no call to talk like
Shut
that.
up. Now, you're under arrest. Chester, get his gun off his saddle.
Look out, Mr. Dillon. He's got another gun.
I'll kill you, Dillon. Say, help me. You're scared, Chuck. You're too scared to shoot straight.
Help me.
Well, I guess that does it, Chester. Come on.
What is it, Marshal? What happened?
Evans is dead. The Parks boys are going to hang. You're short 3 customers, Kelvin.
Oh, well, who's going to pay the stable bill?
The stable bill?
Yeah.
Oh, you got their horses. Sell them.
Oh, yeah, I never thought of that. Well, it serves them right. Anybody that would treat a horse the way that bunch did, David.
I guess it's over, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, it's over, Chester.
And it's just as well. This country would be a lot better off with them fellas dead than alive.
I guess so.
Even the moon looks brighter.
Yeah.
Mr. Dillon, you're still thinking you should have jailed him on suspicion, aren't you?
No, I'd have half of Dodge in jail if I started that now, Chester. It's the kind of a chance a lawman has to take.
Yes, sir.
Whether he likes it or not.
Yes, sir.
But I'm not liking it much right now. In the morning, I'm going to have a talk with the preacher about holding a service for Helen. It's about all I can do for her now.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was especially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Tom Tully, Paul Dubov, John Daner, Harry Bartell, and Louise Lewis. Parley Bear is Chester, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. More Godfrey. Yes, starting tomorrow on most of these same CBS radio stations, there will be more Arthur Godfrey and his gang, presented by CBS Radio for our Sunday listeners. Folks who are regular Arthur Godfrey fans know there's been a 30-minute roundup of Arthur Godfrey time Sundays at the Star's address. But starting tomorrow, there'll be 30 minutes more with Arthur Godfrey and all the wonderful Arthur Godfrey gang. This is Roy Rowan speaking. And remember, Lionel Barrymore's your host on the Sunday Night Playhouse on the CBS Radio Network.
Shout hallelujah, come on, get happy. You better chase all your cares away. Shout hallelujah, come on, get happy. Get ready. Get ready. Get ready for the judgment day.
Dig, brother, dig. Dig, brother, dig. 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 Dig.
Who's got my glasses? Get it. Glasses? Who's got my glasses? Oh.
You wake up in the morning and the rooster crows. You wake up in the morning and the ducks quack, quack. Quack, quack, ducks quack. Yeah, that's a heavenly music. That's a heavenly music to me.
I'm glad I met
Wonderful is the only word for you.
you, wonderful you.
You wonderful you.
I can't forget
Isn't it grand to find what love can do?
you, wonderful you.
If you should fall in love, the moon is yours, a bird's tune is yours. Take your choice. Say it's an almost perfect paradise. There are many reasons why you should rejoice. You can make the pleasure that surround you like an endless stream that's coming true. And of what you've got to find is quite a lot. You're wealthy indeed.
With no gold in your purse.
'Cause the whole universe is all for
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Baby Me. If you have a family of football fans, you know what an afternoon at the game can do to their appetites. Send them zooming up higher than a kite. So be prepared with a good hearty meal. And for dessert, that all-star favorite, Jell-O. You always win with Jell-O. You make a touchdown every time. It's so good to look at, gayer than the college colors. Cheerful and bright and appetizing. And so good to eat. Jell-O's rich, zestful fruit flavors make a real occasion out of every meal. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. All six are chock full of extra rich flavor that tastes as tempting as the ripe fruit itself. There are dozens and dozens of different ways to serve Jell-O, and you'll find attractive recipes on every package. So look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O. That was Baby Me, played by the orchestra. Now, folks, as you all know, 447 years ago last Thursday, Christopher Columbus discovered America.
That's right, Don.
To finance this expedition, he borrowed a huge sum of money from Queen Isabella of Spain.
Yep.
So tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a man who Columbus would have had trouble with, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And Don, although I appreciate your timely introduction, aren't you assuming too much?
What do you mean?
Well, how do you know Columbus would have had trouble borrowing money from me? That's just a wild guess.
Well, Jack, I was merely trying to be topical, that's all. Last Thursday was Columbus Day, and I wanted to tie you in with him.
Well, Don, tying me in with Columbus is indeed flattering, but you didn't have to make me tight.
He didn't make you tight. He just lifted the veil.
Oh, he did. Now, listen, Phil, and this goes for you, too, Don. We're beginning a new season, and I think we ought to make a few changes. I'm sure there are more vital things to talk about than me being tight.
I'm awfully sorry, Jack.
Me, too.
Don, I believe. You know, fellas, this is only our second broadcast, and during this new season, we ought to try and get on more believable subjects.
You're right, Jack. We've all been picking on you too much.
You said it, Mary. Imagine saying I wouldn't finance Columbus. If I'd have been living in those days, I would have been glad to loan him the money.
Yes, but he'd had a tough time sailing that boat with one arm.
Mary, I wouldn't have asked for collateral. To hear you talk, you'd think I never spent a dime.
Well?
Well, nothing. What about that party? Well, what about that party I threw Wednesday night at the Coconut Grove?
What party?
You know what party. The one at the Coconut Grove. Didn't I pay the check for 10 people? Didn't I leave a big tip?
Yeah, but you took a tree home for firewood.
I did not. I just took a few branches that fell off, so don't exaggerate.
Boy, that's rich. Benny the wood chopper.
Phil, get this straight. I didn't go to the Coconut Grove Wednesday night to chop down any trees.
Then why did you wear that lumberjack shirt?
That wasn't a lumberjack shirt. That was my tuxedo shirt that was washed with some plaid socks. So there.
Why, Jack, you ought to sue the laundry.
He can't. He did it himself.
Well, you're certainly right up on your toes tonight, Miss Livingston. My, that's quite a contrast to your opening performance last Sunday.
You said it, Jack. Oh, boy, was I nervous. I nearly fainted.
I'll say you did. It's a wonder you couldn't control yourself. You've been on the air before. Why all the worry?
Did you ever have a strap break in the middle of a program?
Oh, I see. So that's what happened.
Say, Mary, is that why you borrowed my fraternity pin?
Yeah.
Phil, how can a hillbilly that only went as far as third grade have a fraternity pin?
What are you talking about? I'm a college man.
What college?
Cornpone Tech.
Cornpone Tech?
Yeah, cornpone. Here we come. Shave and a haircut. Bay rum.
Oh, a barber college. Well, I'm certainly glad to know that, Phil. Right after the program, I'll let you cut my hair.
Okay, just send it over to the Wilshire Bowl.
All right, Smarty.
No cover charge.
Mary. Now, wait a minute, fellas. That's another topic I want dismissed this season. I don't want to hear another word about my toupee because I don't wear one.
What's that over your right ear, a squirrel?
What? Now, Mary, cut it out and let's change the subject. Say, Don, come here a minute, will you?
What is it, Jack?
What is it, Jack? Did you hear any nice reports on our opening program last Sunday? I mean, was there any good comment on it?
Why, yes, everyone I talked with liked it very much, and they were especially enthusiastic about our new tenor, Denis Day.
Oh, that's swell. Of course, he was a little nervous his first time on the air, you know.
Well, I have to admit, Jack, I was pretty nervous myself.
I had the shakes, too.
Phil, you've never had anything that a good night's sleep won't cure. But really, Don, I'm very happy about Denis. Of course, I'm going to have to do something about that mother of his. Oh, boy, what I've gone through with her already.
Well, after all, Jack, it's a mother's instinct to look after the best interests of her son.
I know that, Don, but I don't want her around while we're broadcasting.
Well, why don't you put your foot down, Jack? Why don't you threaten her?
Threaten her? Did you ever get a load of her muscles? Look, we've been on the air 10 minutes, and they haven't shown up yet. And you know why? Because I told her to be here on time.
Oh, Jack, you're just imagining things. Mrs. Day seems to be a very nice woman.
Well, Don, you don't have to put up with her like I do. She's always interfering with my business. She came over to my house the other day and made Denis stop mowing the lawn. How do you like that?
Don't tell me you got that kid mowing your lawn already.
Well, it keeps him out of mischief, and besides, Denis was perfectly willing to do it.
He should be. You got it in his contract.
I have not. His mother took it out. Anyway, my lawn sure looks nice, half mowed.
Well, why don't you make Rochester finish it?
Oh, I told him to, and he took the lawnmower back to the neighbors. Anyway, fellas, getting back to Mrs. Day, if she doesn't... Jeepers, that must be her now. Don't say anything, fellas. Come in. Well, Andy.
Hiya, Buck.
My goodness. Well, Andy, it's about time you showed up. I was expecting you to drop in last Sunday.
I couldn't make it, Buck. I had to drive Ma and Pa to the Pomona Fair. We never miss it.
Oh, the Pomona Fair. Say, did your mother win first prize again on her famous elderberry wine?
Well, she was expecting to, Buck, but Pa was all alone in the back seat with the jug.
Oh, so he drank it, eh?
I think so. We passed an orange grove on the way, and Pa said, "Holy smokes, look at that sunset."
Well, then you're probably right. Say, Andy, they generally have pretty good exhibits at the Pomona Fair. How are they this year?
Swell. The farm products were wonderful. You know, Buck, they had an ear of corn there 3 feet long.
What was that, Andy? I knew you'd be interested, Well, I'm glad you had such a good time, Andy. By the way, did you get a chance to tune in on our show last week?
I sure did, Buck.
How'd you like our new tenor, Dennis Day?
Oh, he was great. But Ma was a little disappointed. She thought I was going to sing this year.
That's all we need.
Yeah. Now, wait a minute, Andy. You're not a tenor.
I am on some words.
You're a quartet on some words. Well, stick around, Andy. I'll have you meet the kid. He'll be here pretty soon.
I'd like to, Buck, but I got to run along now.
Why, Andy, what's your hurry?
Well, my girl's picking me up in front of the studio.
Oh, your girlie. Who is she?
Whoever picks me up. So long, Buck.
Hey, that Andy is getting to be quite a devil. Well, come on, Phil. Let's get going with the show. How about a number?
Okay, Jackson. Would you like a newie or an oldie?
Phil, just play a goodie if you can-y. A newie or an oldie. What's... Put That Down in Writing, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And Phil, in all fairness to you, the band sounded very good. Much better than last week.
What are you talking about? The music was sensational last week.
Sensational?
Yeah. Did you see that marvelous write-up I got in the musical Curio?
The musical what?
Curio. I got it right here.
Let's see that. Curio, that's courier, musical courier. He owns a fraternity pin yet.
If I could trust that strap, I'd give it back.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
What does the write-up say, Phil?
Oh, it's a rave from start to finish. You read it, Jackson. I don't want to sound hammy.
Okay, it says musical review. Phil Harris and his orchestra are back again on the Jello program this year. And on the opening broadcast Sunday, October 8th, we can only say that the music was abominable.
I guess that's bad, eh?
In all selections played, the brass was turbulent, and the strings were as stagnant as anything this reporter has ever heard.
And that guy's one of the best critics in the country.
He certainly is, Phil. So that's what you call a rave notice, eh?
Sure, I got a scrapbook full of that stuff.
You hear that, Mary? He saves those kind of write-ups.
Maybe he's going to blackmail himself.
That must be it.
What are you kids talking about? Why, that's one of the best write-ups I ever got. Did you notice them big words?
Phil, this review says that your music was abominable, turbulent, stagnant. If you take a bow on that, it proves that you're definitely an illiterate egomaniac.
No kidding.
Gee, that went to his head, too.
Yeah. Well, I give up. I did my best. Now, let's drop all this nonsense and get down to business.
Oh, say, Jack.
Yes, Don?
Speaking of write-ups, our opening program got a lovely notice in the Grocer's Journal.
Oh, in the Grocer's Journal, eh? Have you got it with you, Don?
Yes, right here it is. It says, the Jell-O program opened its fall season last Sunday night with the most enjoyable half hour.
Well.
It was a distinct pleasure to hear Don Jolly Boy Wilson...
Jolly Boy?
Again remind us that Jell-O is not only economical and easy to make, but that it comes in 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
Well, that's very nice, Don. Doesn't it say anything about the rest of us?
Oh, yes, it says, Jack Benny, Mary Livingston, and Phil Harris maintained perfect silence as Mr. Wilson, in a voice vibrant with emotion, stressed the importance of insisting on genuine Jell-O with its big red letters on the box.
Well, that's a marvelous review, Don. You went over very big. You know, fellas, when you get that
Say, Jack, here comes Denis Day now.
Where?
Right behind his mother.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Hello, Denis.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Well, did you hear that, Denis? That shows everybody liked you last week. You were a big hit.
Gee, it all seems like a dream to me.
Well, I can imagine. Oh, hello, Mrs. Day.
How do you do? And how are you, Miss Livingston?
I'm fine, thank you.
Mary. Now, Denis.
Yes, please?
Now, Denis, I don't want to harp on any particular subject because this is all new to you. But as I told you last Sunday, it's rather important that you be here on time. You were a little late again today.
I'm very sorry, Mr. Benny.
That's quite all right.
You see, we haven't lived out here very long.
You apologize, Denis. That's enough.
But, Mrs. Day, your son was just trying to be courteous, that's all.
He said he was sorry. That's all that's necessary.
Oh, brother.
What was that?
I said, oh, brother. I was talking to my brother. He's sitting in the 8th row. Hello, Sam. My goodness. Now, Denis, tell me, did you hear any nice comments about your singing last week? I mean, did your friends like you?
Oh, yes, Mr. Benny. Gee, I was so thrilled that I took the first paycheck you gave me and framed it.
Oh, you framed your check. You mean you're not even going to cash it?
No, sir, never.
This is the happiest moment of Jack's life.
Now, Mary, I'm glad he's sentimental. It shows good character, Denis.
Thanks for the frame, Mr. Benny.
Never mind. You know, Denis, I'm one of the friends who thought you were grand last week. You went over very well.
Sure the kid went over. Say, Mrs. Day, how'd you like the way my orchestra accompanied your son?
Since you asked me, I thought the music was abominable.
There you are, Jackson. Everyone said so.
Phil, I can't stand this any longer. I'm going to explain this whole thing to you in your native tongue. When that critic said your music was abominable, he meant that you weren't jiving, that you were off the beam.
You mean I wasn't in the groove? I wasn't hep?
Exactly.
Well, dummy up on that. Mama, Jackson.
Well, don't take it so hard, Phil. We all get bad write-ups once in a while.
Shucks, and I just subscribed to that paper for 25 years.
Well, that's too bad.
Oh, Jack, you shouldn't have told him. He was so ignorant and happy.
I did it for his own good, Mary. Phil's been getting pretty conceited lately.
Is that so?
Yes, Phil. You know, there's an old Chinese proverb that says, when orchestra leader gets kick in pants, swelling in head go down. Remember that, Phil. Now, Denis.
Yes, please?
Denis, we're ready for a number. Have you got your song prepared for tonight?
Oh, indeed I have, Mr. Benny.
Okay. So now, ladies and gentlemen, Denis Day, our young vocal discovery, will sing that old and popular favorite, Melancholy Baby.
Denis is not going to sing Melancholy Baby. He's going to sing Cinderella, Stay in My Arms.
Now, Mrs. Day, I've arranged with Denis to sing Melancholy Baby. It's my favorite torch song.
Denis is singing Cinderella, Stay in My Arms.
Now, just 1 minute, Mrs. Day. Whose program is this?
It's up for grabs.
Stay out of this, Mary. Ladies and gentlemen, Denis Day is going to sing Melancholy Baby.
Oh, no, he isn't.
Oh, yes, he is.
It's no use, Mr. Benny.
Dennis, I'm handling this, so just do as I say and we'll have no trouble. Melancholy Baby, folks. Sing, Dennis.
A few minutes to midnight, at the ball all the crowd was swaying. Then two charming people went dancing by, and I heard him say, "Stay in my arms, Cinderella, while the clock is striking, I'll hold you. At the stroke of 12, don't run away. Oh, can't you hear my heart? He begs you to stay in my arms, Cinderella. Maybe I'm that fella, Prince Charming. Since I met you, I've had wonders I'm your wedding shoes placed next to mine. Midnight of midnight and so divine. Cinderella, stay in my arms. While the clock is striking, I'll hold you. Midnight of midnight and so divine. Cinderella, stay, never stray from my
That was Melancholy Baby, sung by Denis Day. And now, ladies and
That
gentlemen...
was Cinderella, Stay in My Arms.
Now, listen, Mrs. Day, Cinderella was a melancholy baby, and you know it. Anyway, Dennis, you sang that number beautifully. You didn't sound a bit nervous tonight.
I wasn't, Mr. Benny, but last week, gee, oh boy.
Well, that's only natural. You know?
Gosh, if it hadn't been for Miss Livingston, I don't know what I'd have done.
Oh, it was nothing, Dennis. I didn't want you to be scared, that's all.
Well, that was awfully sweet of you, Mary. What'd you tell him?
I just said that if a certain comedian got by for 7 years, why should he worry?
Well, that's a fine way to talk about Fred Allen. Anyway, Dennis, don't feel upset about last week because we were all just as jittery as you were. Every one of us.
I was as cool as a cucumber.
Is that so, Mrs. Day? As if I care.
What was that?
I said we're on the air. We're on the air.
And hello, Sam.
Mary, I'm talking. And now, ladies and gentlemen, if I may resume control here, I would like to announce our play for next Sunday. A week from tonight, the Benny Belligerent Barnstormers will inaugurate their new season of dramatic offerings. After much thought and careful consideration, we decided to open with our version of Darrell F. Zanuck's 20th Century Fox production, that historical drama of adventure in darkest Africa, Stanley and Livingston. Thank you, Offbeat. This, I feel, will be one of our outstanding presentations.
I agree with you, Jack. I think it's a great idea to do Stanley and Livingston.
Yes, Don, at least it'll be something new.
New? Fred Allen did it 2 weeks ago.
Mrs. Day, what Fred Allen does on his program is no concern of mine. It's a true story that took place in the year 1875. And I have just as much right to do Stanley and Livingston as Fred Allen.
Even more, you knew the boys.
I'm not that old, Mary. Now, getting back to next week's attraction...
Oh, Mr. Benny.
Yes, please. I mean, yes. Yes, Denis.
Why does Mr. Allen talk through his nose?
What was that, Denis?
I said, why does Mr. Allen talk through his nose?
Because he hasn't enough strength to blow it, and thanks for asking. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take the remaining moments of our program to give you a preview of some of the highlights from next week's stirring drama. First, pardon me, I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny, this is Rochester.
Rochester, I'm busy now. Call me back later.
But this is important, boss. Carmichael's got a toothache.
Toothache? Doggone, I knew there was something wrong with that polar bear this morning. Is he in pain, Rochester?
Yes, boss, and he's in a bad mood. I threw him a fish and he declined it right back in my face.
Well, Rochester, it's your own fault. Carmichael wouldn't have a toothache if you'd take care of him. Did you brush his teeth this morning?
Only as I passed by.
Well, that's awful. Which tooth is bothering him, Rochester? Is it a molar or a bicuspid?
What's that, boss?
I said, is it a molar or a bicuspid?
Yes, pretty bad.
Rochester, here's what I'm trying to get at. What's bothering him? Is it a front tooth or a back tooth?
It's that long front one, the one he dimpled my leg with.
Well, look, I'll be home pretty soon. Meanwhile, here's what I want you to do. Now, pay attention.
Okay, boss.
Now, take a piece of cotton.
Take a piece of cotton.
Roll it into a ball.
Roll it into a ball.
Put some toothache drops on it.
Put some toothache drops on it.
And then shove it in the cavity. Rochester! Rochester!
Your echo just resigned.
For heaven's sake, now don't be such a coward. Animals understand when you're trying to help them.
Uh-huh.
You remember that story about the man who took a thorn out of the lion's paw?
Yeah, whatever become of him?
Well, look, Rochester, just leave the bear alone. I'll take care of him later. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
What?
Can I borrow your top hat tonight?
My top hat?
Yeah, I got a date with a tall girl.
Just stand on your tiptoes and leave my hat alone. Goodbye. That polar bear's got more troubles.
What's the matter, Jack?
Oh, Carmichael's got a toothache. There'll be no living with him all week. Well, where were we?
You were going to give us a preview of Stanley and Livingston.
Oh, yes. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the highlights of our next week's attraction, Stanley and Livingston. That thrilling saga of the Dark Continent. Take it, Don.
Africa. The jungle. Headhunters.
These, ladies and gentlemen, are just a few of the highlights from next Sunday's sensational offering, Stanley and Livingston. So be sure and tune in. Pardon me, come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I'll be seeing you in the jungle next week.
Oh, are you a headhunter?
No, hair is all I'm after. Goodbye.
And he's not kidding, folks. Play, pal.
You know, there's always something new for dessert if you just look around. And the new Jell-O puddings make the best desserts you've tasted in a long time. Just try that Jell-O butterscotch pudding and find out how delicious it is. It has a creamy, mellow flavor, the flavor of real old-fashioned butterscotch, the kind you loved when you were a kid. And it has a tempting golden color, like taffy, that makes you hungry just to look at it. Then try Jell-O chocolate pudding, rich and dark and satin smooth. And a Jell-O vanilla pudding, with the rich color of old ivory and a delicately tempting flavor. Yes, ma'am, you'll say all 3 Jell-O puddings are tops in goodness, and all 3 are quick and easy to make. For all you do is add milk, then cook and stir over a low flame till the mixture is smooth and thick. Simple directions are in every package, and you can't go wrong. Jell-O puddings are swell cold weather dessert, a truly heartening treat for brisk fall night. So try all 3 and try them soon. Ask your grocer tomorrow for Jell-O butterscotch, chocolate, and vanilla pudding.
The last number of the second program in the new Jell-O series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. So be sure and listen in to the opening of our dramatic season.
Say, Jack, let's go out someplace and get a sandwich.
Oh, I can't, Mary. I got to run home and take care of Carmichael. Oh, say, do you know a good dentist I can get for him?
Sure, I got an uncle that's a swell dentist.
Well, call him, will you? Is he painless?
No, he's got rheumatism, something awful.
There's a Wilshire bowler, if ever I heard one. Good night, folks.
J-E-L-L.
Here's news. Every Tuesday night, the Aldrich Family is on the air, starring Ezra Stone and Henry Aldrich, that lovable hard-luck kid. Consult your local newspaper for time and stations, and be sure to tune in on the Aldrich Family next Tuesday night. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Speaking. I'm talking from the bedroom of Norma Desmond. Don't bother with a rewrite, man. Take this direct. Ready? As day breaks over the murder house.
Yes, you'll read the big black headlines about Norma Desmond and this Hollywood scandal. But you'll never read the true story about the rest of us who were part of it. Me, for instance, Joe Gillis, a promising young writer from Dayton, Ohio. And Betty, that nice kid I met at a Hollywood party, who knew nothing about me, but knew what she wanted. Don't you love Artie?
Of course I love him. I always will. I'm just not in love with him anymore.
What happened?
You did?
Well, we should have lived happily ever after, like they do in the movies. But this was different, because this is a Hollywood story about the people who make the movies. The little ones that you never hear of, like Betty and me. The great ones, like Cecil B. DeMille. All those who knew Norma Desmond, a strange woman who left her mark on all of us, who crossed her path. Has it ever occurred to you that I may have a life of my own, that there may be some girl that I'm crazy about?
Who? Some car hop or a dress extra?
What I'm trying to say is that I'm all wrong for you. You want a Valentino, somebody with polo ponies, a big shot.
What you're trying to say is you don't want me to love you. Say it. Say it.
Gloria Swanson, one of the great personalities of this generation in a role that comes to an actress once in a lifetime. Rising to the heights, William Holden creates a startling portrayal. And a new star is born in Sunset Boulevard, Miss Nancy Olson.
Joe? Where are you? What's this all about?
Why don't you come out and see for yourself? The address is 10,086 Sunset Boulevard.
Yes, come out to see for yourself the film that reaches a new milestone of dramatic daring. The film that every critic says is a giant among motion pictures.
all-time great director Cecil B. DeMille hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
From Hollywood, your Radio Theater. From Hollywood, California, for all of you men and women in the armed forces of the United Nations, Special Service presents your Radio Theater. And here is the director, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
We present the first act of Tom, Dick, and Harry, starring Ginger Rogers as Janie, with George Murphy as Tom, Alan Marshall as Dick, and Burgess Meredith as Harry. We're in the Strand Movie Theater, where the second feature of the evening is just drawing to a close. The hero and the heroine stand gazing deeply into each other's eyes.
Come away with me, darling. I love you.
No, John, no. You mustn't say that.
Now the hero draws the heroine close to him. Oh, I'm sorry. Now the hero draws the heroine close to him and takes a long pause. Over there in the second seat off the aisle is Janie, and that's her boyfriend, Tom, the fellow trying to hold her hand. Janie is young and very pretty. Doesn't even know he's there. She's completely carried away by the hero's next line.
But you don't understand. I want you to marry me.
Marry you? But, John, we live in two different worlds. You have money, position, everything. There's too great a gulf between us.
Janie is scared now. Will the hero take her up on it? But no, he's only taking another pause.
Darling, our love will build a bridge to cross that gulf.
Oh, darling, I'm so happy.
And so is Janie. The end.
What's the matter, Janie? You weren't even eating your soda. Hey, Janie. What are you thinking about?
The picture. Wasn't it swell?
Janie, do you think the movie was true to life? I mean, do you think a rich guy like that would marry a poor girl like that?
Well, of course he would. He loved her, didn't he?
Yeah.
Well?
Well, what?
Well, of course. He loved her.
Oh. Hey, Janie, how about if you and I drive out to Inspiration Point for a while, huh?
Not tonight, Tom.
Why not? No, I just want to talk to you.
That's what you always say.
No, honest, this time I really mean it. Just talk. Come on, huh?
Well, okay. But remember what you said.
Kind of crowded out here, ain't it? A lot of cars tonight.
No.
Janie, I suppose tonight has seemed to you just like most any other night we've had a date together. Well, it hasn't been. Oh, I may have been acting the same, but something happened today that changes everything. Janie, listen.
Hello, how are you? I'm glad to see you. And what does everyone want tonight? Ice cream? Now, like a chocolate, vanilla, toffee, strawberry, bird almond, Neapolitan, peach coffee, and all kinds of peppermint sticks.
You left one out, mister.
I don't think so, lady.
Yes, you did.
Let me see. Chocolate, vanilla, bird almond, peach
All right.
Break
Break it up, will you, brother? We came out here to be alone. We want to talk a little bit privately.
There's people concentrating here, and you're disturbing them. I'm surprised at you. Ice cream, get your ice cream. Do me a favor and pick the flavor. I got all kinds of...
Janie.
He left out pistachio.
Oh, Janie, listen to me, will you?
Oh, yes, where are you? Oh, something happened yesterday.
Yeah. Well, what do you think it was?
I don't know.
I closed the R.J. Hamilton deal.
Tom, you did.
Yes, I did. 30 special sedans.
Tom, that's wonderful.
Wait a minute. That's nothing. What do you think else?
Huh?
I got promoted.
Again?
Yep. Right after I closed the deal, Mr. Burton called me in his private office and says, Tom, my boy, Burton Motors is proud to have you here with us, and we want you to know about it. And here it comes. Hang on.
What?
Get ready. He says, from now on, you are the assistant sales manager.
Assistant sales, gee.
Yeah. So, well, Janie, I was thinking you and I have been friends for a long time now.
Huh?
Well, Janie, you don't belong in a telephone company getting up every morning and plugging in calls for people all day. You deserve something better, and I'm going to get it for you.
Huh?
Well, what do you say?
Well, what do you want me to say?
Oh, Janie, now don't make out like you don't know what I'm talking about. I'm asking you to marry me.
Oh, Tom! No.
No?
Yeah, no. I don't mean no exactly. I mean, well, no for now. I think maybe we'd better think about it a little bit.
Hello. Lady, you were right. I left out pistachio.
Are you in again? Will you get out of here?
Please. What's the matter with your friend, lady? He's always yelling. You don't have to yell at me just because I'm a little obnoxious.
A guy comes out to try and get a little privacy.
Now
What?
stop.
Oh, all right. Come on, let's get out of here. Isn't there any place in the world where a fella can get a little privacy?
Turn on the ignition. Turn on the ignition.
Well, good night, Tom.
Night.
You mad at me?
Oh, not exactly mad. I just don't understand what you mean. You gotta think about
Oh, it's a pretty important step. I'm not sure yet.
it. You want to marry a rich guy, is that it?
Yes, I love them.
But, Janie, I tell you, I'm going to be rich in another 2
Oh,
years.
Tom, it isn't that. You probably will be rich, and maybe if you weren't, I'd marry anyway.
Well, then what's the trouble?
Nothing. I just want to think about it.
Why? What good is it going to do to think about it? Oh, please say yes, Janie, please. You don't know what it means to me. I'll work my head off for you. I need you, Janie. I love you. I'd do anything.
You do?
I do what?
Love me.
Well, sure. Didn't I ever tell you?
Uh-uh.
Well, sure. I love you more than anything. Why, every time I think about you...
You melt inside like a candy bar?
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, Janie, you gotta say yes. You gotta. I'll commit suicide if you don't.
How?
How? How do I know how? Say, what are you trying to do? Drive me nuts? I'm not asking for a dance. I'm asking you to marry me.
Well, gee, you're gonna put it like that. All right.
You mean you will?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Ow.
Oh, I'm sorry. I am sorry. Oh, I didn't mean it. I didn't mean to do that. It's just that... Oh, Janie.
It's all right.
Oh, Janie, you made me the happiest girl in the world. No, I mean, I hope you are because I am. Oh, I'm all mixed up. I don't know what I mean, but you'll never regret this, Janie, never. You know what I'll do?
What?
I'll sell 1,000,000 cars for you. Hear me? 1,000,000 cars.
I bet you will, Tom.
Hey, it's getting late. I better get home. Hey, you gotta get up early, you know.
But, Tom...
Will I see you Friday?
Well, of course.
Oh, Janie, if I could only tell you. If I could only...
Yes,
Janie?
Tom.
Oh, boy.
Ow!
Good night, Janie.
Oh, good
See
night.
you Friday, 8 o'clock sharp.
Good night.
Hello, dear.
Hello, Mom.
Did you have a good time, dear?
Swell. Hello, Pop.
Hello, Janie. Have a good time?
Swell. Guess I'll go to bed. What'd you see?
Hey, Jeannie, your sister's talking to you.
Oh, what'd you say, Butch?
What picture did you see?
Oh, the one at the Strand. Any good? Swell. Say, you folks want to hear some news? Tom proposed to me.
No kidding.
Tom proposed. What's more, I accepted him.
Oh, Jeannie, that's wonderful.
What's more, I may even marry him. Good night. She gets more and more adolescent every day. That feels good, doesn't it, Janie? It sure does, Janie. I'm not tired. I won't sleep a wink. Good night, Janie. Go to sleep, Janie. I can't. Go to sleep. Pleasant dreams. But I'm wide awake. See?
We're gathered here in the presence of these witnesses. Gather round, witnesses.
What's that? Oh, the Justice of the Peace. He's going to marry you. Oh, he's not here. Of course he isn't. That's just a dream. Whose dream? Our dream. There's the Justice.
Howdy, Janie.
And there's Tom.
Hello, Janie. This is our wedding day, Janie.
Hold hands, folks. You, Janie, take this man to love, honor, and live happily ever after. No fair getting a divorce.
I do.
You, Tom, take this woman to love, honor, and sell 1,000,000 cars as long as you both shall live.
I do.
I now pronounce you a lovely couple.
Boy.
Ow.
Oh, I didn't mean that.
Here, no fair punching the bride. Say, wait, where's the vine-covered cottage? You can't be happy without a vine-covered cottage. Bring on the vine-covered cottage. There it is. But no child. What's a home without a child? Bring on a 1-year-old toddler.
Junior, now stop. Oh, here comes Daddy, home from work.
Janie, what do you think? I was promoted. I'm junior executive sales manager, vice president. I gotta sell 1,000,000 of them. Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye, dear. Yay.
Another year has passed. Bring on another instant.
Hello, darling.
Hello, darling. How come the office?
Janie, what do you think? I got promoted again. I'm the senior executive president. I gotta sell 1,000,000 of them. I gotta sell 1,000,000 of them.
Yay.
One more year. Let's have it.
Janie, what do you think? I got promoted again. Now I'm the president.
Yes, I know. You told me.
No, I mean I'm president of the United States.
Yay! Well, Janie, that's being married to Tom. How do you like it? I don't know, Janie. It's nice, but I don't know. the party does not answer, I'll call you back. Oh, Jeannie, come on, tell me. You're not fair. If I had a secret, I'd tell you. Can't you wait a couple of minutes till we're off duty? Oh, I'll bet it isn't anything important at all. You're just trying to keep... When you hear the tone, the time will be 4:58. You're just trying to keep me on pins and needles. Maybe, but wait till you hear this. This is long distance.
I'd like to make a person-to-person call to New York, please.
Your call, please.
Columbus 50098.
Columbus 50098.
I want to speak to Miss Brenda Whitney, Jr.
Miss Brenda Whitney, Jr. Your name and number, please.
Richard Hamilton, Jr., 496.
Mr. Richard Hamilton.
Jr.
Oh, will you hold the line, Mr. Hamilton, or shall I call you?
Now, hold on.
New York, Columbus 50098. Gertrude, it's Archie Hamilton's son. No kidding. Wonder what he looks like. Did you ever see him? No, but I saw his car yesterday. You saw his car? Then you should have seen it. About a mile long. Miss Brenda Whitney, Jr., Middleton calling. Go ahead, please. Gee, it was swell. I wonder what he's saying to her. Well, why didn't you listen, you dope? No, I don't think I better. Anyway, I'm engaged to Tom now. You're engaged? Is that the secret? Uh-huh. Well, tell me about it. What did he say? Oh, no, he just asked me to marry him. Well, where were you? Did he kiss you? If you'd have been me, would you have said yes? Are you crazy? Say, what's the matter with you? You talk like you aren't even happy about it. Well, of course I'm happy. What do you want me to do? Float? 5 o'clock. Let's scram. I don't understand you, Janie. After all, it isn't as though Tom wasn't handsome or something, and he's certainly got plenty of personality. Is there anything wrong with him? Oh, I don't know. I think maybe he gets promoted too much. Well, now I know you're crazy. Look, Gertie, look at that star up there. Starlight, starboard, first stars in the night. I wish I may, I wish I might. Have this wish I wish tonight. What did you wish? You're not supposed to tell. Oh, go on. What did you wish? I wish I could meet a certain fellow. The one who just called New York, huh? Mm-hmm. R.J. Hamilton, huh? The one with the fancy car? Yeah, but what chance is there? Hey, Jenny, look, there it is. There it is. That's right. What's that car? He's going to stop right here for the lights. Oh, Jenny, said I know that car any place it is, I tell you. And that must be Mr. Hamilton. Oh, Gertie. Hello?
Hello there.
I live down that way, just the way you're going.
All right?
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. I'd love a ride home.
Look, I didn't try.
Thank you. Goodbye, Jenny. See you tomorrow. Goodbye, Jenny. Thought I stopped by this afternoon. I wish I may wish my head was I would.
You comfortable?
Oh, yes, I'm fine.
You know, you must think I'm somebody else.
No, I don't.
Why, we met before?
Well, sort of.
What?
I suppose you think I'm awful forward, but it's all on account of the star.
Account of what?
You know, starlight, starbud, you know.
Starlight, star.
I live on Night Street, next corner.
Oh, that's to the right?
No, to the right. It's a nice car.
Well, the trouble with cars like this is it's hard to get parked.
Oh, I guess.
Sure.
My house is the third house.
All right.
Mm-hmm. I guess you think I'm awful. We'll probably never see each other again. You never will understand.
Going tonight?
Oh, well, I didn't mean
No, I know you didn't. I'm just impulsive. 8 o'clock, all right?
Oh, well, golly. Janie, your date's here. I'm coming. Well, hello there.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Well, we brought you some flowers. Oh, how lovely.
Violets. 2 bunches, though.
This is my younger sister, Barbara.
You mean Butch here? Yeah. We're old pals already, aren't we, Butch?
Yeah. Well, shall we go? Don't come home too early. He's cute, isn't he?
Goodbye, Butch.
So long. Oh, well, where's your car?
Why, do you mind walking?
Oh, I'd love to.
Good, I like to walk.
I guess if you don't have to, you want to, huh?
Oh, I don't know. Even if you don't want to, you may have to. You might as well want to. Say, that's a nice dress.
Oh, I'm glad you like it. My mother made it.
Really?
Yeah, it's her hobby, you see.
You know, I'm sort of sorry it's so nice in a way.
Why?
Well, you see, you went to all this trouble, you and your mother, about the dress and all that, and to tell you the truth, I ran a little short this week. I only got $1.80 on it.
Hey.
What?
What am I laughing at? Weren't you driving down Main Street in that big car today?
Sure.
Well, but that
what
was...
Did you think that was mine?
Well, wasn't it?
No. I was just delivering it. I'm a mechanic down at Slater's garage.
A mechanic?
Yeah, we pick up and deliver. Hey, what'd you do that for?
That's for trying to pick me up.
Wait a minute.
I'm going home.
No, wait a minute. I didn't pick you up. Is it my fault? Look, what's your name?
Janie.
Well, mine's Harry.
How do you do?
How do you do? Listen, Janie, I'm really sorry about this. That's all I can say now, you know. Why don't we go out anyway? I'll tell you what, I'll show you the best time you ever had in your life on $1.80.
Wow.
How about it?
Wow.
You like movies?
Sometimes.
Come on. Well, how'd you like it?
Well, it's not as good as the one at the Strand.
The Strand? Oh, I saw that. That was awful. See, I bet you that's where you got that idea.
What idea?
This idea that a girl can marry a millionaire.
Hiya, Harry.
Hiya, Roy. How's the boy?
Well, why can't a girl marry a millionaire?
Well, there's not enough millionaires. How many millionaires do you think there are?
Oh, about 1 million millionaires.
There are 9,653, and most of them are already married.
Well, if they're married, maybe they got sons.
No, the rich have a very low birth rate.
But they do have sons.
Little teeny ones. Come on, I'll buy you a hamburger.
But, golly, you can't explain everything by numbers.
No, I didn't.
You make it sound like a horse race.
Well, that's what it is. You got to figure the odds, you see?
Well, sure, the odds are against any two people meeting. After all, there's something like 2 billion people in the world, and if a girl meets any fella, it's an accident, isn't it?
Yeah, but that...
Well, there's no reason why the accident can't be a rich fella instead of a poor fella.
You got a point there, brother. She's got a point. She's got nothing. Now, look, I'll tell you why. Now, the reason that the accident can't be a rich fella, see, is that the rich don't move in your circle.
Well, why can't I move in their circle?
Why can't she move in theirs?
Yeah.
Look, do you know the Hamiltons?
Yeah.
Sure. Now, suppose they give a party. Do they invite you?
No.
No. Do they invite the hamburger man?
No.
No. Do they invite that girl over there?
Hiya, Harry.
Hiya, Marge. Hiya. You're darn right they don't. They invite people from their own circle. And if they run out of them in this town, they import them from other towns, right?
Right.
Right. Come on, I'll take you bowling. So you see, honest, you never get a chance to move in that circle. You get, well, wait, one chance in a million.
Yeah, but
Here, do you want a bowl?
I don't know how.
I'll show you how to
Yeah,
bowl.
but-
How are you, Joe? What do you know?
I never heard such reasoning in all my
See if
life.
you can hold on to that ball.
It just doesn't make sense.
No, you put your two
just
fingers
can't
right
do
in there.
it.
You see your thumb there. That's it. Oh,
That's heavy.
I'm sorry. I forgot.
Every day you read about girls marrying rich fellas.
Yeah,
Every
now you
day.
hold it. I think you better take your shoes off.
It's all a books, and it's all a
Take a
magazine,
look.
it's all a newspaper.
You got the wrong clothes for bowling.
I got the right clothes. I got the wrong fella. Just as natural for a girl to want to make a good marriage as it is for a fella to want to get ahead.
Stand about
If
here,
this
I
is all I would say to you now. Don't be ambitious. Don't try to be somebody. Don't try to be a success.
I don't.
What?
All right, swing it.
You don't believe it?
Success. I don't believe in it. Swing the ball.
Well, I'm swinging
Go
it.
ahead.
I'm-
1, 2, 3.
Halfway down the alley.
Janie, speak to me.
Well, what happened?
I forgot to tell you. You're supposed to let go of the ball.
You honestly don't believe in success?
Nope.
But why?
Well, I don't believe in it, that's all. I don't believe in fighting and scratching and climbing over
But
people.
you want to have money and you want to amount to something, don't you?
Yes, I do, but I'm not going to kick people around to get it. That's all. I like people.
Well, so do I. Some of my best friends are people.
Sure, that's it. And if ambition means lying and conniving and cutting people's throats, then it's not worth it. Oh, here's your place.
Yeah. Well, what is the answer then? Being satisfied with what you have?
No, I don't know what. Well, I suppose the answer is to get ahead, all right, but without slugging everybody all the time. I don't believe in this every man for himself because I get lonesome.
You know what I think?
What?
I think you're wrong.
You do?
You see, I've been going with a fellow named Tom.
Yeah.
Works for Britain Motor Sales Cars. And he's ambitious, and he's trying to get ahead, but he doesn't go around slugging.
No,
he doesn't. And he's a very nice fellow, and he's going to get someplace, too.
I don't.
Well, he is. And it just so happens that I'm even thinking of maybe marrying him, even.
What? Maybe you may better marry me instead.
Oh, now, well, you shouldn't say things like that.
Why not?
Why, I hardly know you.
Listen, sometimes people know each other better in one night than they do in 2 weeks.
They do?
Sure. How about it, Janie?
Huh?
Look, I've been looking for the right girl for a long time, and Janie, you're wonderful.
I am.
You bet, and if you say yes, I promise you'll never be sorry because I'll take you fishing every day.
Oh, I think we ought to know each other better before we discuss this
I tell you
any
that I
further.
do know you, and I think maybe I'm in love with you.
You are?
I think so.
When will you know?
Shouldn't be long.
Listen, I better go
Will you
in.
kiss me?
No,
Please.
listen. Well, all right, but after that, I better go in. Huh? Yeah.
What'd you hear?
What's like bells, like
bells?
Yes.
I suppose that was at a church.
No,
around-
there's no church around here. No.
Wonder what it is.
I don't know. Yeah.
it must be.
Huh.
We're in love.
Golly.
Sure.
Did you ever hear it before?
Never.
Well, then how do you know what it means?
It's obvious.
Oh, it's obvious. You know what I think? I think maybe you better kiss me again. Well, what do you know?
Will you marry me, Jane?
Oh, no.
Say yes. Why not? Is it this fella, Tom?
All right.
You don't love Tom.
In a way.
Oh, you don't love him. You don't ring bells with it.
No, but I did.
Say yes, Janie, please.
Well, if you really want to consider yourself engaged to me, I guess you can.
Oh, Janie. Will I see you maybe tomorrow night?
Yeah, no.
Why?
Well, I got a date
with Tom.
Yes, and it wouldn't be, very...
All right, I know. I'll call you.
Call me.
Good night, darling.
Good night, Harry.
Good night, darling.
Good night, darling.
The curtain falls on Act 1 of tonight's Radio Theater. It's intermission time now, and before we hear Act 2, let's listen to the sensational trumpet of Harry James.
Dick and Harry, starring Ginger Rogers as Janie, with George Murphy as Tom, Alan Marshall as Dick, and Burgess Meredith as Harry.
Engaged to Tom, engaged to Harry, engaged to Tom, engaged to Harry, engaged to Tom.
All night long, that great problem revolves in Janie's pretty head. Tossing and turning in her bed, she dreams now of marriage with her brand new fiancé. Here comes the bride, and here comes the bridegroom, and here comes the justice dancing down the aisle.
So, Janie, because that leaves girls like you for fellas like him, do you take this man to be your lawful wedded husband?
I do.
And do you? Hiya, Harry. Hiya, Judge. I now pronounce you man and wife. And, Janie, I think you're making a big mistake. Bring on the tumble-down Sandy.
Sandy, where's the vine-covered cottage?
1 year later, bring on that kid that looks like Harry.
Harry, Junior, stop crying. Harry, Junior, I'm calling you.
Well, just a minute, dear. I'm playing Jack.
Harry, stop us.
I can't stop now. I'm on 90.
But aren't you going to work, Harry?
Work. I don't believe in it. Hiya, Pop. Hiya, Harry. 2 years later, another bundle of joy.
Harry, go to work there.
Janie, what do you think? I'm on Kenzie. Hey, Pop. Another year goes by. What do you say? Janie, I got great news for you. I'll never have
do you think? I don't know. I don't know.
Hello? Burton Motors. Oh, yes, Mr. Burton. This is Tom. What's that? Yes, Mr. Burton, I'm keeping the showroom open this evening. Yes, sir. I've got that little sedan right up in the front window. I thought that... Oh, Mr. Burton, the prospect just walked in. Yes, sir. Yes, I'll call you later. Well, good evening. Good evening.
Hello.
And what can I do for you this evening? Did you drop in to look over the new models?
Yeah, that's pretty neat.
Pretty nice little job, isn't she? Best little car in the market.
It's all right. Is your name Tom?
Yes, it is.
That's what I thought.
Did someone refer you to me?
No, I heard about it.
Oh, I see. You heard, and you just dropped in to look us over, huh?
Look you over, yeah.
Well, that's very nice of you. Very nice indeed. I don't believe I caught the name.
I don't believe I threw it.
Didn't throw it, huh? That's very funny.
Yeah, well, anyway, my name's Harry.
Harry. Well, Harry, was there anything particular you had in mind?
Me? No.
Well, now, there's a little car over there, the finest thing on the market, and the most amazing thing about her is the price. Only $598.
$598? Is that delivered?
Well, no, that's not delivered. That's FOB, Detroit.
FOB, yeah.
Yes, that would run you, let's see, $732 delivered.
$732. Well, very nice bumper there.
Oh, do you like that? Mm-hmm. Well, I can arrange to have a set of those put on the car for you for just a few pennies extra.
How many pennies would you say?
Well, let me see. It's a model like this, completely equipped. I get it for your wholesale, of course.
Yeah.
It'd run $886.
$886? You mean that's the whole thing?
That is the whole thing, absolutely. Of course, that doesn't include the sales tax and your license plate.
No. Look, how much does the whole thing cost? You know, altogether, the grand total?
The grand total? Well, now, wait, I'll figure it for you.
No fudging.
No fudging. The whole thing, everything in, fully equipped in your garage, and you'll be proud of her. $1,107.
$1,107?
That's right.
It's amazing.
Well, after all, it's not what you pay, it's what you get. I'll tell you what. Why don't you let me give you a little demonstration?
Right now?
Why, sure, why not? Friday night, a great night to relax.
Look, you got a date. I mean, haven't you got something you'd like to do?
Why, no. There's nothing that I'd like to do that's more important than making you a member of our little Happy Customers Club. Say, you a married man?
Not exactly.
Well, I'll bet you got a girlfriend, haven't you?
Yeah.
That's it. Why don't we show the car to her?
What?
We'll drive out there, pick her up, and I'll take you both for a ride.
Both of us?
Why not?
No, I don't think so.
Oh,
I don't...
Hold on. Wait a minute.
No,
hold on.
no.
After all, she's the one you want to please, right?
No, yeah, but I...
Well, it's a perfect night for a ride. You and the girlfriend climb in the little back seat there and just relax. And I'll take you any place you want to go.
This is not a good idea.
Oh, now, hold on. Wait just a second. I'll make a little phone call here and cancel a little appointment.
Don't do it, will you, please? No, I don't want to inconvenience you.
Please. No inconvenience at all. It's all settled. We're all going for a ride together, okay?
Okay.
And, listen, when we get there, I want you and the girlfriend to climb right in that little old back seat and, just forget that I'm here. You know what I mean?
Forget that you're there. All right, she lives right along here someplace. Here.
Notice the way she takes the bump? Hardly any vibration at all. Smooth as a kitten.
Smooth. Here it is.
Where?
Right here, third house.
The third house? Say, listen.
Just a minute. Be right out.
Hey, wait a minute. You sure this is the right place?
Sure I am. It is. Hello, Janie.
Hello, what's this?
Nice car, huh? This gentleman's going to give us a demonstration.
Beautiful. It's... Oh.
What's the matter?
Oh, that's Tom.
Yes, I know it's
But he's a I told you I've been going steady,
He talked his way into it. He's very forceful. Come on.
Fine thing. I turn my head and you're out with another guy.
Standing me up so you can chauffeur people around, fine thing.
Get in, Janie. Say, Janie tells me that you two know each other.
Yes. Small world, isn't it?
So.
Was there any place in particular you wanted to go?
No. Oh, yes. You might drive us to Inspiration Point.
Inspiration? Okay.
He's very nice, Janie.
Well, why he doesn't punch in the nose, I don't know.
Like I told you, apprehensive.
All I can say is it certainly shows a very mean streak in your character.
I beg your pardon. I don't mean to interrupt, but could I have just one little word in?
Finley, what is it?
Do you like the car?
I love it.
Do you like it, Miss?
Yes, it's fine.
Are you enjoying the demonstration?
Yes, it's been thrilling so far.
Well, thank you very much. That pleases me. It's over now.
What's that?
I say it's over now.
What's the matter?
Well, this is Inspiration Point.
Oh, it is. Oh, it's lovely. Isn't it lovely?
No, you don't seem to get the idea. This is the place you said you wanted to come to, isn't it?
Oh, you mean you want us to get out?
That's right. Now you're beginning to get the idea.
Well, you come, my dear. Let's get out. Nice work, Thomas.
Thank you very much, Harry. I'm always glad to bring young couples out here because I know how many memories a place like this can hold. Excuse me, please, miss. Notice how solidly the door is closed? Now, anytime you and the young lady have nothing better to do, I'll be glad to drive you around and show you any of the other points of interest. Good night. I don't like that man's attitude. He'll never get to be president. He's a sorehead.
I knew this would happen to me. I just knew it. I said to myself, Janie, I said, before this evening is over, you'll be walking.
Oh, hello, how are you, and how is everybody? And what does everyone want tonight? Ice cream? Hello, Harry, how are you? How are you? How are you?
Fine.
How's business, Phil? Oh, terrible. People don't like me. Say, Harry, what are you doing out here without a car? It's a long story. Anybody I know around here? Why, you want a lift? Yes. Hey, Mr. Hamilton. Mr. Hamilton, we're all set.
Mr. Richard Hamilton, Jr.?
Sure. Hello, Mr. Hamilton.
Well, hello, Harry. What are you doing out here without a car?
Well, I just took a notion. Say, are you going into town?
Sure, hop in.
Well, look, I got a friend with me. Would it be all right?
Of course, sir.
All right, Janie, come on, get in. Janie!
I'm glad to meet you, Mr. Hamilton.
How do you do? I'm sorry, Janie, this is Mr. Hamilton.
Oh, I'm glad to meet you, Mr. Hamilton.
How do you do? Well, hop in.
Thank you. I'm glad to meet you, Mr. Hamilton.
Here we are. Thanks a lot, Mr. Hamilton. That was nothing at all. Good night, Janie.
Mr. Hamilton, Mr. Hamilton,
I'm glad to meet you, Mr. Hamilton. Good night. Good night. Good night. Well, I guess that was pretty lucky, huh?
Good night, Harry.
What do you mean, good night?
And you said I'd never get a chance to meet him.
You don't call that meeting him, do you? You didn't say a word to you all the way here.
We were properly introduced by a mutual acquaintance, so you better go home and revise your statistics.
No.
Good night.
Janie, wait.
Go to sleep, Janie. I'm not tired. Go to sleep, Janie. Engaged to Tom, engaged to Harry. Richard Hamilton, Jr. He's pretty.
There she is, Mrs. Richard Hamilton, Jr. I remember the day I married them. It seems like yesterday, except they have 3 children now. Lovely brats. Bring on the stately mansion. Bring on the brats.
Major dear, is it true that you are once a telephone operator? Major dear? Why, that is the silliest gossip I've ever heard. It's absurd. This is long distance. Oh,
Major! Isn't she dazzling? Look at all the people looking at her.
everybody wear your sunglasses. I'm too dazzling. I'll blind you.
Just one more picture, Mrs. Hamilton. Just one more picture. Just one more, Mrs. Hamilton.
She's the same sweet, unspilled girl.
You mean you knew her when, Gertrude?
Of course I knew her when.
What was she like when she was when?
The same sweet, unspilled girl. Hey, take my picture, take my picture, take my picture.
Take a picture and everybody gather round.
Ladies and gentlemen, a toast to our guest of honor, a woman of unspeakable beauty, of simple graciousness and blushing modesty, Janie Hamilton.
Janie Hamilton.
Janie, my darling.
Richard, sweet.
Janie, you are the most beautiful woman here. You are the most beautiful woman anywhere. And to think I might have married Brenda Whitney, Jr., Columbus Fire 0098.
Columbus Fire 0098. He does not answer. This is Richard Hamilton, Jr. What do you think, Janie? What do you think? Oh, Janie, wouldn't that be grand?
And that was the Act 2 curtain of your radio theater. We'll get on with the third act in just a moment. Right now, Harry James and his music makers take over, and with lovely Helen Forrest vocalizing, they're all set to go. Here they are.
Curtain rises on the third act of Tom, Dick, and Harry.
Engaged to Tom, engaged to Harry, but Richard Hamilton Jr., he's pretty. Engaged to Tom.
That's the substance of Janie's dream, and the problem is becoming a little too much to handle. But now the dream is over, and part of it has come true. For Richard Hamilton Jr. has called Janie, and they're out on a date. Not an ordinary date, either. For Mr. Hamilton, modern knight of the shining airplane, has flown her to a nightclub in Chicago.
Golly, how did I get here?
Magic carpet, wings of love.
Do you suppose we'll be home by 12 o'clock?
Well, what happens at 12? You turn into a pumpkin?
No, but you should be over by 12 o'clock because you're a birthday party.
Beg your pardon?
You're Jenny Shapiro's birthday party. That's where I told my mother I was going.
Oh. Well, here's to Jenny Shapiro. May she live long and prosper, and may her party last forever.
Tell me, are you married?
I don't think so. Why?
Oh, just wondering. I'm not married either. I'm not married.
Oh, well, congratulations. Do you see anything on the menu that you'd like?
Oh, I think I'll have some lockers. Oh, why don't you order for the both of us?
All right.
Yeah, better. Oh, I suppose you think I've never been in a restaurant like this before.
Why, on the contrary, I'm sure you have.
Well, I have.
Well, that's what I said.
Of course, I've been proposed to.
You have?
I've been proposed to twice. 2 different fellas.
You're a lucky girl.
But I'm not married. More champagne, please. Oh. Why does it, whenever I drink champagne, make me sneeze?
Well, there's no accounting scene.
Oh. I suppose you think I've never had champagne before.
Now, why should I think that?
Well, I have.
All right.
Lots of times. Say, did I ask you if you were married? What did I say?
I said no.
That's what I thought you said. What time is it?
Oh, it's about 3.
Oh, that's good, because I don't have to be home till 12. I suppose you think I've never been on an airplane before.
Well, you have.
Well, I have. I flew to Chicago once, even.
Yes, that's what I said.
That's what I said.
Janie, tell me something.
What?
What's the difference between a radio and a clothesline?
Huh?
It's a riddle.
What's the riddle? Oh, that's wonderful. That's wonderful. Now, I got one for you.
Yeah, but
I got one for you now.
I didn't finish.
Oh, I like that. That's wonderful. Now, look, I'm going to ask you. You ask me, because it's going to kill you. You say to me.
Yeah?
You say to me, will you marry now? Go ahead.
All right, all right.
Go
Well,
ahead.
what for, then?
This is going to murder you. Now, go ahead, ask me.
All right. Will you marry me?
Yes.
Hey!
I'm sorry. I'm sorry I sort of tricked you into that, didn't I? I'm sorry.
No,
Go ahead.
no.
You come back out. Go ahead.
No, the
back
funny
out.
thing
Back
is,
out.
it's a wonderful idea.
No, you go ahead. You come back out. That's
Look,
all right.
Janie, would you really marry me?
Who, me? Would you really ask me?
You bet your life.
Look at me, everybody. I'm engaged. Look at me, everybody. Oh, I suppose you think I've never been engaged before. Well, I have.
I thought she had a date with you last night.
Oh, not me. I thought she had a date with you.
Well, I'm getting sick of it, sitting on our doorstep all night. Oh, I'm getting sick of it. Say, that rooster's fast. Look, brother, why don't you go cut your throat? No, I don't think so.
Hey. Huh? No, there she is. There she comes.
Well, who's that with her? Come on, Janie.
Carry me. Now, come on, carry me.
Okay.
Carry me. Look out, everybody. Here I come. Am I too heavy?
Why, you're as light as a feather. Hello, Janie.
Oh, hello. Oh!
Hiya, Janie.
I think maybe you better let me down. Easy.
Sure.
Well, what do you mean by coming around and making a scene?
I'll get to you later. Janie, I want you to tell this Harry guy here who you're really engaged to. Him? Who?
Mr. Richard Hamilton Jr.
Well, what about me?
I'm engaged to you, too.
What? you mean you're engaged to both of us?
I'm engaged to all three of you.
But wait a minute, you can't be.
Why not? You all asked me.
Janie, look, can I see you alone for a minute? No, you can't.
You don't have to raise your voice.
Janie, if you were really engaged, you might have told me.
Well, I don't see where it's any wrong of being engaged to three fellas than it is to two fellas.
Janie, how could you do a thing like this? Why, you just met these two guys. Be quiet and let her make up her own mind.
That's what I say. Let her make up her own mind. Let her think.
Now, listen, Janie. Leave her alone.
Quiet.
Well.
Quiet. What's the difference between a radio and a close one?
Janie, I think maybe you better go on up to bed.
I haven't made up my mind. Who of you yet? Even.
But we could come back later when you're feeling better, Janie.
Would you, Dick?
Sure.
Would you, Tom?
What's all right with me?
Would you, Harry?
Sure, I would.
Oh, you're wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. You certainly are a bunch of wonderful gentlemen. Well, here I go. Don't forget to come back, everybody. Everybody come back for breakfast. I'll be thinking up my mind. Thinking up my mind. Thinking up my mind. Go to sleep, Jamie. Dreaming up my mind.
Me, Janie. Me, Janie. You just met these guys. You hardly know them. I'm your fella. You'll make you act phony, Janie. I'll make you happy. Take you fishing. Me, Janie. I'm your fella. Airplanes, Janie, all your life. Me, Janie. Take you fishing. All your life. Me.
You, Janie, take these three fellows to be your lawfully wedded husband?
I do.
And do you three fellows take this girl to be your lawfully wedded wife?
We do.
I now pronounce you the only solution.
Goodbye, dear. I've got a rush, dear. I have to sell 1 million cars today. I owe all my success to you.
Wait.
Have to go buy a new airplane, dear, but I'll be home early and we'll fly to Chicago.
No, wait.
I'm staying home, dear. Somebody has to keep you happy while they're away.
No, just a minute. This is ridiculous. I can't be married to all three of you.
Well, then, make up your mind.
Make up my mind. Make up my mind. Make up my mind. Make up my mind.
Sit down, Harry. Sit down, Tom. Sit down, Mr. Hamilton. Jeanie will be right here.
Thank you.
Well, I don't know what anybody else thinks, but I think he's exciting. Don't you, Father?
Huh?
Don't you, Butch?
I know which one I'd take.
Thank you.
Here she comes, ready or not.
Any bets, fella? Quiet.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, go ahead. Which one is it? Tom, you're a wonderful fella.
Janie.
Any girl would be lucky to get you, but we're not right together. You ought to marry the boss's daughter.
Oh.
Harry, you're one of the most interesting fellas I've ever met, and one of the nicest. But you're crazy.
Sure.
So I'm awfully glad to have met you.
No trouble.
Dick, we don't move in the same circles, but you're what I've been dreaming about all my life. So if you still want me, I'd be very happy to be Mrs. Richard Hamilton, Jr.
Jane. Oh, Janie, give me a kiss.
Oh, my little girl.
Congratulations. Darling, let's not wait any longer. Let's drive to Gretna and get married right now.
Right away?
Yes.
Swell. All right, Mom. All right, Pop.
Sure, go right ahead.
Boy, Tramp doesn't get my coat like a good girl. All right. Goodbye, boys.
Take care of my boy. She's all we've got.
Except Butch. Another 3 years, and Butch will really surprise you.
Your handkerchief. Have you got a handkerchief, Jane? Yes, I got one, Mom. Thanks. Goodbye.
Don't drive too fast.
No, I won't, Pop. Goodbye, Mom.
Goodbye, Tom.
Goodbye, Pop.
Goodbye, Janie.
So long, Butch. Goodbye, Tom.
So long, Tom. Congratulations, fella. I guess the best man won after all. Mind if I kiss the bride-to-be? I'll go right ahead. Bye, Jeannie.
Goodbye, Tom.
I wish you all the happiness in the world.
Thank you. Well, goodbye, Harry.
So long, Harry. Congratulations, fella. I think she's making a big mistake. Do you mind if I kiss her? No, go right ahead.
Hey. What?
You did it.
Yeah.
You did it just like before.
Yeah. Hey, well, I guess me again. Let's see.
Sure.
Yeah.
Jane.
Yeah.
Hey, what is this?
Dick. Dick, come here and kiss me.
All right.
No.
Now what?
No. Harry, have you got your motorcycle here?
Sure I have.
Well, let's get it. Goodbye, Dick. I'm going with Harry.
Hey, wait.
I'll write you a letter, Dick.
Janie, what's the matter?
We don't ring bells.
Come on, Janie.
Goodbye, Pop. Goodbye, Mom. Goodbye.
Star in Hollywood has asked me to act as spokesman to ask all you men and women in service just what plays you'd like to hear on this series. Your request is our command. So simply V-mail Special Service, Los Angeles, USA, and we'll try to send your choice to you on this, your special edition of the Radio Theater. Until the next time and the next play, this is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Theater was rebroadcast especially for you men and women in the armed forces of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
Come on. Come on, Mario. Come on, Mario, jump! Don't give up.
Want to grow? The calcium in milk helps bones grow.
Okie dokie.
The Warrior of the Woodlands, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodlands.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
Hi, boys and girls. Hi, everybody, in fact. I'm Henry. Well, I guess you know who I am, but, well, maybe in case you never tuned in before, I'd better tell you at least a little something about myself. I'm Ranger Bill's ward. That's just another way of saying that he's my guardian. We've had lots of adventures together, some of them real exciting and dangerous. We just never know what's going to turn up next. Today I'd like to tell you about an adventure that Grey Wolf and I had. Well, it just about finished both of us off. It all began one day in the summer when... I'm getting ahead of myself. I'll start over again. Grey Wolf and I called this the adventure of the Tarnished Gold.
This looks about right. If that map is right, that is.
Yeah.
Hand me that compass. East, southeast. Looks as though we're running into a blank wall of rock.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. The sun on that cliff makes it hard to see. We'll make a turnaround, I reckon. Not much of a path here. Sure. We go around this corner of rock and... Yeah, there it is.
What?
What? Jabez, since you've asked me, I'll tell you. What you're looking at now, what's over there staring at us in the desert sun, what we've come this far to find is...
What?
$100,000. Dear Grey Wolf and Henry, we're having a fine time and wish you were here. We seen the President of the U.S. yesterday, but I don't reckon he's seen us. He was going by in his automobile. Bill is busy with them fellers down to the Pentagon building.
What?
In between times, we have been seeing the sights of Washington, D.C. We will be back in 2 weeks. Bill says I got to practice more on my harmonic key. The folks in the next room at our hotel put in a complaint. Best regards, Stumpy.
Oh, good old Stumpy. You know, I even miss that harmonica playing of his.
Maybe back soon. You bring a newspaper too, Henry?
Yeah, not much in it. You want it?
Take a look. Yeah, big man come to Knotty Pine. Ben Barkley, known around the world as mining engineer, come to Knotty Pine. Says millions of dollars can be had in old gold workings. Mr. Barkley, in an exclusive interview today, said that millions of dollars...
Come in.
Mr. Bragg?
Yes, that's me.
Mr. Bragg, here's my card.
Oh, thanks. Sit down, Mr. Barkley. Your card reads Benjamin Barkley, mining engineer. Peru, India, and New York City. That's a pretty big territory.
I get around, Mr. Bragg. Mr. Bragg, I'm a man that gets right down to business. Don't beat around the bush.
Never waste words. Now, you're the big banker in this here town.
Only banker in town. Knotty Pine isn't a big city.
Big enough. Mr. Bragg, I've come here to you because I want to let you in on the biggest proposition you ever heard of. I can make you the richest man in this part of the country.
But I'm not interested in speculation.
This isn't speculation. This is a sure thing.
I'm listening.
Mr. Bragg, I could show you a trunk full of credentials, papers, letters of recommendation, all stuff that would show you, prove to you that I have been and am one of the most successful mining engineers in the world. But I'm not going to do that. I don't feel I have to. I'd rather have you prove for yourself what I have to say.
Go ahead.
Here it is. Oh, I must ask you to keep this confidential.
Of course, Mr. Barkley.
Now, it's been my theory for a good many years that those old-time prospectors, those desert rats who went around digging all those little mines...
Yes?
Well, it's been my theory that 9 times out of 10 they quit, left their workings, not even knowing they had struck a gold vein.
I can't believe that.
Well, listen, then. You know what the assay office is, don't you?
Well, naturally. We have one right here in this town, and it's run by the United States government.
Yeah, I know that. Well, even without being an engineer, you must realize how much mining techniques and assaying techniques must have improved in the last 50 years.
Well?
New methods of testing the rock, new methods of grinding and analyzing the ore will, I feel certain, show traces of plenty of gold, where the same ore analyzed 50 years ago by the old methods wouldn't have shown a thing.
Well, makes sense, but how does all this add up, as far as we are concerned, that is?
Well, that's what I'm here to tell you. And, Mr. Bragg, I can make you a millionaire.
Hi, Henry. You got homework done?
Hey, did you get that long-distance call that they were trying to get you on?
Oh.
They even asked me at school where you were. Well, I said that...
Well, I'd take a walk. No telephone. They want, they call again. You do homework.
Well, all I know is that you had this long-distance phone call, and I'll bet that's it right now. I'll get it. Hello? Yeah? Yeah, sure. He's right here. Just a second. It's for you.
Oh, thank you, Henry. Hello? Yes, Grey Wolf. Oh, Bill.
Is it Bill?
Yes, I seen paper last week. Yes, big story, front page, big picture. Henry, you send Bill Knotty Pine newspaper?
Sure, last week. I thought he'd like to see it.
What do you want me to do, Bill? You tell I do. Uh-huh. Yes. Oh.
Hey, what's up? Some new adventure?
I do that, Bill. Fine. Right.
Hey, what's Bill want?
Sure, Bill, I'll do. You know, don't worry. Goodbye. How was Bill?
I know. I know. What I don't know is what he wanted. Sure sounded important.
Well, maybe yes and maybe no. You remember the picture in paper of a man named Barkley?
Sure. Why, he must be about the richest man in the world. I saw him on the street downtown. Boy, he's got a real gold nugget on his watch chain, supposed to be worth $7,000.
Oh, maybe. Anyway, Bill think he know him from long ago. See his picture in paper. Bill say that I watched Ben Barkley.
What for?
I don't know. Bill say watch, so I watch. Watch and see. Well, right now I watch Henry do homework.
Did you get that package in the mail from the dental supply office?
Yeah.
Okay, hand it over.
Heavy.
Of course it's heavy. It's bound to be heavy, considering what's in it. I'll just put this away in a safe place. I thought we'd better have plenty of, well, let's say plenty of bait.
Bait?
Sure, bait. Bait to land a poor fish named Bragg. Bragg the banker. Like everybody else, he's looking for something for nothing. And that's why we're going to be able to land him hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah, but...
Here he comes. You let me do the talking. That's a laugh. You never say anything anyway. How do you do, Mr. Bragg? All ready for our little fishing trip?
Yes, but why on earth you want to haul this fishing tackle along when all we're going to do is ride out and look at
Mr. Bragg, you wouldn't want the whole town in on this deal, would you?
Well, no, I guess not.
Well, of course not. Now, folks think we're just going on a little fishing trip. That's different.
Oh, I see.
Bring the horses around, Jabez, and we'll get started. Mr. Bragg is a busy man. We'll get there in an hour, easy. And here we are, Mr. Bragg, just as I said we'd be. Hardly an hour's ride from town. And this is the face. This is where whoever dug this place in the first place quit.
But he must have quit because he found out this was worthless.
Worthless, maybe, by old-fashioned methods. Here, Mr. Bragg, take this pick here.
But
Go ahead. Shine the light right here in the face, Jibbers.
Right.
Now, you go ahead, Mr. Bragg. Go ahead and chip off some of the samples yourself. I told you I'd prove to you that I was an honest man. You get your own samples. Go ahead.
Well,
That's it. Now, you pick up those chips yourself, Mr. Bragg, and put them in that canvas sack. You hold on to that sack and don't let go of it for a minute. Don't let go of it until you hand it in at the assay office yourself.
I can't believe it. Would you mind flashing that light around a bit?
There.
I see it. I can't believe it. Barkley, let's get back to the assay office as quick as we can. Mr. Stone, get off your feet off that desk and look at what I have here in this sack.
Okay, Mr. Bragg. What's your hurry?
Well, you'll see.
Where'd you get that?
Never mind. Your job isn't to know where I got it. It's to tell me how much it's worth.
It'll take a while, you know.
Sure, I know, but get going. Get started right away.
All right. I can't be sure. Just by looking at this stuff with my naked eye, I can tell you I've never seen anything like it in my whole life. Never in my whole life. Why, you can even see the gold in it. Plain as day.
Well, there he comes out of the assay office, looking up and down the street. He's hooked, all right. He's hooked.
Yeah.
Now all we got to do is...
Mr. Barkley, wait there.
Yes, Mr. Bragg? We'll wait, all right.
Mr. Barkley, glad I happened to see you. I think it's safe to say you were right from the start. The man in the assay office seems enthusiastic. In fact, he seems almost beside himself. We'll know tomorrow, but...
Yeah? Yeah, what?
What about titles? Suppose we...
Nah, you don't go supposing a thing, Mr. Bragg. You don't think an old hand like myself would go into a thing like this without making sure every single solitary title was safe. Well, I have a lien on everyone. The place we looked at and lots more besides.
Oh my. For a moment there, You said other places?
Why, certainly.
Oh, my. Well, then we... Does anybody else know this?
No, only us.
Good. Oh, I've got to be going. I remember you said that we shouldn't be talking together too much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah. So he wants titles, huh? After he gets that SAS report tomorrow, he'll forget everything except the fact that he wants what we got.
Boss.
What?
Look.
Where?
There.
Oh, him.
Engine.
Sure, he's an engine. Didn't you ever see an engine before? He's harmless. He's the same one we saw yesterday, and the day before, and the day after that. He lives here, I guess. He's harmless. Don't tell me you're scared of a broken-down, beat-up engine.
Spain is known as the Iberian Peninsula. The capital's Madrid. The chief exports are grapes, cork, and...
Bah.
Yeah, boy, you're sure a funny teacher, but I get the point, though. Wool. Yeah. The chief exports are grapes and cork and wool. Say, haven't I studied enough now?
Oh, tell me more about Spain.
Well, Spain's a dry, arid country. The short, swift rivers are noted for trout fishing. Hey,
what?
Hey, what about those men? That Barkley and that banker Bragg. You know, that guy that never says much. Have they been catching any fish?
Oh, no.
No? I thought you said that they...
men carrying fishing rod not always catch fish.
Well, yes, but I thought...
I follow. Walk soft. Barkley make 2 or 3 trips. Sometime take banker Bragg. Sometime all 3 go. All take fishing rod, but never fish.
But where do they go?
Out Badlands way. I follow on horse, yeah.
Huh. There's no lakes or streams or ponds out there.
No good place to fish.
I should say not. Where do they go, Grey Wolf?
Same place every time.
But where?
Same place every time. Hole in mountain.
Well, I see you here bright and early, Mr. Bragg.
When I say I'll be at a certain place, at a certain time, I'm there. You got that report finished yet?
Yeah, when I say I'll have everything done at a certain time, I got it done. Here you are.
Well, hand it over.
Yeah.
Well, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. This is incredible, incredible.
I told you yesterday I thought it was an unusual sample. You didn't just get it from one place, did you? You know, sometimes...
Oh, of course not. I know better than that. I took samples from here and there across the whole face. Why, that vein must be 10 feet wide and over 6 feet high.
Well, then, Mr. Bragg, all I can say is this. If you own a part of this outfit, even a tiny part of it, you stand to be one of the richest men this country has ever seen. This assay's more dollars per ton than anything that has ever been recorded anywhere.
And so when I saw the report, saw it with my own eyes, I knew that this was the biggest thing in the world. Mr. Barkley, you're right.
Oh, I said so all along.
Oh, of course you did. Now, perhaps we could talk business.
Perhaps we could.
Are you prepared to
sell?
Well, yes. As a matter of fact, that's exactly what I was...
Mr. Bragg, you seem like a good businessman. I've decided to do you a favor.
Yes?
Now you take me. I like to be on the go. China, Afghanistan. I don't like to stay too long in one place. You know, I get kind of restless. What I like is a quick profit, and then off I go on the move again.
Well, yes?
So here's what I'll do. You've convinced yourself now that this is really a wonderful proposition. You found out for yourself.
That's right.
So I don't have to do any more talking. Mr. Bragg, I'll turn over that whole thing to you. Turn it over to you lock, stock, and barrel. For one lump sum, that is.
How much?
Well, considering everything, considering the facts and figures you got for yourself, and considering what you found out, I don't think I'm asking too much.
How much?
Of course, being on the move as I am, I'd want it all at once, in cash.
How much?
$100,000.
I'll take it.
Is it far from here?
Oh, 5-10 minutes. Get down on stomach. Crawl up to top of ridge.
Oh, but...
maybe Barkley and Jabez come.
But they're back at the hotel. The clerk said they're going to bed.
We make sure anyway. Nobody around.
It's a good thing that there's a bright moon.
We use flashlight later when we get inside mountain. Come along.
Wow. So this is it.
This is it, all right.
But it's nothing but an old abandoned mine shaft. There's hundreds of them around here. Like this one, if it's like the others, just goes straight into the mountain for a few hundred yards, and that's all. Why do Barkley and Bragg come here all the time?
We try to find out. Come along.
Nothing in here. Nothing.
We see.
It's a good thing we brought these powerful flashlights. Yeah, you knew we were going into an old mine.
Yeah, looks like we get to end of mine.
Yeah, we can't go any farther, that's for sure.
Yeah, this is the face of mine.
Yeah, sure.
Hey, hold light still. Why are you waving around like that?
Just Grey Wolf.
What?
Look, I shine my light back and forth. See? So you can see the glints in the wall. It sparkles. See, it shines here and there.
It shines, all right. It shines yellow.
Yellow? It shines like gold.
Yes.
Gold? Why, you said this was an old, abandoned, worthless mine that never had any gold in it to begin with. Look, Grey Wolf. Look, see? I can scratch off little flakes with my fingernail. See how it shines in the light? Why, this wall is covered with gold.
Right.
Why, that means this mine must be worth, $1 million zillion. Grey Wolf.
Yes?
What? You don't even seem to be excited.
I try to think of what to do next.
Why, no wonder, Mr. Barkley. Say, do you think he owns his mine? And that he's going to sell it to Mr. Bragg?
Well, that's what I want to stop. I think that Mr. Barkley is kind of...
Mr. Barkley, what?
Wait, it's...
Yeah, it's me, Barkley. Not as dumb as I might look.
You're supposed to be in bed.
Listen, boy, I wasn't born yesterday. I've seen this engine here poking around and snooping around, and it didn't take much to put two and two together. Especially as soon as I found out he was one of the Rangers. Jabez and me, we took off out of that back door of the hotel and followed you all the way. And it's a good thing we did. Jabez?
Right.
You got that rope?
Sure.
Well, take those short pieces and tie their hands behind them.
Yeah.
Don't try any monkey business. I got you covered with the wrong end of a 44.
How'd you get in here?
We can see in the dark. You got them tied up yet?
Yeah.
Good. Get them lights and let's go. You two, get moving. Keep ahead of me. We got a place to go right now.
How much farther are we going?
You'll find out. Keep moving.
What are you going to do to us?
You'll find out.
Boss.
What?
Mine shaft.
Sure enough. Hold on up there. This is as far as we go. As far as you go, anyway. You see what this is?
Uh-huh. Looks like a hole in the ground. It's going straight down.
That's right. You fellas seem so much interested in old mines. Here's one just for you. Only this one goes straight down about 90 feet. Used to have a rope to haul the miner up and down, but now there's nothing.
You wouldn't.
Wouldn't I? You and your engine pal come butting around into my affairs, and I can't have that. So I'm going to put you where you'll be safe. Right down in the bottom of that hole. Get that long rope, Jabez.
Gray Wolf?
Yes, Henry.
I think that I can untie these ropes.
Oh, good, Henry.
Go ahead, try. I can untie your wrist. You can untie mine.
Yeah.
There. Here, now we can get this rope off from around our chest. Easy. There, got it. That was simple. Hey, I say that was simple. Grey Wolf? Grey Wolf, you all right?
I ashamed. I get Henry caught. And now here we're in the bottom of old mine shaft.
But Mr. Barkley will come and get us, won't he? Well, how are we going to get out? We've got to get out, Grey Wolf. We're just in the bottom of a deep hole. There's no way out but straight up. The walls are too smooth to climb. Grey Wolf, what are we going to do?
Now what? Hello?
Hello, Barkley?
Yes.
This is Bragg. Hope I didn't get you out of bed.
No.
That's good. Listen, Barkley...
You're not backing out of the deal, are you?
No. It's just that it's taken me a little longer than I expected to get that amount of cash together. $100,000, a lot of money.
Not for that mine, it isn't.
Oh, I know that, but it'll just take me a little while longer.
How long?
Oh, another 2 hours.
Okay. Meet you over at the bank?
No, never there. I don't want anybody to get wind of this at all. Say...
What?
Let's meet right out at the mine. Right in the mine. I'll pay you the whole $100,000 right out there in the mine. Right there at the face where all that gold is.
Well, I don't know.
Well, it's the safest place I know.
All right, Mr. Bragg, have it your way. We'll meet you in the mine at, say, 11 o'clock.
Good. And I'll have the money with me. $100,000.
In cash?
In cash.
Sun's been up a long time.
Yeah. Pretty soon now, Barkley sell that worthless mine to Banker Bragg and beat it out of the country.
What do you mean, worthless mine? We saw the gold, didn't we?
Yes.
It was gold, wasn't it?
Yes.
Well, What do you say, then, that it's...
Well, maybe $100, $200 worth of gold on that rock face. No more.
But, Grey
That
Wolf...
mine big fake.
But what...
Henry,
What?
I have two ideas. One, got to get you out of here. That main idea. Two, got to stop Barkley selling fake mine.
Sure, but getting out of here... Well, I don't see how we can.
I have idea. How wide this shaft?
Well, there's a little pocket sort of at the bottom. Let's see, it's about 8 feet across. And then the shaft itself is about 4 feet, give or take an inch. It's cut smooth, straight all the way. No place for a handhold or a foothold.
4 feet, huh? I'm 6 feet 2 inches tall. That ought to be just right. Henry, you listen. Listen carefully.
Oh, yeah.
Here's what I want. You help me get stretched out flat, on my back, right up where shaft gets narrow.
But, Grey Wolf...
And only at your shoulder height. I'll brace my shoulders against one side of shaft, and my feet against the other.
Oh, it's a long way up there.
I make it. I have to make it. Tie end of rope around my waist. Then I pull you up after I get on top.
But, Grey Wolf...
Tie rope. There. Now, give me a shot.
I don't think that... Wait a minute. There. Can you stay like that? Racing across the shaft like that?
I think so. But Henry.
What?
You get over by side. Crouch down under edge of rock there.
Why?
If I should fall, I don't want to fall on you. Go ahead, go on.
All right.
Here I go. And I talk now. Save breath.
Time? 12 noon. On the dot.
Bragg.
What?
There.
Sure enough. It's him, all right, and about time. Hey, over here.
Coming, I'm coming. And there's the gold. Shining in the light. Pure gold.
And it's all yours, the whole mountain of it. Just as soon as you hand over the 100,000 iron men.
Oh, I have it right here. Do you have a receipt?
Got it right ready, Mr. Bragg. You're just about to become the richest man in the world. You hand me that money and the deal is finished.
Oh, very well. Here.
Oh, stop! Ah! The Indian! Get away! You're dead! You're a ghost!
I'm not dead. It did look like I get here just in time.
And I'm here too, Mr. Barclay.
Get out, both of you! You can't be real! Get away!
No use to yell, no use. Yell not help you now.
Wait a minute. What's going on here?
Plenty. You put that money back in pocket.
Why, I...
Barkley play old trick on you. He and Jabez load shotgun shells with gold dust. Shoot shotguns at rock wall. Gold dust hit wall and look like big vein of gold.
Why?
You take rock samples to assay office. Assay office not know. Rock samples you take make fake mine look like richest mine in world. Mine worth nothing. All fake. Just dirt and rock. No good.
And I was going to pay $100,000 for that pile of dirt and rocks. Grey Wolf, I can never thank you enough. Never. Greed did this to me. Lust for gold. It's taught me a lesson I won't forget. How can I repay you?
No need to pay. You use money for good purposes, not selfish ones.
I will. I promise.
Hey, where's Mr. Barclay?
Ran. He not go far. Sheriff waiting outside mine. Bill remember Barkley in trouble like this before. He fake engineer. Bill call sheriff, and sheriff meet us outside mine. Barkley have a long time to think this over. What about you, Jabez?
Me? I seen the light. I'll mosey out there and introduce myself to the sheriff. Go with him peaceable. I'm through. I'm reformed. When I get out, if I ever do get out, I'm going to go straight. Yes, sir, I'll learn my lesson, all right. I certainly learned my...
Silent Jabez really talked after that. A greedy man's money was saved to be well spent. And Bill said he wouldn't think twice about spending more time away after the way Grey Wolf and I handled this one. Well, see you again next week for more adventure with Ranger Bill!
what if circumstances were to magnify one of them in size and strength, took it out of its primitive world and turned it loose in ours? Then expect something that's fiercer, more cruel and deadly than anything that ever walked the earth.
Even science was stunned. The new atomic miracle should have been mankind's greatest boon. Instead, when such power to cause phenomenal growth proved dangerously unstable, man was confronted with his most shocking blunder.
The isotope triggered our nutrients into a nightmare.
A blunder that transformed a tiny insect into the 100-foot spider that was now ravaging the panic-stricken countryside.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Sorry, only a quarter pound of butter to a customer.
Sorry, lady, I haven't any steak today. No matter what foods are short, you've got to get enough vitamins. But when you buy vitamins, follow these two simple rules. Rule 1.
Get all the vitamins government experts say are essential.
Rule 2.
Get them in the balanced formula doctors endorse.
Get Vims. Vims supply all the essential vitamins and all the minerals commonly lacking. VI for vitamins, double MS for minerals. Vims.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
This is Bill Goodwin speaking for Lever Brothers, makers of Swan, the new white floating soap. Well, it's Tuesday night again. Time for another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen, Jimmy Cash, and Paul Whiteman and his music. And now meet the people who live in the Burns house. George and Gracie, here they are. Well, folks, this is the night. The night on which Gracie has sworn to play the piano at Paul Whiteman's concert in Carnegie Hall. As the 0 hour approaches, the music world stands aghast, stunned, appalled at the impending disaster. Says one of New York's leading music patrons.
Oh, I can't understand Paul Whiteman allowing this outrage. After all, Mr. Whiteman has one of the widest backgrounds in music.
Also, told of Gracie's concert, Leopold Stokowski summed up the entire situation when he said, Meanwhile, in her New York hotel room, Gracie is getting ready to leave for Carnegie Hall, while George, exhausted but still game, tries to reason with her.
Gracie, listen to me. If you give up this concert, I'll do anything in the world you want me to do. Anything at all.
Anything?
Anything.
Can my mother come and live with us?
Well, Gracie, I'll be happy to have your mother come and live with us.
Oh, I'm awfully glad you feel that way, dear, because the trunks arrived today.
Oh, well. Anyway, you're going to call the concert off.
Oh, no, dear. My concert tonight is dearer to me than anything in this world.
Dearer to you than me?
Yes, George. It's even dearer to me than Herman.
Well, I give up.
Oh, just think. All the celebrities will be in Carnegie Hall tonight. The mayor, the governor, the 400. Maybe even the big business tycoons like Mr. Black. And also
Mr. Black?
Yes.
He's a business tycoon?
Oh, he must be. I've heard so much about his famous chain of markets.
Oh, the black market. See what you mean.
Oh, dear, and there in the middle of the stage, under a brilliant spotlight, will be a white piano. Now, I walk from the wings and sit down at the piano. The house falls down.
Just in time.
I lift my hand above the keyboard like this. A dramatic pause, and then a flood of golden melody pours from my finger.
Then what happens?
Bedlam breaks loose.
You're not kidding.
I take bow after bow. They bring up flowers. The mayor presents me with the keys to the city, and I say, "Thank you, Bud." And then
Wait a minute. You're going to call Mayor LaGuardia Bud?
Well, isn't that a little flower?
Oh, yes. Bud, I get it. Yes.
And then I want you to walk on the stage and take a bow with me, George.
I'm not going out on the stage tonight at Carnegie Hall. In fact, I'm not going to be there at all.
Oh, but dear, I want you to share in the glory. I want everybody to applaud you and cheer for you. I want people to look at you with admiration and say to each other, "I wonder who he is."
Well, just forget it. I'll be afraid to show my face after this concert. Not alone go to Carnegie Hall.
Come in.
Gracie!
Tootsie!
Oh, Gracie, you'll never believe the news. My wildest dream has been realized. The impossible has come true.
Well, what, Tootsie, what?
A man asked me for a date.
Oh, no.
Yes. Oh, take this here.
Oh, murder. Look, if you girls will pardon me, I'll go in and phone this to Ripley.
Oh, well, tell me all about your boyfriend, Tootsie.
Oh, he's divine. Strong as an ox and twice as handsome.
Well, Tootsie, how did you meet him?
Oh, it was just luck. He's a taxi driver, and I happened to take his cab. That's all.
Well, what happened?
Well, he drove along in silence for a while, and then he turned around and said to me, "Has anyone ever told you you're beautiful?" And I said, "No." And then we drove along in silence for a while more.
Oh, Tootsie, it sounds so romantic. Then what happened?
Well, in a little while he asked me to come up front with him, so I did, and then he began to make love to me.
Oh, did he stop the cab?
No, but he turned off the meter.
Say, Tootsie, he was pretty fresh.
I know. Isn't it wonderful?
Well, tell me, didn't you say anything to him at all?
Well, I think I did say wow a couple of times.
Oh, well, I just can't blame you, Tootsie. Oh, imagine you having a date. Are you going to bring him to Carnegie Hall?
Well, I don't know, Gracie. You see, being a taxi driver, he has to go right on working while we date. He'll drive with one arm and date with the other.
Oh. Well, look, if you drive by Carnegie Hall, try to get him in for a few minutes. Oh, come in.
Hi, Gracie. Is George around? I got some wonderful news for him.
Well, he was here a minute ago, Bill.
Hello, Bill.
Oh, hello, Tootsie.
Didn't you see me standing over here?
Well, I wasn't sure, Tootsie. You see, I had lobster for dinner, and sometimes it doesn't agree with me.
Oh, Bill Goodwin, you stop being mean to her. If you don't, her steady beau will give you a good whipping.
Her steady what? Well, excuse me, girls. I've got to find George. This is very important. Oh, George. George.
What is it, Bill?
George, listen. I've got an idea how we can keep Gracie from doing that concert.
Really, Bill?
Absolutely. I guarantee to keep Gracie out of Carnegie Hall tonight.
Oh, great. Well, tell me about it, quick.
Well, I got the idea riding along in a taxi.
Yes?
I start talking to this taxi driver, see? I said, "How's business?" He said, "Fine, and yours?"
Yes.
I said, "Swan." He said, "Swan, the new white floating soap that's purer than finest Castiles?" I said, "That's right, a regular Suds and Whiz."
Bill, please, the idea. What is the idea?
Well, I'm coming to it, George. Now the subject switches to current events. We talk about Congress,
Yeah.
food rationing, the war in Russia, washing the dishes.
Bill.
Well, George, when he mentioned dishes, I had to tell the kid that Swan was great for washing dishes because it suds faster than other white floating soaps. And because it's purer than finest Castiles, it's always kind to your hands.
Bill, for heaven's sakes, tell me the idea. How are we going to keep Gracie out of Carnegie Hall tonight?
Well, I'm coming to it, George. Now we hit a red light, and this taxi driver stops so suddenly it almost breaks me in two.
I know. So you tell him that Swan breaks in two with an easy twist of the wrist. And you can use a half in the kitchen and half in the bathroom.
Gee, were you there, George?
Bill, please, the idea. Gracie will be leaving for the concert any minute.
Well, here it is. Now get this. We slip my friend the taxi driver a $10 bill, and we plant him here in front of the hotel.
Uh-huh.
Now, when Gracie gets in, he takes her any place but Carnegie Hall.
Say, that sounds wonderful. Where'll he take her?
I don't care. Brooklyn.
Hey, wait. Wait a minute, Bill. I still love that girl.
Well, okay, he'll drive her around the park. Now, you get Gracie ready. I'll have the taxi waiting in front of the hotel.
Swell. Get going.
Okay.
Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, no, not that. Gracie.
Yes, dear.
Sweetheart, I've been thinking things over, and I've changed my mind. I want you to do the concert tonight.
Oh, George, do you mean that?
Absolutely.
Oh, I'm so glad. We would never have these silly misunderstandings if you were more like me. Whenever we have an argument, I always see things my way.
I know.
Oh,
well,
George, you'll be so thrilled when you hear me play the works of the great masters. Of course, I don't play them exactly as they wrote them. I put in my own improvements. Well, you know, you might say that they composed them and I decomposed them.
How true. Well, come along, darling. It's almost time to leave for Carnegie Hall.
And now, here's Jimmy Cash with a song that's going places. The Tulips Are Talking Tonight. Jimmy?
Clouds are gray in the skies over Holland, but I hear that the clouds in the skies over Holland soon will clear. The tulips are talking tonight. They're saying through the darkness there is light. They whisper, for the sound of marching feet is near. They whisper, and the hearts of Holland hear. The windmills are spreading the word, and through the fields a song of hope is heard. The tulips are naming the day, and Holland's children believe what the
Well, Gracie's getting ready to leave for Carnegie Hall. Poor Gracie. She doesn't know that George and I are cooking up a deal with a taxi driver to keep her away. Well, here she is talking to her little duck, Herman.
Oh, isn't it thrilling, Herman? Just think, in a few hours, Mama will be the rage of New York. Oh, I just can't wait for the big moment. Are you as excited as I am, Herman? Oh. And darling, while Mama's at Carnegie Hall, don't you leave this room. Herman, how dare you use such language? I know where you learned it, too, and believe me, you're never going to Central Park Lake again. That lake gets the worst class of ducks in town. Well, it's no use carrying on, Herman. I won't have you getting mixed up with those freshies over there.
All they do is hang around with a worm in their bills and honk when the girl ducks fly by. Oh, well, I see. You're thinking of that little girl duck you like. The one with the soft feathers. Well, darling, I guess I shouldn't make anybody unhappy on the night I'm so happy. You can see her again, Herman. Oh.
You ready, dear?
Oh, yes, I'm all dressed up, George. How do I look? Simply gorgeous, huh?
Well.
In fact, you've never seen me so beautiful in your whole life, huh?
Uh-huh.
You say the sweetest things, dear.
Yes, I'm a regular old flatterer.
Oh, George, can I see you out here a minute?
Oh, sure. Pardon me, dear. Yes, Bill?
Well, George, it's all set. I slipped the taxi driver some dough, and now all you have to do is see that Gracie takes his taxi, and she'll never get to Carnegie Hall.
Great, Bill. That's $10 well spent.
Oh, he wouldn't do it for 10, George. Cost you $50.
$50?
Oh, sure. You see, he drives one of those share-the-ride taxis. And it was either pay him $50 or dig up 4 other women whose husbands wanted to get rid of them.
Well, I guess it's worth it. Now, Bill, you go down and tell the driver we'll be right there.
Okay, George.
Gracie, ready to leave?
Yes, dear.
Well, come on, we'll get a taxi.
Oh, no, I need some fresh air. I'd rather walk.
Oh, no. You can't walk. I wouldn't hear of it.
Well, why not?
Why not? Why not? Well, because it's, there's a blackout.
Are you asking me or telling me?
I'm telling you, it's black as coal. Can't see your hand in front of your face.
George.
What?
Look out the window.
Oh, what for? She always pulls the shades down when she's... Oh. You mean the lights?
Yes.
Yeah, that's funny. They're on, aren't they?
Well, they certainly are, and I'm going to walk.
But, Gracie, think of the shoe leather you'll waste. Shoes are being rationed now, you know. Only 3 pairs for each member of the family.
Oh, well, I'm not worried. I'll be able to get along on the 6 pairs.
But, Gracie, the streets aren't safe at night for a beautiful woman.
Oh, I never thought of that. Well, all right, dear, I'll ride.
Good.
I'll take the bus.
Oh, no. Let's take a taxi.
Oh, now that's funny. When I want to take a taxi, you always say, for goodness sake, why can't you take the bus?
Yeah, but not this time. Come on, let's get going.
Well, all right, dear.
Oh, George, this is the taxi right here.
All right. Come on, sweetheart. Hop in.
But aren't you coming with me, dear?
No. I'll be along later. I want you to have the spotlight all to yourself. I'd just be in the way.
Oh, well, I understand, George. It's hard for a man to be the husband of a great concert artist.
Yes.
People make fun of him. That's why I asked the hotel clerk to let me change our registration.
You changed our registration?
Yes. Instead of George Burns and wife, I made it Gracie Allen and friend.
Well, that's me, lady. I'm just taking orders.
Oh, I don't blame you. I can tell by your face that you're one of those sweet, innocent people who are so easily led astray. You know, a moron.
Oh, gee, thanks. You know, you sound like a good scout, lady. Could I ask you a favor, huh?
That you could.
Look, would it bother you if I took my girlfriend for a ride? She's waiting for me on the next corner. I'm a very quiet knicker.
Oh, how sweet. Well, of course you can have a date. I'll even drive if you'd like to come back here and dance a little. Well, I've heard so much about taxi dances. I suppose you have to put the top down, huh?
Yeah. Well, there she is, waiting for me. Here I am. You've been waiting long, Angel Puss.
Oh, it just seemed like years, Sugarfoot.
Tootsie.
Gracie, what are you doing in Sugarfoot's cab? Why aren't you in Carnegie Hall?
Because George hired Sugarfoot to keep me away. I never dreamed he was your cab driver.
Oh, shame on you, Sugarfoot.
But Aunt your Puss, I was just trying to turn an honest dollar.
Well, my friend is a great artist, and if you don't take her to Carnegie Hall right now, you'll get no hugging tonight.
Oh, Aunt your Puss.
I mean it, Sugarfoot. Either you give in, or you'll just have to guess how many ribs I had.
Just got me, Aunt your Puss. I'll do it for you.
What is this strange power I have, and where has it been all my life?
Next stop, Carnegie Hall.
Well, Paul, the first half of your concert was simply marvelous.
Oh, thanks, George. Gee, I'm sure happy you got rid of Gracie.
Oh, yes. Well, you don't have to worry about Gracie. She's somewhere in Brooklyn by now. You see, I had a cab
Hello,
driver.
dear.
Hello, sweetheart. You see, I had a cab... Gracie.
Surprise? The cab driver changed his mind.
Yeah, love conquered all.
Why, you double-crossing gorilla. For 2 cents, I would just...
You'd what?
Well, I guess there's not much a fella can do with 2 cents.
Paul, shall I go out and do my number now?
Gracie, it's impossible. There's no arrangement for you. The boys won't know what to play.
That don't matter. Just tell them to blow while they still got a neck to blow through.
But all Gracie can play is a scale. And she gets the last note of that wrong.
Stop moving, fatso.
Yes, sir.
Oh, you're so masterful, Sugarfoot. Oh, Bill Goodwin.
Yes, Gracie?
I want you to go out and announce my number right away.
But, gee, Gracie, I don't know what to announce. I can't just get out there.
Get going, Dimples. Introduce the little lady and make it sound classy, see?
Yes, sir. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we now come to the feature attraction of our concert, the eminent piano virtuoso, Miss Gracie Allen. Accompanied by Paul Whiteman and his orchestra, Miss Allen will play her famous composition, Concerto for Index Finger. This beautiful selection tells the melodic story of a boy and girl who fall in love beside a lake upon which floats a graceful white swan. The piano under the skilled finger of Miss Allen represents the bird's lilting call as she plays the haunting song of the swan. Lo, I am the new white floating soap, purer than finest Castiles. To which the flutes reply, money cannot buy a purer soap. Miss Allen then interprets the second or andante movement, in which the boy and the girl discuss their plans for the future. In this, you will hear the famous aria, Liebescuddle, or Love's Embrace, as the boy tells the girl of the home he has planned and the baby they will have. In this passage, listen for the piccolos, which represent the delighted gurgles of the baby as it is bathed with swan. Of course, you folks know that swan is great for bathing the baby because it's so pure it's kind even to a little baby's tender skin. So you know it must be great for your hands and face, your tub or shower. Miss Allen will then conclude with the spirited Allegro movement, which represents the women of the village dancing gaily around the bridal couple as they sing the joyous finale. Hark, hark, we women of the village have long considered Castile soaps the standard of purity. But behold, swan is even purer than finest Castiles. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my very great pleasure and privilege to present for her concert debut in Carnegie Hall, Miss Gracie Allen.
I'm as nervous as a kitten. But you can't blame me. This is the first time I've ever worn this dress. Well, go ahead, Paul. I'm ready. good night. Good night, everybody.
The makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in to your CBS station at the same time again next week. Remember, George Burns and Gracie Allen, CBS next Tuesday night. And don't forget to listen to Swan's other show, Tommy Riggs and Betty Lou, next Friday night over another network. Meantime, don't forget Swan, the new white floating soap, purer than finest Castiles. And now, till next week, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I Swan, how about you? Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
KNX Columbia Square, Los Angeles. Brock and Company time, 6:30. Brides and bridegrooms for generations have come to Brock and Company for engagement and wedding rings. And today, the Brock guarantee of perfection and value is your assurance of a lifetime of pride and pleasure in all wedding jewelry.
Tarzan, what am I doing here? Alone? With you? Perhaps I better not think too much about that. Not a bit afraid, not a bit sorry.
Underneath you!
He's going under your round!
Watch out, folks! Hunt the Biggest of All game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful Filipino valet Cato, Brett Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs. Risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, The Imposter. The Green Hornet strikes again. Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, frowned as he sat in his office listening to the latest news from police headquarters as related to him by Mike Axford.
And I'm telling you, Reed, it wasn't until just a while ago that Sergeant Burke admitted that truck hole-up last night was the work of the Green Hornet.
He told you that?
Sure. You see, last night they didn't say anything about it. They figured the papers have been riding the cops too much already for not catching that devil. 'Twas only by a slip of the tongue that Sarge mentioned it to me today.
But how do they know? Why is Burke
The
sure?
truck driver swears he saw the Hornet. That's why he's so sure. To my way of thinking...
Hello. Axford? Yes, he's here. Just a moment. For you, Axford.
Oh, thanks, Reed. Hello? Mike Axford speaking. Oh, it's you, Sarge. What's up? There was? He did? Suffering snakes. Are you sure it was... I know, but are you positive it was... Oh, hold on, Sarge. I just wanted to be sure. Yeah, I'm coming down to headquarters right away. Goodbye. Holy crow.
What's happened?
That was Sergeant Burke calling, Reed.
I know that. What did he call about?
Oh, yeah. He says a jewelry store was held up a little while ago down on 10th Street.
Is that so? Did they get the crooks?
No, and it's easy to see why they didn't. Reed, Sarge says that place was robbed by none other than the Green Hornet himself. Well, Sarge, you've been scouting around for a couple of hours without getting anywheres. Looks like you cops are stumped. That devilish Hornet always puts it over on you.
Oh, is that so now? If the Sentinel and the rest of them other papers would cooperate, instead of lambasting the force every time that guy pulls a job, maybe we could get a clue or something to lead us to the Hornet.
Say now, how could the papers cooperate with the force in catching the Hornet, since you're so smart as to say they ought to?
Well, the Daily Sentinel, for one, could publicize the fact that they're offering $25,000 reward for his capture. It'd be a big help if Reed had headlined it in the morning edition.
I'll take it up with Reed, Sarge. I got a lot of pull with him, you know.
Yeah, I know. You practically run the Sentinel from what you tell him.
Huh. Do you want me to tell Reed about printing that reward notice, or don't you?
Sure. Then we'll see what'll happen when the Hornet reads all that publicity. Maybe it'll rile him up enough so that he'll make a slip and give us a line on him. It's about time we got that vicious mug and put him where he belongs.
That evening, two men sat in a long black coupe, which was parked on a by-road just off the main highway leading to the tooling factory on the edge of the city.
Guy ought to be along any minute now, Lou. It's almost 6 o'clock.
Yeah. But how do you know he'll be bringing out the payroll?
You think I'm a dope? I've been tailing him for weeks. Every Thursday afternoon he goes into the bank and brings out the payroll for Friday morning. Always at the same time.
Maybe he'll have a guard with him.
I made sure he don't. The tooling works is just a small factory. The manager gets the dough and brings it out by himself.
I hope there ain't any slip-ups. Things are going too easy to suit me.
Don't worry. It's been easy because of my scheme to lay the blame on somebody else for the jobs we've been pulling.
Hey, are we going to wear the mask for this job too, Dave?
Sure. And we better get him on. He'll be along any minute, like I said. Here, put this on.
Okay.
Get mine on, too. When that guy sees us, he'll think one of us...
Hey, look, Dave. There comes a car from town now.
Yeah. That's the one we're waiting for. Get ready to start after him as soon as he passes. Get going, Lou.
Okay.
We're in luck. There's no other cars on the highway right now. Step on it. Got him over to the side of the road, so he'll have to stop.
We're almost alongside, Dave. I'll crowd him over.
Pull over and stop.
What's the meaning of this?
You'll find out, mister.
Your mask. You're the Green Hornet.
That's good guessing, Bud. Get out. And be quick about it.
Oh, don't use that gun. I'll get out.
Keep your gun on this guy while I grab the bag he's got in the back of his car.
Get it. I'm watching.
No, you can't take that. I won't let you.
You... Had to knock him out, Dave.
But we're going anyway. Now I'll get the dough. There it is. Rope's all here.
Hurry up, Dave. I think there's a car coming.
Let's spray him out of here fast.
What about the jerk lying there in the road?
Never mind him. Get this crate going, quick.
Good morning, Katie.
I didn't have to look up to see who came in. The slamming door is the sign of Mike Axford.
I meant to give it just a gentle push, that I did.
Don't ever get rough with it, then. It'd probably fly off the hinges and land right in my lap. Say, did you see the morning edition?
That I did. Reed sure put it on thick about that big reward and all for the capture of the Green Hornet. Of course, he did it because I asked him to, you know.
Oh, of course. Not to mention the phone call he had from Inspector Evans making the same request.
Oh.
Axford, I've been waiting to see you.
Oh, hello, Reed. I was just rushing right in to see you, but
Come along in. I want to talk to you.
Sure, Reed.
Well, did you find out anything more from police headquarters about that payroll robbery last night?
Only what I told you over the phone, Reed. The factory guy swears it was the Green Hornet that did it. Imagine the nerve of that spalpeen doing such a thing while it was still daylight.
He had plenty of nerve, all right.
That fella that was robbed was lucky he wasn't shot down in cold blood. Seems the Hornet popped him on the back of the head with the gun butt, then left him lying in the road.
Yes, you told me that.
Reed, that Green Hornet's pulling off a one-man crime wave. He's got to be stopped.
Yes, Axford, he has to be stopped. And no one's more anxious to see him stopped than I am. That afternoon, in a one-room hideout along the waterfront, Dave and Lou were busy making plans for another crime.
The job I have lined up will be our biggest yet.
Yeah? What is it, Dave?
I've been casing the West End Bank. We're going to bust into it tonight.
Yeah, but they got a guard there, ain't they?
So what? At 9 o'clock every night, he opens the side door to take in a night deposit from the nearby theater. We'll be there to follow the guy in. Get it?
Yeah. Good idea. We get the theater money, too.
Right. And plenty besides.
Listen, Dave. If I'm going to go in with you on the bank job, I want an even split this time.
An even split? Say, what gave you that idea? Don't I do all the figuring and case all the jobs? Don't I?
So what? I take as much risk as you do. And believe me, I'm going to get a 50-50 split this time, or I'll...
Oh, you'll what, lughead?
No, wait a minute, Dave. Put down that rod. I didn't mean anything. Honest of it.
Okay. Piker. But don't get any more thoughts like that, see? I do the thinking for us both and get extra pay for it. Remember that.
Okay. Forget it. We've got to work together. We've got to get along.
We'll get along. Or else, Lou. Maybe if you play things right tonight, I will toss a couple of bucks more than your share your way. Of course, if you got any notion of double-crossing me tonight, brother, you'll wish you hadn't.
Look, I said forget it, didn't I? You don't have to threaten me, Dave. We're partners, ain't we?
Sure. But even one partner can warn another, see? I'm going out a while. I'll see you here later.
Okay, Dave. I'll be waiting. So long.
So long, dope.
So I'm a dope, huh? Sure. I am a dope to let him get away with that. Headlines screaming for the Green Hornet and Dave taking all the gravy. I'd do as much as him. 25 grand for the Hornet's capture. Man, I wish I could... Holy mackerel, that gives me an idea. Dave ain't really the Hornet. But if the cops caught him with that mask on... Ha! Dave, you sneaking double-crosser. This is one job I'm planning all by myself. And they'll have you where you can't take any of the dough away from me. Ha ha!
Yes, Miss Case?
Mr. Reed, there's a man calling on the phone. He won't say who he is, but he wants to speak to the publisher, and he says it's very important.
Well, connect me with him, Miss Case.
Yes,
Hello? Hello?
You the publisher of the Sentinel?
Yes?
Now, look. Is it on the level about giving all that dough for the Hornet?
Yes, of course. Why?
I got a tip about a job he's going to pull tonight.
Really? Where?
Now, don't rush me, bud. I got to be sure first that I get the dough if he's caught.
You'll get it if you come in and identify yourself. Provided the Hornet is caught.
Okay. My name's Lou. I'll come in and just say I'm Lou, see?
Right. Now, how about that tip?
The Green Hornet's planning to crank the West End Bank at 9 tonight. Through the side door. You can count on it.
How do you know? How do I... Hello? Hello? Hung up on me. Oh. This has become a personal matter between that crook who's posing as the Hornet and me. I'll be there to bust up his plan and grab him. And I'll call the police. Meanwhile, in a pool room phone booth, Lou was making a second phone call.
Now I'll call the cops and tip them off. I'll be in 25 grand after they pick up Dave.
Police headquarters. Sergeant Burke speaking.
Hey, look, copper. I got a tip-off on the Hornet for you.
What's that you say?
A tip on the Hornet. He's going to bust into the West End Bank through the side door at 9 o'clock tonight. You better have some of your guys there.
The Green Hornet. Are you sure? Who are you?
Finished, Squealer?
Hey, Dave. I didn't know you were...
I watched you come in. I listened to them calls you make. Get moving, sucker. I'm holding a gun in my pocket, see?
Yeah, well, where are you taking me, Dave?
Lou, we're going out into the alley. Just me and you. And after I get rid of you, I'll change my plans about that bank job.
No. No, Dave, listen to me. I didn't...
Shut up, you ain't moving. When I get through, you won't talk again. Ever.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. Now, back to our story. After receiving the phone call from Lou, Britt Reed went to his apartment, where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting. The two men were discussing the imposter who was using the name of the Green Hornet to cover his crimes.
Cato, that man must be stopped before he goes any further.
You have planned to catch fake Hornet, perhaps?
Someone phoned the Sentinel this afternoon and gave me a tip that may lead to something.
Tip? You mean it give clue to a man's identity?
Not exactly. He said the Green Hornet was going to commit another crime tonight. A bank robbery at the West End Bank at 9 o'clock.
Oh. What you do, Mr. Britt?
We're going to be at that bank, Cato. I hope he shows up at 9 o'clock.
It's 8:30 now.
Yes, we'd better leave right away. That crook will be in for a surprise when the real Hornet shows up. Come on, Cato.
Yes, Sarge. What's the idea of us standing here in this doorway when the bank's across the street? That Hornet will be
Do you think I'm dumb, Axford?
Well, now that you asked me outright...
Shut up. I'm not asking you. If you want to know the truth, there's two of my men over in back of the bank, and more planted in the side alley. When that Hornet gets inside, we'll close in on him so he can't make a getaway.
Hey, who's that guy walking toward the bank? See? He's carrying something.
That's the guy from the theater there on the corner. He's going to put in the theater money. He does it every night at this time.
Oh, that's who it is. Then it must be 9 o'clock, Sarge.
It is that. Come on, we're going over now. That guy's at the side door.
Yeah, he's ringing the night bell. Look, he's coming around to the front. Maybe the guard's letting him in the front tonight.
That front door can't be opened at night. Maybe something's wrong. Let's hurry.
Well, Cato, it's just about time.
You go around to side door?
No. I'm going to try to get in the back door. I want to be on the inside when the crook gets there.
Back door over there. But it not be easy to get it open.
I'll find some way. You wait here. That's strange. This door's unlocked. Well, here goes. I have to use my flashlight. The guard lying just inside the door. Let's see. He's dead.
Don't make a move, Hornet. I got this gun right at your back.
Well, so I've walked into a trap.
Right. And I caught you leaning over the guard you just murdered, too. Keep your hands up and turn around.
Just as you say.
This is one time you won't get away. Jim?
Yeah, here I am.
Step outside and yell for Sarge and the others. He's right out front. Hurry it up.
Okay. You keep him covered.
Don't worry about that. I got a good mind to drill you right here and now, you dirty killer.
Don't rush things on my account.
You sure are the cool one. Hey, Jim, yell for the Sarge. What's the matter with you?
So sorry. Jim not feel like yelling right now. Drop a gun, please.
What the... Drop it. That gun in your back might go off.
I've been tricked. I might have expected that from you, but you won't get away with it.
I hate to do this,
yes!
but... Oh! Quick, Cato. We'll make a run for the car. Good thing you followed me. Come on.
There were two of them. Hey, somebody's lying here, Sarge. Where? Turn a light over there, somebody. Hey, look. It's one of your men. And here's another one. Must be the guard. Great day in the morning. Jim lying outside and these two here. That Hornet's a devil, that he is. Somebody look after these men here. Come on, Axford. I'm going to follow that spalpeen till I find him, no matter how long it takes.
It's strange guard be dead just inside the back door, Mr. Britt.
The fellow who phoned the Sentinel must have tipped off the police, too. I guess the crook using the Hornet's name heard about the tip-off and came there earlier.
Then he's the one who killed a guard.
Yes, he's a dangerous killer, Cato, and a very clever one. We've got to find him and get him into the hands of the police before the night's over.
I hope police not get us first. They not be easy to lose when alarm gets out.
We'll have to risk it. Turn on the shortwave radio for the police broadcasts.
Yes, sir.
was seen leaving West End Bank. Guard killed. Watch all roads for Hornet car. Repeat. Watch all roads for Green Hornet car.
We'll have to keep to the back streets.
Attention car 33. Attention car 33. Body of murdered man found earlier tonight in alley near Water Street off River Road. Identified as that of underworld character known as Lou. Pick up all suspicious characters in waterfront neighborhood for questioning. That is all.
Cato, now this thing begins to stack up. The man who tipped me off this afternoon gave the name of Lou. That's why he was murdered.
That's possible.
The one who killed him is the one we must find. It's a big risk, Cato, but we're going to the waterfront neighborhood right now. Step on it.
Alley, very dark. Very bad neighborhood, Miss Britt. Why we stop an alley here?
The phone call I received this afternoon came from the pool room right in the corner of this alley, Cato. I had the call traced.
Oh, this must be alley where man Lou was killed.
Yes. He and the other man probably have a hideout close by.
What do we look for here?
A car, Cato. There aren't many cars in this neighborhood, and no garages. What cars there are have to be parked in the street or alley.
There are no cars out on the street?
That's right. I figured the crook would come back to his hideout, pack up, and make a getaway. If he did come down here, we were only a few minutes behind him.
Man who posed as Hornet said to have black coupe.
Yes. By the light of your flashlight, I see two cars in the alley. And they're both coupes. Let's have a look at them. This isn't the one. Let's look at that one over there.
What you do?
Feeling the hood, Cato. This one's still warm. I'll look inside.
He leave door unlocked.
Yes. That means the owner's coming back soon. Now, let's see. Here's something. Look.
Oh, that's a mask he used to pose as a Hornet.
Right. We found our man, Cato. He'll be out soon.
What you do now?
I'll get on the running board near the wall here. It's the right side. He'll get down on the driver's side and won't see me.
But you take a big risk. Maybe
I'll be all right. The window's open. You follow this car. If the police sight us, lose them with the smoke screen and then catch up to us. I'll be needing you by that time.
Wait. Someone's coming. I leave right now.
Sure gotta move fast away from this neighborhood before the cops move in. So good. I'm well on my way, and there's no danger of cops following me. There is a car following back there. I better step on it.
You can stop now, killer. Pull over.
How did you get on my running board?
Stop and I'll tell you all about it.
Oh, yeah?
Okay, bud. I'll use this gun on you, then I'll jump free. Here goes.
Wait, I'm stopping. Now, what's all this about? Why are you masked? You're the real Hornet.
You guessed it. Get out that mask you used. Hurry and put it on.
Well, why do you want me to wear this
Put
now?
it on, I said.
Okay.
I see you have the satchel with the bank money in it.
Hey, you ain't gonna grab that. I'll kill.
Try again, Mug. Better let me try.
No.
That must be Cato. The police will get this Mug with a mask on and the stolen money. His fingerprints should show who he is, I guess. I'll leave a seal for good luck. Now to get in with Cato. Got him, Cato.
Must hurry, Mr. Britt. I lose police with smoke screen, but they come again now.
Get going, Cato, before they see us. Step on it.
Reed, I'm glad to see you ain't in bed yet.
Oh, I was just about to get in.
What do you want now?
Sure, I came in to tell you the news, Reed.
Okay, tell me. Then get to your own room so I can get some sleep.
Well, I got a little disappointing news for you. In a way, that is.
I couldn't be disappointed tonight, Axford. Didn't you phone and say they caught...
No, wait a minute, Reed. I did phone. A little hasty like, I admit. And say the cops caught the Green Hornet.
Axford, don't tell me this isn't true.
Reed, it's like this. You see, when we found that car with the masked guy in it, and the bank money and all, Sarge and all of us were sure he was the Hornet. You see, it was a Hornet mask he wore. Well, I took one look, then beat it to the nearest farmhouse to phone. After I got the story in, I went back and found out it wasn't the real Hornet at all. So I had to rush back and phone the Sentinel again.
Wasn't the real Hornet?
No. You see, there was a Hornet seal stuck on the guy's forehead, and he was out cold, gassed. He couldn't have done them things to himself. When he came to, he said the Green Hornet caught up with him and messed him up. The cops come and scared him off, no doubt.
Well, you sure had me keyed up for a while, Axford.
Reed, I'm that sorry for letting you think the Hornet was caught. I know you're disappointed like all get out.
Oh, well, I'll get over it, I guess. Somehow I get a kick out of the fact that the Green Hornet's still to be caught.
Suffering snakes. You'd think you were in cahoots with that Hornet the way you talk, Reed.
Now, Axford, is that any way for you to talk?
Go to bed, Reed. You'd sure have to lead a double life to be in cahoots with that devil. And you have all you can do to lead a single life. Ain't I the card, though? Ain't I?
That's the Lux Street, paper! Killer confesses, holds the Green Hornet to commit crimes. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. That's the Lux Street,
These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents are fictitious.
Tarzan. Those are clothes. Women wear them because they think men are like them. Love, my
wife. My wife.
Ah, Tarzan. Ow!
silver. Wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. The rich grazing land of Texas brought wealth to many settlers in the early days of the West, but the outlaws who roamed the new territory were a constant danger. They rustled cattle almost at will, until the masked rider of the plains started his great fight for law and order. Without his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness, the frontier might never have been made safe for honest men and women. Return with us now those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for the half-circle sea. Fellows waiting on the trail ahead. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The range belonging to the Half-Circle Sea outfit was being systematically plundered and...
We got 50 head. Keep that critters moving. Haze 'em along, boys. Haze 'em along. Head 'em into the hills and let's make tracks. A 100 head. Fellas, we're cleaning up. Let's get going.
In the small town of Delta, Eric Hyde, owner of the Half-Circle Sea Ranch, sat beside Sheriff Matt Gorman in the latter's office. A young man stood in front of the sheriff's desk, facing his questioners defiantly.
Now, look here, Rusty. There ain't no sense in your acting like we didn't have no right to bring you in here. We got reason enough.
I don't see what.
Well, just look at it our way for once. In the first place, every time there's been cows stole from Eric, you've been gone someplace, and you won't tell us where.
Because it ain't none of your business.
Rusty, I reckon we know why you won't talk.
But you figure your brother's worth going to jail for.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, it's plain enough for the rest of us. These times you've sneaked off, you've done either one of two things.
Well?
Either you've been stealing Eric's cows, and neither him or me has got you sized up to be a wrestler, young fella. Or you've been riding to wherever that no-good brother of yours is hiding out.
Brad's all right, and it won't stand for nobody saying he ain't.
Doggone, Rusty, you don't seem to have no sense at all.
What other reason you got for bringing me here?
Rusty, it'd be natural enough for you and your brother to be trying to get even with me.
What for?
Well, my ranch was Brad's before he was jailed. When he was convicted of killing old Ed Kinsey and the bank took the ranch back, I bought it.
We wouldn't hold that again you. If you hadn't bought, somebody else would have.
Well, I'm glad to know you feel that way.
But I'm telling you, Sheriff, Brad never killed Kinsey. Living all alone way up in the hills like Kinsey done, anybody could have killed him. And why would Brad have killed him anyhow?
Shucks, everybody knew old Kinsey was a miser. He had cash worth the stealing.
It wasn't proved. Nobody knows what he had.
Now, just hold on, Rusty. We ain't here to try Brad's case all over again. He was tried and convicted in court, even if he did make a getaway afterwards. Now, what we're doing now is investigating this rustling.
And pick on somebody else but me.
Oh, you ain't the only suspect we got.
As a matter of fact, Rusty, I don't think you're the one to blame. You can ask the sheriff, and he'll tell you I never accused you at any time. The only thing is, we thought we ought to give you the chance to do some explaining.
Am I under arrest or ain't I? That's all I want to know.
I ain't arresting you, yet.
Then I'm leaving. You got any more fool questions to ask me? I guess you know where I'm to be found.
Go ahead.
Oh, pardon, Spike. I never seen you coming in.
That's all right, Rusty. Come along with you, Deke.
Now, Sheriff, it's a blasted shame, that's what it is. Every time something happens, it's me you blame for it. Can't you never leave me alone?
Quit your whining, Deke. Have any trouble with him, Spike?
Oh, he come along peaceable enough. He's getting used to being arrested, I reckon.
You can't do this to me, Sheriff.
Now, listen.
You gotta stop it.
All right.
I guess I know my legal rights.
Now, look here.
You can't be all the time making it look as though I wasn't just as much of a decent, law-abiding
Doggone, you give me a chance to get a word in edgewise, will you?
Sheriff, I ain't hardly said a word. All I was saying was that if I had my rights...
You'd have been run out of the county long ago. Now, then, what do you got to say about this here rustling?
I never had nothing to do with it, Sheriff. Honest to never. You don't think it was me, do you, Mr. Hyde? Just because maybe once or twice a long time ago, maybe I made a mistake or two, don't mean that I made it...
Once or twice a long time ago. Seems to me from what I've heard, Deke, you've been jailed 50 times anyhow. And the last time was more than a couple months ago.
Just because I never got my rights. It only goes to show that...
you couldn't tell the truth if there was money in it for you. Now, Deke, the last time Eric had cows stole was night before last. Where was you?
Down to the cafe, and I can prove it.
Who by?
The barkeep, that's who. You just ask him. I was there the whole night. He'll tell you so.
The barkeep? Every time you want an alibi, he gives it to you. The amount of cash you spend at his place, you'd swear to anything. That's something else. Where have you been getting all that cash you've been spending? Wouldn't be from selling another fella's cows, would it?
You can't prove a thing on me. I want a lawyer. I want my rights. When the time comes that a decent, law-abiding citizen can't...
Son, I've had about all I want of you. Spike, get him out of here.
Sure, Sheriff.
Take him down to the cafe. Find out what the barkeep has to say. And if Deke's been lying, bring him back and lock him up.
Sheriff, you're all the time persecuting me. Just because I ain't got no family and no cash and no friends to speak of. But
Get out. You ever see anything to beat that fella, Eric?
He's a caution. Well, Sheriff, there you are. What do you think now?
I don't know. Except that if one of them two fellas ain't behind the rustling, I don't know who is.
Deke's got plenty of hoodlums for pards that'd just as soon rustle as not.
Yeah, and Rusty Clemson has got friends that'd do it just for a joke. And that outlaw brother of his besides.
Get him up, Scout. Get him up.
Sheriff, look outside. See that engine riding away?
On the paint horse? Yeah, but what about him?
You recognize him?
Huh? No, can't say as I do.
Sheriff, maybe you're going to be mad, but I got a confession to make.
Yeah?
Now, don't get me wrong. It ain't that I don't figure you savvy your job.
What in blazes are you getting at?
Well, Sheriff, it's got to the point where if any more of my cows are stole, I'm going bust.
I'm doing my best, Eric.
I know that, Sheriff, and I appreciate it. The only thing is, the engine that just left has got a part I think can do even better.
Huh? Who was that engine?
I seen him when I rode to town, recognized him, and asked him to be listening outside. His name's Tonto.
Tonto? Say, you mean the engine
that's a friend of the Lone Ranger? I do.
And you figure he'll get the masked man to help you?
I'm hoping for it. Now, like I said, Sheriff, I don't want you getting mad.
Mad because the Lone Ranger's going to lend a hand? By golly, Eric, there ain't a thing I'd rather have.
The afternoon faded into evening. Eric Hyde and the sheriff, waiting for word from the Lone Ranger, had almost given up hope when suddenly...
The masked man.
You expected me?
How do we know who you are?
Look at that.
Silver bullet.
It is the Lone Ranger.
Eric Tanner told me of your trouble.
That's just what I hoped he'd do.
I'll help you, but my own way.
For what I've heard, stranger, your way is good enough for me.
According to Tonto, you suspect two men.
That's right.
Deke Bowers and Rusty Clemson.
Rusty is Brad's brother, the man who escaped from jail after being convicted of the murder of Ed Kinsey.
Just so.
And Deke?
Is a no-good bum that's been in jail about 50 times.
There are no other suspects?
Not unless them rustlers are outlaws from somewhere else.
Very well. If one of those men is guilty, I don't believe it'll take very long to prove it.
Well, that's what we want, mister. Action.
Give me 24 hours.
Yeah?
In the meantime, pass the word all over that you've been talking to me.
We'll do it. But what for?
Wait. At the same time, tell the townspeople that in 24 hours, I'll know who's behind the rustling, and will call for him.
But I don't savvy what
If you want to work with me, you'll do as I say. Otherwise, we work apart.
But wait, stranger.
I'll see you tomorrow night.
Hey, hold on.
Sheriff, I reckon we can save our breath.
But this
Because
fella...
when that hombre says he'll do things in his own way, he ain't fooling none.
Well, there he goes.
And that's what I'm doing, to follow his orders.
Although puzzled, the sheriff and Eric obeyed the masked man to the letter. Soon Delta was buzzing with the news that the Lone Ranger would find the man responsible for the rustling of half-circle C stock. The following evening, he was seen riding toward Deke's shack, and the townspeople hurried to the spot. One side, out of Silver's way.
Did you get something on Deke?
What'd you find out? Are you going to have the sheriff arrest Deke?
What evidence did you get?
Stand back. Who, Silver? Who?
Deke all the time, stranger.
Sheriff, keep these people back.
Sure, but I
Is
can...
Deke inside?
He's there, all right. Rusty's somewhere here in the crowd, too. I seen him just a minute back.
I'm going inside.
Yeah, I'll come
You
along.
won't. Just keep the crowd from following.
Gosh, stranger, ain't you ever going to tell me anything?
Did you see that? Deke shot at the masked fella.
He must have shot through the window.
That proves he killed him.
Stranger, I don't care what you say. Now I am going in with you.
Come along. The rest of you stay out.
I never done it. Honest, I didn't fire them shots.
There's a gun beside him on the floor there, Sheriff.
I'll get it.
Let me see it.
It's Deke's, all right. I'd recognize it anywhere. I've seen him practicing shooting with it 100 times.
2 shots are gone, and you can smell the burnt powder.
Wait, listen, please. My gun was missing. I don't know who took it, but I didn't fire. You gotta believe me, I tell you.
You know what was being said about the masked fella calling tonight for the crook behind the rustling.
But I never...
Shut up. You seen him stop here, and you knew he likely had the goods on him.
It ain't so, I tell
And
you.
if the masked man didn't have no evidence against you before, your firing at him is enough to convict you by itself.
I want my rights, Sheriff. You can't do this to me.
Got proof against him, stranger?
Jail him.
Right.
But I tell you...
You all the time, Deke.
Rusty, stay out of it.
I won't. Keep him away from me.
You skunk out a gun whip you right here. You was framing me. You likely had one of your crooked parts trailing me. When you seen I never had an alibi, then you rustled Eric's cows, and you was going to let me take the blame.
No, Rusty, no.
Out of here.
Yeah, but
I said out of here, now.
Just let me at him once.
You're getting in the saddle and going home. Bring Deke, Sheriff.
We're coming.
I tell you, Sheriff, I had nothing to do with this thing here.
Come on.
Rusty, is this your horse?
Yeah, but after Deke framing me, I'd like that gun
The
whip.
sheriff will handle Deke. Up with you.
Blast you.
And on your way.
Deke, I hope you hang.
Hailing Deke now?
He shot at you, didn't he, masked man?
Oh, who helped him at the rustling? Sheriff going to jail the rest of the gang?
Everyone will learn more about it later. Sheriff, is your prisoner safe?
You just bet he is. He won't get away, and the crowd won't get at him.
See that it doesn't. Here, Silver.
Oh, it wouldn't matter much if it did. After him shooting at you like that, besides the rustling.
Yep. Jail Deke, Sheriff, and keep him there.
I just said I would.
But don't prefer charges against him.
Huh? Why not?
Because Deke isn't behind the rustling.
Say.
And he didn't shoot at me.
Mister, am I loco or you?
Right now, Sheriff, Deke will be a lot safer inside jail than out. Guilty or not. Remember that. And do as I say. Hi-yo, Silver!
Hold on! Golly. Well, Deke, you've always claimed I throwed you in the calaboose when you weren't deserving of it. And this time it looks like you're going to be right.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. The Lone Ranger met Tonto outside of town, and then the two of them rode on for several miles. Finally, they drew rein beside the trail that led to the Half Circle C ranch and waited until they heard the sound of approaching hoofs.
Not him. Right. Eric! Rein up!
Oh, there. You?
I've been waiting for you.
Yeah, and I've been wanting to see you.
Yes?
What in the name of a million mavericks did you mean by what you said to the sheriff back in town?
He told you what I said?
He did.
That Deke wasn't a rustler and hadn't shot at me?
Just so. Well, I suppose it was just some trick to make Deke say something that depended on him for sure. But at least you might have let the sheriff in on it. You got him so almighty mixed up now he's about ready to curdle.
He should have believed what I told him.
Huh?
Because it was true.
It can't be. A dozen people saw Deke fire them shots. What? I've seen him myself.
You and the others saw me approach the house and heard shots that must have come from the house. You didn't, however, see the man who fired them.
I would have sworn.
And so would all the others. Eric, in the last 24 hours, I've learned quite a lot about Deke and Rusty.
Yeah?
Deke is one of the best shots in this part of the country. He couldn't have missed me from that distance unless he did so deliberately. And that would have no point.
Well, go ahead. I'm willing to admit this is too deep for me.
While inside Deke's shack, I noticed both the front and rear windows were open.
Yeah?
A man could have stood in the rear of the shack, fired through both windows, and made it look as though the shots were fired from inside.
The gun was found there.
On the floor, where Deke said it was thrown. He was telling the truth.
But that's crazy. Why would anybody pull a stunt like that?
For the purpose that very nearly succeeded, to make Deke look guilty.
Stranger, maybe you got something there at that.
I know I have.
And that means...
Yes?
Now, look here, stranger. I know what you're getting at, but it just can't be Rusty. He just ain't the crook type.
His brother's a criminal.
Sure. Brad killed old Kinsey, stole over $6,000 belonging to the old man, and broke jail atop of it. But that don't mean Rusty's the same.
That's true.
Now, look, mister. Them rustlers have got to be found. If they ain't, I'll just have to quit trying to pay the bank for the ranch and give up. It'll mean I've lost everything, and we'll have to start again from scratch.
You're not a young man, Eric.
Which would make it all the harder. But I want the real rustlers located. I don't want a young fella like Rusty to get blamed just for the looks of things.
Listen to me.
Yeah?
If Rusty is guilty, he'll be brought to punishment.
Well, I'll take my oath he ain't.
And if he isn't, he'll have nothing to fear. I give you my word.
You said you'd have the rustlers in 24 hours.
I didn't.
But in the sheriff's office...
I said to tell the townspeople I'd know who was behind it in that length of time. That's a different thing.
Oh.
As a matter of fact, I do know.
Who? If you know you...
I'll name no one until I have proof.
And the proof?
It will take several days to get. Until then, you must wait.
It won't be easy.
But necessary. Come, Tonto.
Come on, get him up, Scout.
3 days passed in which nothing was heard of the masked man, although occasionally Tonto was seen in the district. Then, early on the 4th day, the Lone Ranger returned and found Tonto waiting for him at their well-hidden camp. Oh, fella. Oh, there, boy. Oh. Tonto, I was right. And got full proof of it.
Oh, that heap good.
I can accuse the head of the rustlers at this moment and show that I'm right.
You do that now?
There's still one other matter that must be attended to first, however. Did anything happen while I was gone?
Outlaw take more cow.
From the half-circle sea? Before you say more, Kimosabe, I believe I can tell you something.
And what that?
This time, the rustlers didn't take the cattle through the hills to the south. And this time, you were able to follow their trail.
How you know that?
It was a move I've been expecting. You followed orders, didn't you? You kept this information to yourself?
Tonto, do that.
Good. I think tonight we'll see the finish of our work here, Tonto.
That'd be good.
But between now and tonight, we still have more riding to do.
Where we go now?
First, you'll have to show me the trail of those cattle. And then I'm calling on the sheriff.
Me show you.
Let's go.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on, Silver! That evening, Sheriff Matt Gorman went to Deke Bauer's cell and unlocked the door.
Come on out, Deke. You've been hollering to get out for long enough.
All is locking me up, you are, Sheriff. I ain't got no rights at all. I'm a decent, law-abiding citizen of this town, and
the mouthiest galoot that ever settled in it.
It ain't so. I got a right to speak up for myself, I guess.
If you have, you ought to have it took from you.
Who's in your office there?
Oh, just Spike, my deputy, and Eric and Rusty.
Rusty's after me.
He ain't going to bother you none while you're in my office. Howdy, fellas. Howdy, Sheriff.
Sheriff, what'd you send Spike after me for?
Why? You think it was your turn to get jailed?
There ain't nothing I can be jailed for.
Of course there ain't, Rusty. Of course not.
Then why send Spike?
I thought you'd like to hear the good news about your brother, that's all.
Huh? Good news about Brad?
Sure. Come to think of it, I don't reckon I mentioned it to any of you yet, have I?
Not to me.
What's it about, Sheriff?
Well, I got word from Brad today.
What word from him? No, you couldn't have.
I did, just the same.
Who brought it to you? How did it get here?
Well, I ain't just at liberty to tell you folks that part of it. But you'll likely be glad enough to hear the rest.
Yeah?
Brad surrendered in the morning. He ain't going to hide out no more.
You're loco.
I'm telling you the plain fact. Or at least that's the way the message reached me.
What's the matter with him, Sheriff? He figures it's better to give himself up and pay for killing old Kinsey than to go on dodging the law?
Not exactly.
No?
No. You see, he says he found evidence that'll clear him complete of that murder. He's bringing it in with him. That's what he broke loose for, he says. Just with a chance to get that evidence together.
No, he can't do that. Somebody's tricking him. He'll hang if he gives himself up.
He don't seem to think so.
He will. There ain't no chance for him.
Seems to me, Rusty, you was the first to claim he wasn't guilty.
He ain't guilty. But if there was any evidence that'd free him, it would have come out at the trial. It would have had to.
Now, don't get fussed.
Was there anything else you wanted me for, Sheriff?
Oh, that's all, I guess.
And if you'll be excusing me, I got things to do.
Hey, what's your hurry?
I'll be seeing you.
What got into Rusty?
Just worried about his brother's all.
But wouldn't you think he'd be glad to hear his brother had a chance of clearing himself? Instead of that, he acted like it was about the worst thing that could have happened.
I don't know, Eric. Some folks are funny. Don't all of us act alike?
Yeah, that reminds me. The masked man. Had any word from him yet about the rustlers on my range?
Maybe he's beat.
I didn't think anything ever beat that fella.
Well, that's another thing we're likely to see about before long. But right now, if you folks will excuse me, I'd just soon all of you cleared out. I got some book work to do. And when you had as little schooling as I had, that's something you'd rather do all by yourself.
But when his office had cleared, the sheriff waited only long enough for the men to be gone from sight, then let himself out the back way.
That you, stranger?
Your horse is saddled and ready, Sheriff.
Who's that with you?
Me, Tonto.
Oh. All right, you fellas. Lead the way. And I'm just hoping you're savvy what you're doing.
Come on.
Get him up.
When Rusty Clemson left the sheriff's office, he went directly home, saddled his horse, and raced out of town. He headed toward the Badlands and finally drew rein before a broken-down shack, which stood in a small clearing.
Whoa there. Brad! Oh, Brad! Brad!
What's ailing you, Rusty?
Brad, what's this I heard in town?
I don't know. What did you hear?
The sheriff said you'd send a message telling him you was giving yourself up in the morning.
Well, I'm likely to do it even sooner than that.
But you can't, Brad. Don't be a fool. There ain't no evidence that'd clear you, and you know it. Go to town and you'll just be sticking your head in the noose.
Don't get upset, Rusty. There'll be evidence, all right.
If there was, do you think I wouldn't have found it? Don't you think I'd done everything I could to clear you? Look here, Brad. If somebody's told you there was any such thing, they're just tricking you. Have you seen anybody? How'd you get that message to town?
Rusty, you'll just have to leave things to me. There's evidence. The sheriff's going to have it. That's the way things are.
Oh, there's evidence, is there?
Eric, what are you doing here? How'd you find the way?
Never mind that. Where's that evidence?
You'd give a heap to know, wouldn't you?
Hey, what is this?
Keep your mouth shut and you'll find out. Brad, hand that evidence over.
Try and make me.
I ain't fooling. You got just one chance to live. Give me that evidence, and I'll help you get across the border. Refuse to hand it over, and I'll shoot you and Rusty where you stand.
What's his... Wait. Don't you see it, Rusty? There's the varmint that killed Kinsey, and he knows blamed well that any evidence that would clear me would convict him.
Eric, you're the killer. Why, you stood...
Stand back, or I'll have a couple more killings to my credit.
No, you won't.
Well, the last fellow was right. You're the rotten killer.
You won't get me.
Another move and you'll be shot down. Watch him, Tonto.
Me watch him.
What's this all about? I still don't have it.
Eric is not only the murderer of Ed Kinsey, he's also the rustler of his own cattle.
You're loco. What would I do that for?
Because you own another ranch across the hills. You own it in a different name and use a Circle O brand.
But that wouldn't...
Here, you've been running the half Circle C. There's nothing easier than changing it to the Circle O.
Well, why would Eric steal from himself?
He didn't.
The ranch really belongs to the bank. He made only the first payment. In the meantime, he planned to strip the range of cattle, rebranded with the Circle O, then give up the half Circle C with the excuse rustlers had run him out of business. He would still have all the cattle, and the blank would have nothing.
How'd you find this out, stranger?
Eric told me.
That's a blasted lie.
You told me you couldn't make more agreements on the ranch. That was the first I knew you didn't own it outright and suggested a move.
Gosh, that wasn't much to go on.
It wouldn't have been if at the same time he hadn't told me he murdered Kinsey.
I ain't got that straight yet, stranger.
He told me that over $6,000 had been stolen from Kinsey, yet no one had ever known how much money Kinsey had. The only one who could know would be the man who killed him and stole the money.
Well, I'll be doggone.
He tried to put suspicion for the rustling, first on Deke, then on you, Rusty. It was him who fired on me from Deke's shack. If you'll investigate, you'll find some of the rustled cattle near here. He brought it to the hideout not only to throw suspicion on you, but to lead the law here to recapture Brad.
And he knew where Brad was all the time.
Yes, and he also knew you went to see him. That's why cattle was stolen only when you were unable to furnish an alibi. He knew you wouldn't tell where your brother was.
And all the time the rotten skunk tried to make me think it was my friend.
And he thought himself clever enough to use Tonto and me to pin the guilt on an innocent person.
Well, from now on, he'll have to figure out his clever scheme from the end of a rope, because he's going to decorate one in short order.
That blasted masked feller.
But the funny part of that is, you was the one who asked him to catch the rustlers. Only he wasn't just satisfied with that. He caught a killer, too.
Hail, Silver! Away! Come on, Silver, old boy! There's adventure on the trail ahead! Hail, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Jane no happy?
How can I tell you, Tarzan? I love Tarzan. Tarzan is Jane's love. squeal if this was the tallest tree in Africa and there were 10,000 lions underneath. Oh! I squeal.
Why, killers, you knew about it! Groucho Marx is your host, as some of the most interesting contestants you will ever meet compete on You Bet Your Life. Up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is chair. C-H-A-I-R.
Good, really.
You bet your life. It's Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood and brought to you by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America, who invite you to see and drive the delightful, the lovely DeSoto for 1956.
The time has come, it's very clear. The car you wanted is really here. It's delightful, it's lovely, it's DeSoto. You'll understand the reasons why. For once you drive it, you want to buy. It's delightful, it's lovely, it's DeSoto.
And now, here he is, the one, the only...
Well, here I'm again with 1,500 smackolas for one of our couples. You know what smackolas are?
Yes, Don.
What?
I imagine it's dollars.
Yeah, in what country, do you know?
Well, that I don't know.
No, I don't either. Who's first, George?
Jacqueline Gorman and Phil Swanson are waiting to talk to you, Groucho. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's the common word, something you'll find around the house. Jacqueline Gorham, huh? Mm-hmm. Are you related to the silversmiths? Oh. You're a pretty cute redhead. I have a weakness for redheads. Also blonde heads and brunette heads. Anything but bald heads. Are you married, Jackie?
Yes, very happily.
You are, huh? Why did you say very happily? Was that a warning to me? Where are you from, Jackie?
I'm a native Californian.
Which part of California were you born?
Well, I was born in the Mojave Desert in a car on the way to the hospital.
Oh. I trust it was the right automobile. This must have been a surprise to your father. All of a sudden, he had two backseat drivers. Your mother recovered from this experience?
Yes, she was born in a horse and buggy on the way to the hospital.
He was born in a horse and buggy?
Yes.
I don't know which stock your family has been patronizing. But that makes two races he's won. What kind of odds do you think you'll get when you have your first one?
Well, my little daughter was born in the car in the San Fernando Valley on the way to the hospital.
Who says there's nothing in heredity, eh? You're Jacqueline Gorham?
That's wrong.
That's wrong?
I'm Phil Swanson.
Oh. You Phil Swanson with what?
With Project Associates.
Oh, I thought that was a simple declarative.
Oh.
Where are you from, Phil?
Athens, Ohio.
Athens, that's in Greece, isn't it?
No, Ohio University. It's in Ohio.
Does anything ever happen in a small town like Athens?
No, not too much. Pretty sleepy town.
Pretty sneaky town?
Sleepy. Quiet.
Oh, sleepy. You'll have to talk louder because my glasses need adjusting. Are you married?
That's right.
No.
I am.
Where'd you meet your wife?
In Athens. We went to school together.
And do you have any little children?
3.
Apparently quite a few things do go on in Athens.
Well, 2 of them were born out here.
In an automobile?
No.
What sort of work do you do, Phil?
I'm a partner with Les Schultz and Project Associates.
Project Associates. That sounds pretty shady. What do you make, Venetian blinds?
No. No, it's kind of hard to...
You know how to make a Venetian blind?
No.
Get them drunk. That's the best way. That's my subconscious coming to the fore.
Oh. Well, Project
Kiss
Associates...
me, you fool. Where's your husband?
He's home.
He's home?
Babysitting.
Oh, you don't want to kiss me, is that it? Keep applauding, kids. Keep applauding. Huh? Reach up and kiss Phil. Huh? Come on, kiss him. Now. Come on. Now, later, will you kiss Fenneman when he comes out? Well, you don't have to explain what your work is, Phil, just so you can explain it to the district attorney. Yeah?
Well, we do advertising.
Explain it anyway, yeah?
We do advertising material.
Isn't he cute, Jack?
Sales meetings.
Isn't he cute?
And,
aren't you sorry you married this fellow?
No.
No?
No.
You do advertising for Venetian blinds?
No. Sometimes I think so, but no. It's sales promotion work.
You realize that you have lipstick on the side of your cheek?
So do you.
Yes. Do you want to turn the other cheek for Jackie? Well, explain it anyway, huh?
I've been trying. It's,
Well, I've been trying to listen, but there are so many distractions up here. Yes, I wish you would. Huh?
Where was I?
You were standing right over there the last time. You've divulged no information that we could conceivably use here.
Displays. We build displays.
Displays?
That's right. And
No,
trade show booths.
Trade shows booths?
Trade show booths.
Oh. Well, I don't get the connection between this and the advertising business.
Well, it's all advertising,
Oh.
sales promotion work.
Well, it's shadier than I thought it is.
Yes.
Well, you were a very nice and cute couple, and I'd like to continue this conversation, but the time has come for you to play You Bet Your Life. Now, we start you off with $100. You miss a question, you lose half your bankroll, and on the answer, we want one answer between. You selected barbershop ballads. Huh? These are all old favorites. The orchestra will play them, and I want you to identify them. Remember, the more the questions were, the tougher it is. What is your decision?
Well,
would you
100?
like this?
100?
100? Well, Dorothy Donnelly and Sigmund Romberg wrote this song for an operetta called My Maryland. Now, let's see if you can identify the song. Play, Jack. You don't know, guess.
Just on walk or?
No, it's Silver Moon.
Oh.
That's not too easy. I didn't know that either.
$100 isn't too easy.
No,
Well,
it isn't.
you still have half your 100. You have $50.
Now, 90 is slightly easy.
Okay.
I don't want to persuade you.
No.
You better
Take
take
it.
150 now.
Okay.
This
$90.
song, all right. This song was first popular at the end of World War I. Now, give me the title of it.
Carolina Moon. No? Try again.
beautiful Ohio.
Oh, and you're from Ohio? Bang.
Apparently, you're the only one here that didn't know it. The whole audience knew it.
Well, you now have $25.
Well, don't get discouraged. Now, do you want 80?
Shall we keep going down till we hit our level? I'd like to know my level. Let's try 80.
Try 80. It's a nice.
Not 100.
Well, this ballad was popular over 40 years ago. Now, what is the name of it? Very well known, though. All right, what is it?
Meet me tonight in
That's
Green.
right. Meet me tonight in Green.
Well, you're back up to $105.
That was 15 years before you were born.
I'm still not at an $80 level.
Well, now you can go for 70. You can go for 60.
70?
70.
70. 60 is a nice...
I'd like to know one of these.
Yeah. Well, I don't think there's much danger of that, but... I don't want to persuade
70,
you, but...
okay.
All right, now... Well, Gus Kahn, Gus Kahn and Charles Daniels wrote this song. You give me the title of it.
You tell me your dream, I'll tell you my dream.
Oh, that's it.
Oh, I knew it. What level was
They finally squeezed it out of him. What is the title now?
You tell me your dream.
That's right. I had an awful time getting you to take that. Huh?
And you wind up with $175.
I told you this was crooked, this show. Well, thanks and good luck to the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Bill is very cute.
It's here now. The quickest, smoothest, easiest method of drive selection ever invented. Revolutionary new push-button driving. And the great new DeSoto for 1956 has it. To put the car in any gear range, just push a button.
Yes, just push a button and away you go. Quickly, smoothly, easily. In your delightful, lovely DeSoto. It's so much fun, and it's safer, too. The push-button drive selector is on your left, out of children's reach. And it's designed so you can't make a mistake. Even if you accidentally push the reverse button while driving full speed ahead, nothing would happen. And here's an added advantage. It's easier to rock out of snow, mud, or sand. Push-button driving is just wonderful. You'll understand the reasons why. For once you drive it, you want to buy. It's delightful. It's the lovely. It's the
And right now, because sales have already doubled, your DeSoto Plymouth dealer is able to offer you a wonderful deal on the new DeSoto. Yes, you can afford to own this big, beautiful, powerful car right now. Tomorrow, price a DeSoto and be convinced. For the best car buy of 56, drive and price a DeSoto before you decide.
Well, Groucho, Miss Zora Sweet is waiting to talk to you, and her partner is a very special guest, one of America's really great football players, Mr. Tom Fears of the Los Angeles Rams. So, folks, you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to Just the Light. Say the secret word, and you'll get, each will get $50.50. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Zora Sweet, eh? What a beautiful name that is.
Thank you.
And Tom Fears, eh? Zora, how do you feel appearing in public with one of the great athletes of our time?
I think it's very exciting, Groucho.
Are you accustomed to being in the company of so much muscle?
He is kind of big and strong, isn't he?
Yeah. I wasn't referring to him. I was talking about me. I've got more muscle sewed up in this coat than he has in his whole body. Well, let's pry into your personal life, Tom. That is safe. I don't know. How old are you?
Groucho, I'm 32, but I've been trying to hide this from the National League for a long time.
Oh.
They consider you over the hill at about 28.
They do, huh? Yeah. That isn't true in your case. Are you married?
Yes, I am.
Well, then you are over the hill. Where are you from, Tom?
I'm a native. I was born locally here.
Oh. Well, whereabouts?
Baldwin Hills, Remert Park area.
Outskirts of...
Outskirts of L.A.,
Well, the outskirts of L.A., you know, could be Red Bank, New Jersey.
Well, it was at that time. They were just bean fields out there. Used to fly kites. Now it's practically the middle of town.
Yeah. You grew up in a bean field, huh? No wonder you made first string. Well, you sit on the bench for a while, Tom, while I get acquainted with your partner here, huh? You're Zora Sweet, huh? Have you ever seen Tom play football?
No, as a matter of fact, until just a few minutes ago, I thought he was a baseball player.
Such is fame, Tom, huh? Well, at least you didn't think he was a racehorse. Are you married?
No.
I'm surprised an eligible young giant didn't grab you off long ago. Pretty tall girl, Zora. How tall are you? Huh?
I'm 5 feet 9.5 in my stocking feet and a little over 6 feet with heels.
Well, how often do you go out with heels? Huh? Most of the heels around Hollywood are around 5 feet 4, I think. You're almost as tall as Zora, Tom. What are your dimensions?
I'm a little taller, Groucho. I'm 6'2", weight 212.
How'd you get started in the pro ranks, Tom? Did you have a lot of college experience?
Yes, I played at Santa Clara in 1941 and 42, and then I was in the service 3 years, and when I came back, I enrolled at UCLA.
Were you All-American?
Yes, 47, Groucho.
What are your plans for the future? Are you going to be a coach?
No,
or
that's
a couple of horses, huh?
That's the farthest thing from my mind, coaching. I'll stay with Shinley Distilleries, who I've been working for 6 years.
Oh, you're with Shinley Distilleries?
Yes.
Well, how much longer do you think you'll be playing professional football?
Well, I'm in my 8th year, and I missed 3 years to do the service. That would have been 11, so I'll probably sing my swan song this year, Groucho.
Can you sing it for us now? Why have you lasted so long? Isn't that unusually long for a professional football player?
Say clean living.
Well, let's say that, but actually, what is the reason? Well, let's get on to serious business. Would you both like to get rich?
Love it.
All right, we play You Bet Your Life.
In the race for the $1,500, the first couple won $175, and the secret word is chair.
Well, this is an old-fashioned spelling bee. You get only one chance at the correct spelling and only one answer between you. I want you to spell the word and then pronounce it. Now, you can start with 10, 20, 50, all the way to 100. You're starting on the 50-yard line.
We'll start on the 100. Make a touchdown.
A touchdown. All right. One of you is going to have to spell the word innocuous, meaning harmless, inoffensive, producing no ill effects. Now, you can collaborate on it. Now, let's have it for the public.
INNOCUOUS.
Shake hands with her, Joe.
Darn good. Yeah. You now have $200.
Now, what are you going to go to?
90.
90? Spell the word curriculum, meaning a specified fixed course of study.
Curriculum. CURRICULUM. Curriculum.
Shake hands with her, George.
You now have $290.
Shake hands with her, Tom.
Hold her up.
You got a lot of money tied up in this dame here. What are you going to go for? 80? Spell the word satellite, meaning an attendant body revolving around a larger one.
Satellite. SATTELITE. Satellite.
No.
1 T.
You blew it.
Right.
SATELL. That's a tough one.
Well, you still have half the $290. You have $145.
Now, you can go for 70, or you can slip down to 10 if you want to. 70, spell the word rhubarb, meaning a plant, the stalks of which are boiled with sugar and made into pies. Don't kiss her, Tom. Just discuss it, huh?
Rhubarb. RHUBARB.
That is right. That is absolutely right.
Now you wind up with $215.
Tom, throw her over your shoulder and take her away. Huh? Thanks and good luck to the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Come on, Tom. Over the shoulder. Over the shoulder.
We have a high school girl for you, Groucho. She's Arnetta Gorey, and her partner is a special guest, one of the world's foremost calypso singers, Sir Lancelot. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word and divide $101. It is a common word, something you see find around the house. Sir Lancelot, give me 5.
Take it, Groucho.
How are things at the round table, Lancelot? Are you still keeping out the squares?
Yes, doing splendidly, thank you.
Where are you from, Lance?
I'm from Port of Spain, Trinidad, in the British West Indies.
Oh. I was down in Jamaica last month.
Oh.
And Arnetta Gorey? Well, you're a mighty cute looking girl. Good to see you. Now, how old are you, Arnetta?
16.
16, yeah. And what school do you go to?
Thomas Jefferson High School.
Well, aside from your studies, do you have any special interests in school?
Yes. I'm in GA, World Friendship Club, Health Club, and I'm a cheerleader.
Cheerleader?
Oh, yes.
Well, could you give us a sample of the cheer?
Oh, yes.
Pretend Jefferson's team is losing and you're going to cheer him on to victory. Now, I'm in the rooting section in one of the cheapest seats. Now, go ahead and tear loose. Huh?
Okay. Victory. Victory is our cry. Victory. Will we win? Well, all right. Jefferson. Fight.
Oh. And how much did they lose by after this exhibition?
Not a touchdown.
They got a touchdown?
No.
No touchdown. Let's get back to you, Lanso. By the way, so Lancelot is that your full name?
No, my real name is Lancelot Victor Edward Pinar.
Oh, you were named after a hair tonic, huh? Now, I'm not too familiar with Calypso, Sir Lancelot, but what are some of the subjects you sing about, and how do you get the inspiration for your songs?
Well, in the newspapers, or it might be a personal experience. Like, for instance, some time ago, I had a neighbor who used to come night in and night out, and day in and day out, and rap on my door and borrow this and borrow that and borrow the other. And I thought, by Jove, this is too much trouble. I'm going to do a calypso on her, and I called it Neighbor, Neighbor, Leave My Door.
Oh. Well, I've got a neighbor like that in Beverly Hills. She's always at my back door with a cup in her hand.
Yeah.
And she always wants to borrow the same thing, money. I'd like to hear you try one of these, Lance. Can you make them up on the spur of the moment?
Yes, Groucho, that is the basis of calypso singing. You must be able to make up a song
Could you make one up?
extemporaneously.
Could you make one up about Arnetta?
Oh, yes, of course. I can make up anything.
About Groucho.
Huh?
About Groucho.
About Groucho?
Make up a song about me, and keep in mind that the NBC censor is watching always.
Now, let me see. For instance, you're a comedian?
Well, that's debatable. That's, that's certainly open to argument.
All right, then you have a mustache. And two, you smoke a cigar.
Yes, well, this is debatable, too, if you've ever smelled this, huh? All right, fire away.
All right. I'd like to sing a little calypso about a famous comedian that we all know. His name is known universally in radios, pictures, and TV. Pum pum pa di da da da. Like Churchill, he enjoys a good cigar, and he drives a magnificent DeSoto car. He's a
Isn't he a prince, huh?
He's a devil with the women. He's a wolf in the parks. This mustachioed Romeo, Groucho Marx.
Well, Lancelot, that was wonderful. You know, you and I would make a great team in vaudeville.
I'm sure of that.
We could call ourselves Calypso and Collapso. Well, it's been a pleasant experience talking to you.
Thank you very much.
And talking about Trinidad. And,
Thank you.
I'm off to Alaska the first thing in the morning. Now the time has come to play You Bet Your Life.
In the race for the $1,500, the second couple is leading with $215.
Now, you selected the biblical quiz, and remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. Say, that rhymes. That's like the Lux Radio. You selected the biblical quiz, and remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. Oh, I go. Wonderful. Oh, yeah. I'm off to Trinidad in the morning. I'm off anyhow. I don't know where I'm off. Wow. What are you going to start with? 10, 50, 80, 100? Any you pick it?
What do you want to
pick
start
it?
with?
You pick it.
30?
This is about the Bible.
30, we'll start with 30.
What body of water parted to allow Moses and the Israelites to flee from Egypt? What body of water?
The Red Sea.
It was absolutely the Red Sea, yeah?
Now I have $130.
What are you going to go for now?
60?
20?
60.
60. What biblical figure lived 969 years?
Methuselah?
Methuselah is right.
Now I have $190.
Now what do you want to go for?
Let's say 50.
50?
Yeah, 50.
What characteristic do you associate with Ananias? A-N-A-N-I-A-S. Ananias.
Characteristic.
What characteristic? What was he always doing?
What is he always there? Was he preaching?
No, I'm sorry. He's lying. He's the biggest liar in the whole world. Now, here's your last chance to beat the other couple.
You have $95.
You have $95.
Let's take 40.
40? What man in the Bible is associated with patience and suffering?
Job.
Job is right.
And you'll wind up with $135.
Well, thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers.
Thank you.
And that means that Miss Sweet and Tom Fears with $215 in just 1 minute get the chance at the $1,500 question.
If you haven't driven the delightful, lovely DeSoto for 1956, there's a real thrill waiting for you at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Drop in and test drive the great new DeSoto. Once you drive it, you'll know the new DeSoto has everything you want for thrilling driving, everything you need for safer driving in this super highway age. Sensational push-button driving puts DeSoto far in advance of any other medium-priced car. DeSoto's great new high-compression V8 engines develop up to 255 horsepower, giving you tremendous reserve power and lightning acceleration for safer driving, safer passing. It really is delightful to drive. And DeSoto's magnificent flight sweep styling makes it truly lovely to see. What's more, your DeSoto Plymouth dealer can offer you a terrific deal if you see him right now. Right now, he can give you a terrific deal on your new DeSoto because DeSoto's sales have already doubled this year. See your DeSoto Plymouth dealer tomorrow for the best buy of 56. Drive and price a DeSoto before you decide.
You'll understand the reasons why. For once you drive it, you'll want to buy. It's delightful. It's the lovely. It's the DeSoto.
Here's the winning couple, Groucho. Miss Sweet and Tom Fears, all set for the $1,500 question.
Well, are you nervous?
No, not a bit.
Not a bit. You right by the water bucket? All right, here we
Send
go.
a substitute in.
$1,500. Wouldn't it be great if you could send somebody in there?
Someone knew the
Like
answer.
Robert Hutchins or somebody. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so think carefully and please no help from the audience. Here it is. Only one American poet has won the Pulitzer Prize 4 times. His poems are drawn from New England rural life. For $1,500, who is this famous American poet? What is the answer you two have decided upon?
Walt Whitman?
No, it's Robert Frost. That was a pretty cold question, but it means the big question next week will be worth $2,000. Well, they lost the big money, but how much they win, George?
Went to $215 in the quiz.
That's not too bad. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $2,000. Don't miss the Chrysler Corporation's big TV show on another network. And don't forget Groucho's television show, brought to you by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America, who invite you to visit your neighborhood showroom tomorrow to see and drive the delightful, the lovely DeSoto for 1956.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember... It's delightful, it's the lovely, it's the DeSoto.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. When driving, keep a sharp lookout for children at all times, but especially around school zones, playgrounds, and other places where children congregate. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith, music by Jack Meakin. This is George Fenneman signing off for the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world.
Sugaran Pandau.
Palula. You ready, boy? Ready, Mother. Now, remember, fast as you can. And don't look back. Go.